Hello, Shmup Slam 5. We are live here in Boise and also live on the internet. And I'd first like to begin today's stream by thanking everyone who donated for the venue. There's been a lot of costs involved in having that donation from those guys in the beginning there, and I'll play that at the end of the stream as well. Has really helped out and kept my wallet from screaming at me too much. How's it going in chat, everyone? Looks like I need to get chat popped over here real quick. And then we'll be ready to party. Up first, we have Lunar playing some Dragon Blaze. How's it going in chat, everyone? There we go. Chat is live and looking fresh. Hey, how's it going? Alrighty. One moment here and I'll get the commentary and the run started. Hang tight, everyone.
Hello everyone, so I'm Juju Kenobi, here to commentate this Dragon Blaze run, and I'm accompanied with J-Lab, so hello J-Lab.
Hello! Welcome to some Psycho action to kick off Shmup Slam 5.
Yeah, so today we are going to talk about Dragon Blaze, and it's quite a particular run because it's going to be all about the technical bonuses. So first, I think we can talk about a little bit about Dragon Blaze. So, do you want J-Lab?
Yeah, sure. So I guess the central thing to know about Dragon Blaze is that you have this short-range attack called the Dragon Shot, which you'll see throughout this run. And this does big damage and also spawns these gold coins, which are your primary source score. And that's really the main thing you need to know about the game. Lunar is playing the character Ian, which Juju you're more familiar with than I am. So what's Ian's advantages, would you say?
Yeah, basically Ian has a very good dragon attack, so it's very strong, and the best advantage is that it comes back very quickly. Like every character has a different dragon attack, and it comes back at different speed, and Ian has the fastest one. So it's a very good, you can really spam his dragon attack, basically. And
yeah, it's also really fun as well.
Other than this, he has a homing shot, which is pretty useful to get rid of the Zako's enemies in the stage, but a little bit annoying if you want to go for scoring, like the gold fontaine and stuff like this, the golden statue.
So I guess we need to talk about the technical bonus. We'll see the first example of it coming up here. So during the second phase of each boss fight, the boss will expose a weak point, and if you just hit that with a dragon shot, then you instantly kill the boss, and you get a nice score bonus as well. So the focus of this run, we're going to be trying to see all of the technical bonuses, and some of them are quite difficult, so I'm excited to see if Lunar can pull it off.
Yeah. Also, the order of the stages in Psycho games usually is random, at least for the first 4 stages in this game. But if you use the default order from a ROM or save states, he's gonna get a particular order. So he started with the port stage, and then now it's a C stage, and after that you have the 2 other stages. So the 4th one is the forest and the desert for the 3rd one.
Yep. So yeah, it looks like the default order to begin with. I think it's a pretty good order for both survival and score. Although the desert stage that'll be coming up is quite difficult. It's probably the first difficulty spike of the game.
Yeah, so we didn't talk much about this, but this game is very hard. So it's a Psycho game, so very fast bullets, a lot of memo, and yeah, there are a lot of tricky stuff in this game. So here, yeah, you can see he's misdirecting the bullet, but yeah, most of the time you want to macro dodge everything, and then sometimes you need to squeeze between the bullet to get the technical bonus. Here he has to get up close the boss, which is very scary when you start.
It's very cleanly done there. So the desert stage, I think, is where people start to. You really need to have a clear route for the game.
Yeah.
There are these very
I
large
really
tank
struggle with
enemies
that
coming
stage.
up, which if you don't have a plan for how to deal with them, then you're just going to die.
Yeah,
But
because
if
basically
you-
they don't die with only one dragon shot. So,
Yeah. But if you play very aggressively, and then you can get up close, 2 quick dragon shots, you can deal with them very quickly before they become a threat. Very nicely done.
yeah. I see in the chat that someone is asking about what difficulty is he on. It's the normal hardcore difficulty. So yeah, there are not really any difficulty settings, or basically I think it's a 5 in the Steam port or something like this, but yeah, it's a default difficulty. Okay, the stage 3 boss is very peculiar, very annoying. A lot of turrets. You need to basically know in which order you destroy everything and have a serious plan about it.
Yep. The cannonballs in the first phase can be milked for coins. It's quite risky though. I think for a survival play, it's really not something you should go for.
And here, yeah, you see him hugging the left and the right side of the screen, because if you cross at improper timing, you will get shot in the face by the cannon. So yeah, it's really a boss you need to learn, and you can't really do it on instinct. And then the technical bonus is quite tricky as well. It's a bit annoying
Yeah,
to get.
I think it's probably the hardest to learn of the first 4 stages.
Yeah,
There's a
definitely.
small gap you get through.
Yeah.
There it is.
But yeah, the desert stage is really tricky, and he did that perfectly, so that's nice. The forest stage is a little bit more straightforward. Like, basically you have a dangerous enemy and you need to take them out very quickly, but once you know when they spawn, it's pretty easy to do. But yeah, here he's milking the gold turret. Quite risky, but no problem.
Yeah,
And now the 2 big plants. Ah, he missed the gold coins on the first one. Doesn't really matter. Just a small point loss. And yeah. Basically, you will see him going from the right to the left and to the left to the right to misdirect the enemies. Because the dangerous enemy comes from the corner of the screen. So basically, you want to be on one side to easily dodge their fire and then kill them. Here. And then the other guy. Oh. Danger.
Careful.
Okay, fine.
That
Yeah,
was nicely done.
also we didn't talk about the bomb, but Yan has a terrible defensive bomb. So it's very strong to kill, speed kill bosses, but it's very, very bad for defensive strats. So basically you need to plant the bomb if you want to use it defensively. It really doesn't cover the sides and doesn't cancel the bullets.
Yeah, the thing
Okay.
that I appreciate about Quaid. Nice
very
enemy.
nice.
Is Quaid's bomb is a full screen clear. So basically, if you miss a dragon shot, you just bomb. Get back on route.
Okay, stage
Okay,
5 is basically
yeah,
the
stage
stage when you need to know everything. Like,
Yep.
if you don't know what you're doing in this stage, you're gonna die.
Like, the real dragon play starts here. It's like the turtle enemies right at the start. If you don't destroy them before they fire, then the screen just gets flooded and you're done for. There is a mid-boss coming up here, or sort of a mid-boss. It's a very common
Yeah, it's a
boss.
mid-boss. Yeah. Most of the time you want... Okay, he's doing it legit. Nice. Okay, he's not
very
going
good.
for the gold coins, but he did it very, very cleanly. Very nice. And
Yeah, we should
here
probably talk
you
about
have
the,
turtles as well.
Yeah, the magic gauge at the bottom fills up like in other Soukyugurentai games. You can spend it to do a powerful attack. So Ian has this large spinning blade attack, which is very useful. Floating wizards are a pain in the backside, but that was very nicely done.
Yeah. You want to macro dodge everything, but you have a lot of small bullets you need to be careful of. So it's very... It looks easy, but it can be very tricky sometimes.
That's how it is with Psycho. If you do it right, it looks easy, but if you are slightly wrong, then it goes off the rails very quickly.
Okay, so yeah, the first phase of this boss is pretty easy. It's basically a set of safe spots to respect and know the timings. And the second part is not too hard, but can be quite tricky. There are some parts where you need to be very precise with your misdirection. So there you can see he's going very high up on the screen to misdirect properly. And yeah, it's always dangerous when you try to go back. Okay, here it can get dangerous. Nice, very nice.
Very nicely done.
Yeah.
So the actual technical bonus part is the easy part, but getting there is quite tricky.
Okay. Okay, it's going well. Should be fine now. Just wait for the burst to turn back and go. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is going extremely well now, but now we are getting to the hardest stage in the game, stage 6. By far the hardest stage.
Everything in this stage is difficult. You've got a lot of Zakko, you've got a couple of difficult mid-bosses, you've got floating wizards. They really just throw everything at you.
Very, very nice. Nicely done. Yeah, you have 2 mid-bosses in this stage, so yeah, he's bombing the first one. Both of them are quite tricky and dangerous, so yeah. Probably a good decision. And even this section looks easy when it's done right, but if you miss one enemy, it can go so quickly wrong. Good bomb.
It's dangerous.
Please survive.
Oh,
Yeah.
unlucky.
That's what we were saying. Yan bombs is really bad
Yeah.
for survival. Okay, please recover. Okay. Yeah, recovery is quite tricky as well.
I think
you can
we're
very
okay.
easily chain that. Okay, he's gonna need another one. Please. Okay. Fight.
That was
Oh,
close.
nice dodge. Yeah, he
Okay.
was very close from dying another time.
We're at slightly lower
Okay.
rank though, so this may cause problems with the boss. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and the problem is that with low ranks the boss has less health, so he's gonna die earlier than usual. So it's gonna mess up the positioning of the boss.
Yeah.
So
And the technical bonus that we're hopefully going for is very tough on this boss. It's like the last
it's
part,
the
you
hardest
just have
one.
to learn, go by muscle memory because you can't really react to what's going on.
Okay, this pattern is insane.
That was nice.
Okay, nice. Nicely done. One bomb, yeah.
There is a can dodge you can do for that pattern, but I think he wasn't feeling confident and just went for the bomb.
And now stage 7. Stage 7 is a little bit easier than stage 6, but you need to be careful. Especially the beginning.
I think there are a lot of traps in this level where the first time you see them, you just die. Like these lasers, classic Psycho lasers that just instantly fire.
Yeah.
If you're not positioned ahead of time, then you're just dead.
Okay.
And here comes Hibachi.
Yeah. The reason why I started using Yan, very easy to deal with her. Basically, I didn't know how to deal with her without a bomb, and with Yan it's so easy. Basically, just use the magic, and then bye-bye. Okay, this mid-boss is tricky. Again with the Psycho laser. Okay, very nice. And you have two golden statue. Yeah, you can. If you're really playing for score, you can use a bomb here to milk them longer. But yeah, he's not gonna do that. Okay, nice. He saved the bomb. And we reach the final boss of the first loop. Okay, very nice.
Nice.
Okay, one bomb. Okay, here don't move, basically. Okay, nice.
Wonder what strat he'll go with here.
Yeah,
Just
okay,
a
he's
bomb.
not going for the dodge. Yeah.
Just kill it,
Yeah, he didn't kill it.
So
He
close.
used the dragon shot too early, yeah.
He probably planned to have a bomb there, maybe. But,
Yeah.
nope, there we go. That's a 1-0. That's not too bad. And over 1 million points. That's also very good.
Yeah, very good.
So, thing to know about Loop 2 is very hard. We've now got Revenge Bullets in the mix. You'll see
Revenge
these little
Bullet and...
diamond-shaped Gradius-style bullets. And things get very hectic very quickly.
Yeah. Sometimes it's even revenge patterns, like mid-size and big enemies fire patterns, revenge pattern at you. It's very funny.
I think this stage is particularly difficult, actually, of the 4.
Yeah. With Yan,
first in the loop.
you have a lot of pacifist strats here.
Yeah.
You need to stop shooting when you cut back.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but Lunar told us that he didn't expect to go very far into the second loop. It's pretty hard, and he mostly practiced the technical bonus. So if he game over early, he's gonna showcase the technical bonuses of the second loop boss, which are very, very hard to do.
Yeah. I think 2-1 and 2-5 are the ones that I go for. I have looked at the others, but they are so difficult.
Yeah.
It's really an optimization if you're going for like 3 mil plus scores.
Okay. So yeah, he told me that he kinda expected to the game over in 2-2. So yeah, 2-2 to 3, so good run. It was a clean 1-1.
Yeah, it was very good, yeah.
If he didn't get that miss in 1-6, he probably could have no missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're going to get a showcase of all the other technicals in the second loop.
So yeah,
So
here you have a safe spot, the bottom right corner, but you need to move after a certain number of waves.
So there's another mechanic with the bosses in the second loop, in that they fire these sickle-shaped projectiles, which only target the dragon. So there are times when you need to separate from the dragon in order to
Yeah, you
misdirect
can
the
see
bullet
that he's
off screen.
positioning the dragon on the top right corner, especially for that.
Very nice. The 2-2 boss, the technical is kind of... I can get to the last wave of it without too much trouble, but then the last pattern before the technical is just so hard.
Oh yeah, even in the first loop it's annoying to squeeze in between the bullets, and in the second loop it's insane.
Ah,
yeah.
Zako bullet there. It's got in the way. Let's give it another try. So during the boss fights in this game, Zako spawn at regular intervals. So you need to factor that into your plan.
Yeah, the true enemies of the boss fight are the Zakos, definitely. Basically, you need to destroy the phases at a very, very precise timing, so you always get the same spawn for the Zako waves. Else you will get revenge bullet in your face, and you will die. Yeah, this game is quite unforgiving.
There's a fixed pattern here and an aimed pattern at the same time. It's just so difficult to deal with. And then the Zako on top. It's crazy.
Oh, okay.
But there we go. Very nice. 2-3.
Okay,
This technical is quite famous for being particularly stupid.
Yeah, it's the most insane technical bonus in the game. Like, I don't know, I think at some point even the world recorder was not going for it.
Yeah. It's still, if you bomb to get a technical, it's still worth it in terms of score. But obviously, at the very, very top level, you want to be no miss, no bomb in the game.
Yeah. This one is really, really insane. Like, the first phase is not too bad. It's really tricky, but it's okay. But it's really the second phase of this boss fight that is completely nuts. And you need to wait for so long to get the boss to reveal its hurt.
I think this is the closest Psyche ever came to doing bullet hell type stuff.
Yeah, also something we didn't mention, but your hitbox when you're dismounting the dragon is a little bit smaller, I think?
Yes.
Yes, so it's better to dodge a very, very dense bullet pattern. Okay, 2 bombs and very cleanly. That's what he told us.
That's pretty good. That's probably the best you'd expect from a real run.
Okay, and now the flower boss. Very fun boss, I like this boss a lot.
Yeah, I like this one.
Like, if you learn it well, it's gonna go well, most of the time.
I have learnt the technical for this one. I think, as and when I revisit the game, it's something I might start to incorporate into actual runs.
Okay, so he's going for the leaf dodge.
Yep.
The boss dodge. Leaf is using the safe spot, but yeah, it's boss who is the micro-dodging everything like this.
It's a really fun dodge too. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, but I really never learned it. I learned the safe spot. Way easier for me.
Yep.
Nice, and squeeze in and
Yep,
go.
it's basically the same at the end there. It's the first loop.
And now we are going for the two big ones. 2-5 is not too bad, if I recall correctly.
This is not too bad at all. There's a safe spot right there on the first phase, which is very useful.
Yeah.
And yep, just hug the bottom right there. Yeah, there's a risky cut back there, but that's fine.
Okay, should
This
go
pattern's the
fine
hardest
now.
one. You do have to kind of eyeball where the lanes are.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the reason why I was not going for it. And just picking, because this phase has very low high HP, so if you want to play safe, you can very easily destroy this phase.
Yep.
It's funny. But yeah, very cleanly done. That was beautiful. And now the crazy stuff has, again, 2-6 technical bonus. Completely insane stuff. Like, this boss is a monster. Basically, if you want to hold this game, it's gonna be the big wall for you.
Yep. 2-6 in general is just crazy. Speed kill first phase. Some macro dodging. Wasn't happy with how that sets up.
Yeah, he only has 2 bombs in his save state, so if he bombs one time too many, he has to reset, basically. Because he needed to use these 2 bombs exactly at a specific spot for each of them. Okay. Okay, here just... Oh, the Zakos.
Yeah, the bullets in the Zakos just got into the wave.
The Gappy, yeah. Yes, I got the split kill. So yeah, you can see he's leaving the dragon on the top side because there are bullets aimed at it again. And again.
Same problem again.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you use a bomb to kill the first phase, it means that usually the timing is not exactly the same every time, so you can get some surprise.
Yeah, he collided with the Zako at the start there, which powered him down, and then that threw the whole route off.
Okay. Yeah. As we were saying, it's quite insane.
It's really, really hard.
Okay, oh, nice. And now we pray for the Zakos to be nice.
Yep.
Please, please. Okay,
Yes.
it's going well. Okay, the second bomb. Ah, damn it. It was the last dodges.
Yeah.
Basically.
It looks like that pattern lasts just too long. You do have to dodge some of it. You can't just clear it with the bomb.
Okay.
I guess Ian has this advantage that he can macro dodge some of these waves. I think
Oh, he got scared by the Zakos.
Sonya and Rob really struggle with macro dodges because they're much slower.
Okay, maybe it's gonna.
I think maybe we're going to
It's
call
gonna
it.
stop here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that was a really good demonstration.
Yeah, GG. Very, very good showcase. Definitely.
So get your GGs in the chat for Lunar. The really clean 1-all, and then a great demonstration of some of the technicals at the end.
Yeah,
And yeah, Loop
this
2
game
is
is very
definitely
hard.
no joke. But it's a great game, really fun.
Yeah, definitely give it a try. Pretty memo heavy, but very fun to play once you get the feeling for it.
Yeah, as with most psychos, it's very heavy on memorization, knowing when and where to use your dragon. But once you get the hang of it, it's really satisfying to pull off.
Yeah, I hear people talking in the background. Okay. We'll see what is the next run. So, oh, it's Eero with Cardinal since. It's gonna be fun. Usually it's him doing the commentary and it's very fun for the commentary. So it's gonna probably be very entertaining. So definitely stay tuned for that.
I have no idea what Cardinal Sins is, so I'm
It's the game before Escatos. It's from Cute. Yeah, it's the game that is sold with Escatos as well. Yeah, oh no, Judgment Silver Sword. Oh no, Cardinal Sins. Okay, now, yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'm messing up the one. Because, yeah, recently I saw him practicing that Shmup. Yeah, no, but yeah, it's sold with Escatos, yeah. It's just, yeah, no, it's a game I thought about. Okay, so we are waiting for Mark, probably talking with people and stuff.
And of course, Juju himself will be doing Pichy later in the marathon.
Not today, but yeah, tomorrow. Hopefully it goes well, we'll see.
Well, you have very high standards. I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy it, whatever happens.
We'll see, we'll see.
Well, I have faith. 400 mil, 2-all, easy peasy.
We'll see. Yeah, I don't think I expect that much, but that would be nice for sure. Yeah, hopefully I do something entertaining. Okay. Okay, Lunar is playing again a little bit, so I guess we have some time before the next run, so he's gonna try a little bit longer.
Yep.
But yeah, it's very entertaining to see Lunar playing this game. Like, I think he started playing this game after the Kalis Cup.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. Very entertaining, especially if he goes all the way until the 2-all and even further. That would be nice. Maybe he will do some competition for you, J-Lab. Try to beat the score.
I do want to keep going with it, to be honest. So after I got the 2-all, I was kind of feeling like I was done with it, but I keep thinking about the game, and I don't know. Maybe 3 mil is something I could push myself towards.
Okay, he's doing it right now.
Oh.
Let's go.
Oh
no!
So close. I think with my current routes, it would max out about 2.8 mil with like a no miss, no bomb. So I'm pretty close. I could learn some new stuff and maybe push to 3 mil. Sounds like Mark is still dealing with the IRL prep.
nice. Okay, nice. Another attempt. Please. Oh no!
So close. Oh, there we go. That counts.
That, yeah. Okay. Okay, another good attempt. Ah, no, too early. Damn it. It's gonna be very hard. But yeah, 2-6 boss is insane. Really. So many runs lost to this boss, basically.
You can plan to have so many bombers by this point, but 2-6, if you're playing safely, just the stage itself also needs so many bombs.
The timing for that bomb is really, really tricky. Basically, he's not giving himself a lot of margin for error. Yes!
Well, we got it.
Oh, double
That
kill.
counts. Double KO, that's fine.
Yeah.
But certainly that was a demonstration of the strat. So for the last pattern, there's a spot in the center of the screen where you can dodge most of it, but at some point you just have to make the dodge to move out of the way. You can't really eyeball it, you just have to do it, hope that it works. But yeah, I guess we're just waiting for Mark to wrap up his IRL preparations.
Probably some technical stuff to solve.
Yep.
It's quite tricky.
So how has your preparation been going for Daisakusen?
Oh, I've been playing quite seriously, but I couldn't play much this week, but yeah, basically pretty much played every day for a couple of hours during the last 3 months, so it's fine. I guess I did as best as I could. So that's about it. But yeah, GG, Lunar.
GG indeed.
Okay, we can hear Mark again, I guess. He's not too far away.
Hello.
Hello, Mark, and welcome back. We were asking where you were at.
Hello.
So, yeah.
How'd it go? I'm running around in the IRL part of the setup, just putting things together like a chicken with my head cut off. Alrighty,
Yeah, we assumed that was the case.
So up next we got Eero playing Cardinal Sins. Thanks so much, my dudes.
It's a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the rest of the runs.
Yeah, it's the
Alrighty.
same. It was very nice.
Yeah, okay, it didn't look like Lunar joined. So, all right, everyone. We're going to hop over to Eero playing Cardinal Sins. Stand by.
Alerta, alerta, enemigo aproximándose.
Okay, seems like Mushihimesama is giving us the green light on Discord. So this is Cardinal Sins Recycle Edition. Recycling is a cardinal sin, by the way. You now know. And this game actually has a way to manipulate the RNG, where if you start the executable of the Steam port, then your very first run in Cardinal Sins that you start is going to have a predictable fixed RNG seed. So I'm just going to quit out back to the main menu to make sure that we have a scrambled RNG before we start. So I already played a run before starting the stream, so it should be fine, but... Okay, I think we are good to get recycling here. Oh yeah, and trial mode. There's several modes in this game, but trial mode is the main scoring mode, in my opinion, but there's other modes too, but let's just play this. So this is kind of a caravan shmup. In this first stage, the condition you have to fulfill is killing all the enemies. If you let any go, you don't get the S rank. But in addition to meeting the S ranks, you want to also use the Judgment Silver Sword scoring system, building up this combo multiplier with the shield. And there's also a timer. Every stage is timed. So you want to get as much points and meet the S rank within the 1 minute timer that you are given. We want to leave this orange guy here alive so we can cancel these bullets, which increase the multiplier. Very good. Oh, this missile had some other plans, but I think we got him. Then here we're going to do a suicide. This refills shield energy, so we can get a big multiplier. Then we suicide right at the last second. You don't actually refill your shields in between stages, so if you want to do that, you have to do a suicide. Oh, these blue enemies here are random, and they didn't quite cooperate, but they were close enough. Fantastic. In this stage we have to get these 1-ups, and the thing with the 1-ups is if you shoot them, they die in a very tragic fashion, so you have to stop shooting and not hit them. Hitting them with the shield also kills them, so we do not want that to happen. We need to have 15 lives here at the end to get the S rank. Oh, that was a weird positioned 1-up. Oh, barely saw that 1-up there at the top of the screen. Thankfully it can never go off the screen, it kinda stalls at the top of the screen if it spawns there, so if you keep your eyes open and watch out, you should be able to spot it, but... Ah, that was a nasty position for the 1-up. There we go. We got the 15, then we're going to get maybe one more here. Oh! We didn't get it, so we're gonna skip the suicide, because we don't have extra lives. That means we are not going to have full energy to start this third stage, where we have to get these scans, which are basically very arbitrary and sometimes scripted objectives like cancelling every bullet type, killing every enemy type, letting some enemies finish their attack pattern, things like that. It is fairly nasty. There we go, got the old scans of that enemy. Then we want to do a quick suicide here. This is again to refill shield energy, as there is no life bonus for these individual stages. Using a suicide is, in terms of score, much beneficial. Though of course if you do run out of lives, you actually get an F for the stage. The run doesn't end, but you get an F, which you don't get many points for doing that, let me tell you. And you also don't get to fight the final boss if you get an F on any of the stages by running out of lives, so hopefully we don't do that. I'm not sure if I actually got all the scans, but we'll see. You only need 100% of scan here, and we got all the ones I have routed in, which is 103%. You can actually get 106%, but that's enough. We got this double spawn glitch here already, which you might have missed already, but we are going to do more of that. In this stage, we have different scoring mechanics. You don't get tick points for the shield here, but instead your shield multiplier increases rapidly and goes up to 100. But it's not that simple. We want to trigger double spawns here, which is a very similar glitch to the double spawn in Eschatos, if you're familiar with that. Right here, if we can trigger a double spawn, you see right here there are abnormal amounts of enemies spawning. That is the double spawn glitch. That allows us to get more kills and therefore more points in the 1 minute time limit. I got it again. These enemies at the bottom started spawning just a second or two earlier, which is pretty subtle, but every point counts. Every second saved. Then if we could get got this final double spawn, and then we just kill these enemies. I didn't quite get them all, but we got almost all the ones I have routed in. And then the next stage is destroy them quickly, which, as you can imagine, you just kill as many enemy waves as possible. On this wave, enemies do not scroll off the screen. If they reach the bottom, what happens is that they wrap around back to the top. So you have to kill them to advance here. We do a suicide here, both for shield energy and to set up these guys for a nicer pattern. There we go. Get some tick points with the shield. Hopefully these guys would spawn bullets in a way that doesn't suck, but I think these guys are not quite cooperating. There would ideally be more bullets there for me to shoot, but unfortunately they didn't quite want to spawn bullets. Let's get these random enemies. Oh, didn't get the one on the right. Oh, not the one on the left either. It almost got to wrap around. These missiles are also fairly random, and they can wrap around into your arse quite suddenly. It's really fun. After killing this wave, you've already gotten the S rank. At this point, you are just going for some more points. But we also want to do a quick suicide to have full shield energy for the next wave, which is the Mushi wave. You go for big cancels here, the Futari wave. Getting these lanterns. They are totally like the lanterns from the Mushi Futari stage that has lanterns. No, is it stage 5 in Futari? I think it's stage 5. I haven't actually played the game that much. Still, we need to get big cancels, and the score multiplier also multiplies the value of the cancels. So we want a big multiplier when doing the cancels in addition to big cancels. So the S rank only depends on the amount of cancel items that you gain. So when we go for score here, trying to get a big multiplier and a big cancel, it makes the S rank a bit less reliable, but hopefully we're gonna get it. Ah! Yes, got it right before it left the screen. That was really close. Fantastic. Want to cut this as close as we can so we get as much multiplier. That was actually fantastic on the previous wave. Rarely do I snail it like that. Then we do one last suicide to prep for the next wave. Fantastic. And this is the Wrath wave, which is the boss, and you're supposed to kill this mirror shield dude as many times as possible. Well, the actual objective is just staying alive, but to lower the rank here, which is constantly going up, you have to kill this guy. And of course killing him is the only way to get points here as well. So we would want that to happen if he would like to get in the shot. By the way, he moves completely randomly, so if he doesn't cooperate, this can go quite badly, and he's not cooperating right now. He's really not cooperating by hiding behind these missiles. Ideally he would be somewhere where we can point blank him with some safety, but so far he's almost doing it, but not quite. Okay, right now he is cooperating. We can get some good DPS in. Now he's hiding in these bullet streams, which is the worst possible pattern you can get here. This is not it. If you get the rank low enough here, bullets actually stop spawning entirely, but he has not been a good boy, this mirror shield. He's just not dying a whole lot. But that is fine. We got all the S ranks, I believe. Then your score for all the 7 stages gets calculated, which in this case is 7 S's for the full S rank, which means we qualify for the full true final boss and final stage, which takes place at the former planet Peludo. That is how it's spelled. By the way, this section is just super cool. Just look at this Game Boy palette. It's a super cool effect. We want to ideally get my multiplier up a bit, and then this guy should start dying. Die, thank you. Then we can get this guy with some point blanking, very nice. And then we catch these guys right before they are falling off the screen, very good. They only bounce once at the bottom, so you do have to go to the bottom before they fall out, or you don't get a huge amount of points that they give. Then here comes the Mirror of Cardinal Sins. We are already at the final boss, who is as cool as he looks. Oh, bit of a mistake. That's unfortunate, but we should be fine. Actually, we're not fine. We lost a fair bit of damage, so I actually have to dodge this attack. No, I actually didn't have to. I could have just point blank. Still, we are fine. This fork attack is super random. The forks just come in random places. You can't do anything about that other than hope that they don't lose you too much damage. That went well. Fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't think I got enough damage to skip this attack here. Yeah, he got to spawn the bullets bonus, which means that he fires bullets, which slows down the kill in the second phase. And yeah, we do want to speed kill this guy. There's a timer here too, and the faster you kill this, the more time bonus you get at the end, which is a lot of points. So hopefully these random bullets and random boss movement are going to cooperate and let me hit him. I don't think he's letting me hit him right now. This attack is also random, by the way. He shoots these squares that spin and leave trails of bullets, and it's really quite nasty. Really, it's quite nasty. There we go. That was really close. Unfortunately, he didn't quite cooperate with his movement, so this is not the fastest tail builder. And there we go. That's the game already. Remember to recycle your Cardinal sins. Let's see the score. We got 147.6. I think it's pretty solid. Couple million behind my PB, but here's the ending. This is the most important part. And darkness fell across the land, as the 7 Cardinal sins worked their main to men's hearts. Even the most valiant was not spared of their evil. The day became dark in the night, even darker. Chaos spread like wildfire, and despair halted its about. For no gun is the wits in the dark. Great battles fought fiercely and bravely. The most cunning and skilled warriors fight on in the fight yet again. The streets burned not only fire, but with rage. However, it has been predicted that a sword shall be used in the final judgment. An epic battle shall ensue, and only the strong, nay, only the worthy will survive. The countdown to the final judgment has started. I made an attempt, but unfortunately the scrolling it's a bit too quick for a dramatic reading. But I hope you caught the gist of the lore. It's very important. I actually think this game might be a prequel to Judgment Silver Sword, which is the other game in the Steam port. I think this was released for Switch recently as well. Since the Cardinal Sins ending says that a sword shall be used in the final judgment, and in Judgment Silver Sword, as you may guess from the title, a sword is indeed used in what seems like the final judgment. So it might be that Cardinal Sins Recycled Edition is actually a prequel. That was a pretty good run actually. Got the full S, which is pretty easy to miss if you choke, but thankfully we didn't. Yeah, this went pretty well. Does Mark want any... Would Mark like me to join the commentary or something? If he wants to talk. Let's just jump here.
Go ahead.
Yo, Mark.
Hi. Hey, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on.
So you caught the run already? Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. How do you like it, man?
That was awesome, dude.
So you caught the run already? Yeah, glad you liked it.
Yes. One moment. Any final thoughts on your run?
Nah, not really. It went pretty well, and I got to say the things I said, and almost got through the ending while being able to read everything. Had to skip a couple of parts though. Game is hard, especially when you have to read the damn text.
You know what's a cool fun fact for the stream is that you're one of the few players, I think there's only 3 of us now, that has been in every single Shmup Slam. It's you, Kiwi, and myself are the 3 players that have been in every single slam, so I'm glad you continued the tradition with a sick run in Cardinal Sins.
Yeah, the MK games also have a long tradition of being in Shmup Slam. I think we've had
Judgment
Eschatos,
Silver
we've had
Sword.
Shmup Slam, we've had
Yes.
Judgment Silver Sword, and we've had all the Judgment trilogy.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll have more of them in the future as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just amazing games.
Well, awesome. So it looks like up next we got Crisis Wing, played by Hausu, and Hausu's actually here in person, which is super cool. So stay tuned for that, everyone. Awesome playing, my dude.
Yeah, see you later.
Hello, stream. One moment here. We're having a bit of a issue with an audio setup IRL, but I'll get it set here in a second. So hang tight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. My name is Docviper, and I will be commentating this upcoming run of Crisis Swing by Hausu.
Hi, I'm Hausu. I'll be running Crisis Wing.
Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and introduce the game real quick, just so that we know what we're getting into here. So the first thing about Crisis Swing that is really special is that this is an indie shmup released in 2020, I believe, and it is very reminiscent of 90s era Toaplan shmups. And so this is very different from the bullet hells by Cave and others that we're a little more used to seeing. And if you were to imagine an alternate universe in which Toaplan never folded and went on to release Tatsujin Daio, well, I mean, it probably would have looked and sounded quite similar to what we're looking at right now. So Hausu's getting into the run, and the way things work, enemies come in waves. Everything in this game has a pretty chunky hitbox and quite a bit of health. The ship itself has the main shot, which are these red lasers, and then there are 3 colored power-ups that he can collect as he chooses. There is red, which he has picked up now. This is a spread shot that has very good wide coverage. The red shot has wide coverage, but does less damage from afar. If you're point blanking, though, its damage is pretty good. Oh, never mind. Looks like we're restarting. I'm still alive, right? Yeah, you're still alive. Okay, so, and he is going to want to pick up and stick with red for as long as he can during the game, just because it's so useful for destroying popcorn enemies as they come in. The other 2 power-ups are green and blue. Green is a wide shot. It shoots straight upwards in a column of rapid fire. It deals pretty good damage, and actually at low power, it gives you the most bang for your buck DPS-wise. So if he does take his death, which has a similar coverage to the green weapon. The main difference is that it shoots missiles. And these missiles come in waves themselves. They actually do quite a bit of damage. But the issue is that they're also very wide gaps in their shot coverage. And so he's going to try and avoid blue as best he can. And if you're lucky, you will not see it throughout the run at all. The other main game system we're going to see throughout are these medals that drop from enemies very occasionally. And the way this works, it's a classic system. Whenever you pick up a medal, they start at 100 points, but each successive one you pick up builds up in value to up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Now, the idea is that the catch is that if you drop a medal, value resets. So, over the course of the game, this builds up to a lot of score and gets him extra lives, which is pretty important. So, he's going to try and medal as much as he can. And this is the first bonus wave of the game. So, throughout the stages, there are specific enemy waves that if you destroy every enemy within the wave, you will get a bonus wave. And not only do the bonus waves give more enemies that you can kill for lots of points, you also get a 40,000 point bonus upon clearing the entire bonus wave, as we just saw. And so we are going to hopefully see all of the bonus waves throughout the game. Getting them is rather important. You'll notice he just picked up another red power-up, but he did not actually get a stronger shot. The first power-up that you pick up will give you your shot, but then after that you have to pick up 2 power-ups of the same color in order to power up to the next power-up level. So he picked up the first of those 2 just now, and at the right before the first boss, I believe he will pick up a second in order to get to the red power-up level 2. He also has 10,000 point medals that are dropping. There's that. And he's now coming on to the first boss. So the way bosses work in this game, they all have quite a bit of health, and they start out with fairly simple patterns. But as the fight goes on, things will gradually escalate. The other thing to note about the bosses is that they all have destructible parts. In this case, this boss has the 2 turrets on the left and right. He destroyed the one on the left. We're going to see him not go for full boss dismantles in order to avoid some of the nastier patterns that the bosses can throw at you. I'm going to play things nice and safe for survival. So on to stage 2, we've gotten the first couple popcorn waves, rocking red shot level 2. And for now, things are mostly calm. He's going to try and full clear as best as he can. And since we're still early in the game, the popcorn enemies that are coming out are still not a huge threat. So we have the first couple of really beefy enemies here. And he's just cruising while medaling. So eventually, what's going to happen is he is going to start getting these waves with these large blue battleships. And once that starts happening, he's going to want to full clear all of those enemies. Here's the first one. So from here, he wants to destroy each and every single enemy that spawns, both the large battleships and all the popcorn that spawn beside them. And this is in order to trigger the stage 2 bonus wave. And so this is a little tricky because, of course, the battleships start shooting their bullet spreads at you. And if he wanted to, he could point blank the battleships with the red in order to destroy them before they even fire. He just did that right now. But if he were to do that, he would miss out on the popcorn waves that spawn at first at the beginning of the waves. And if he misses even one of those popcorn enemies, he will not get the bonus wave. So that makes things a little bit trickier. So these should be the last ones here. He gets an extra bomb, and we have the bonus wave. Good, 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 good. So we're just cruising along here. Nothing to worry about. Killing some popcorn, getting some medals, and a fat 40,000 point bonus. So he has also gotten the first extend. The first extend is at 250,000 points. and the second extend is at 500,000 points, and I believe from then on, each successive extend will be at every 500,000 points. Now, something worth noting is that, like the old school games that Crisis Wing takes inspiration from, it is not afraid to spawn enemies from very low on the screen or even behind you, like we just saw in that wave. Luckily, we're still early in the game, and so we can avoid any danger by just hiding in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. But some of these waves later on in the game where enemies come from behind get pretty nasty. So I believe he has a number of planned bombs in order to help deal with those. If not, we'll see some very interesting dodging. So he's now powered up to full power, red, and we have the stage 2 boss. So the stage 2 boss is these pair of battleships. Each of them does have destructible parts. They're these side hatches in the rear. But for the most part, he's going to just ignore those hatches and take them out in the safest way possible. He's going to want to try and time the kills for these bosses so that he kills one right after the other, because if he doesn't, the one that's left is going to get very angry and start throwing a lot of nasty bullet patterns that he just does not want to have to deal with. Luckily, timing the boss kills is pretty easy, because the bosses themselves will start flashing yellow, as they are now, when their health is getting low. So now he's getting to hold back a little bit. He's setting up for the kill, and let's see if he can get this. There's one, and there's the other. Very nice. Okay, on to stage 3, and this is where the soundtrack starts getting really, really good. So stage 3 is going to open with these enemies. They are invincible when they spawn, but once they open up their hatches to attack you, you can start damaging them. If there's just one, as you can see, he can take it out without having to deal with too much bullet fire. But when there's multiple on screen, then he's going to have to do some dodging. Now, there is rank in this game as he medals and plays at full power. The base difficulty of the game steadily increases, and those popcorn, you can see they will fire at you more at higher rank. It's very important to kill all of these green enemies in order to spawn not a bonus wave, but a special item carrier. Here it is on screen, and the special item carrier is in replacement of a bonus stage in stage 3. What it does, it will either drop a 100,000 point medal, as it did here, or it will drop an extra life. And this, what it drops, it's not random. It will give you what you need. So if you need the extra life, it will give it to you. Otherwise, if you have a high score and are doing well, it will give you the 100,000 point medal. These are the first popcorn enemies that start getting really aggressive throughout the game. They're firing at him more, and they're also dropping medals, and so he's going to have to start getting a little creative in how he spawns those medals and how he destroys these enemy waves. Right now, it's not too difficult, but it will only become more so as the game goes on. It's the stage 3 mid-boss, and right now, it's not posing too much of a threat. He's almost killed it, and there it goes. And so now he's moving on to later the stage. Here are these enemies coming from behind. Luckily, these guys do not fire at you until you provoke them, but you want to do so pretty quickly. And we also are getting beefier enemies that are launching the spread fire. That is aimed at you, but when it's overlapped among all of these other bullets from the popcorn, it can get rather tricky to dodge. So let's see. Oh, it's getting a little spicy. He's able to navigate that. And so, yeah, we're doing good. Did drop a medal. That's okay. a lot better to drop a metal than to take a death trying to chase after one. And so that's not a big problem. He's just going to rebuild it up as he can. Coming up on the stage 3 boss here. Here he is, and he's going to play this boss. He's going to try and time it out by hiding in the corner here. And so this is really good. He can take a break, pull out his trusty can of Red Bull and just put it on the stick while he stretches, shakes it out. And so, yeah, here we go. This'll take a while, so sit tight. So there are a couple things about Crisis Wing as far as the mechanics are set up that I really appreciate. For one thing, I think the power-up design and the metal design is really, really player-friendly. And the reason for that is because if you'll notice, all of the items that spawn, they are completely predictable. So metals, they'll spawn, they'll jump up for a bit, and then they'll drop straight down at a nice leisurely pace. And so you don't have to react very quickly. You generally have enough time in order to set up a misdirect or something in order to clear out a space in order to catch a metal. Power-ups are even better because they just drift slowly down the screen and they cycle green and then red and then blue before repeating. They don't always start at the same color, but they will always cycle in the same order, and they will always drift down the screen in a very predictable pattern so that you have plenty of time in order to pick up the weapon type that you want. The bombs behave in a similar fashion, and so even though this is a game that takes a lot of inspiration from 90s era Toaplan shmups, unlike some of those games, the power-ups here really are your friends. And they are, and each one of them has their own uses. Although, like I said earlier, Hausu will be very happy if he does not pick up the blue power-up during the run, just based on his own preference. With that, I guess sit tight. I actually don't know when this boss is going to time out, but eventually it will. Yeah. So, Hausu is appreciating this breather right now because he is getting ready for stage 4, and so let's just go ahead and get everybody prepped for stage 4. Stage 4 is long, and stage 4 is where the game starts getting very, very difficult. This is a really good opportunity for him to just shake out those nerves, stretch a little bit, and steel himself for the trials to come. Okay, so the music is dying down. Is it going to loop? Yeah. So I guess we can talk about this boss a little bit. We've seen the spreads it fires, and it does have a number of destructible parts, like all the other bosses do. And in this case, there he goes. It's the turrets and pods to the sides. Okay, it's time for stage 4. Good luck. So, as with all the stages, stage 4 is going to start rather calm, but it's going to start escalating quickly. These guys, are starting to see quite a few more bullets on screen, and it's just safer for him to avoid all this. When he can. The fixed patterns are nice, but the aimed patterns force you to move. So I really do love this safe spot, by the way. Gotta say. Okay, time to get to work. Yeah, I like these guys. Have some more. Okay, so we are coming up on these large green carriers, and I believe these green carriers are the enemies that he's going to want to destroy in order to trigger the stage 4 bonus wave. So he is going to focus his fire on making sure none of them escape. Luckily for him, they don't have any helpers spawning, and as soon as I say that, have some helpers. So, as with everything in this game, an individual enemy itself may not be very threatening, but when you start overlapping enemies and their patterns, things get tricky quite a bit. Oh, and here we have more enemies that are coming up from behind, trying to ambush him. And was able to avoid those by sticking to the right side of the screen very nicely. And yeah. So another thing about this game that's really nice is that even if you are fully powered up, you'll notice he's getting most of his damage from the main red twin laser. That's his main shot. And a lot of enemies, if you focus that twin laser on them, you can usually destroy them before they give you too much trouble. Oh my. Popcorn enemies are starting to get quite aggressive. That's a lot of bullets from a tiny ship. And, oh, there's the first death. And he's picked up missile. Fun time. So the run is going about as well as you could expect a live run to go, but that's okay. He's got plenty of resources still. So we're going to be able to recover from this just fine. Yeah, he knows how to move through these enemies coming from the bottom of the screen. Now, the one saving grace of the missiles is that he can use them to kill any popcorn enemy immediately. Is he gonna be able to get this? Oh no. Well, now he's got green, which is better, but because he let that last battleship get away, he's not going to get the bonus wave. So instead we come straight to the stage 4 mid-boss. And so let's see if we can't recover here. There he goes. Okay, so everything's fine. He's got some power-ups. He's going to be able to get green level 2. And we're just going to move right along here. So, luckily these popcorn are still relatively easy, but not incredibly aggressive, although they are firing more. It may not seem like a lot of bullets on screen, but realize that this is a big hitbox game. That includes the player ship, so a lot of these micrododges are not really your friend in a game like this. So, he's going to try and macro as much as he can. And I believe we're getting relatively close to the stage 4 boss. There's the power-up carrier. He gets a bomb. And it looks like I do not know what I'm talking about. There's still plenty more stage to go. This is the stage that just keeps on giving. Yeah, so he's generally not trying to meddle here. He's just focusing on survival. That's also not the worst plan in the world. That was probably a planned bomb in order to just get rid of some nasty enemies. Yeah, you saw the homing bullet on screen. It was coming for him there briefly. But yeah, as I was saying, meddling's not the worst thing in the world. Or not meddling isn't the worst thing in the world. because if he's not at a full metal chain, rank's not going to go up nearly as fast, and so he can just focus on survival, keep the game a little easier on himself. Okay, so here's a power-up carrier. Stage is still going strong. I believe he should be 1 power-up away from max power green, and then once he hits max power, he can pick up any color power-up in order to switch to back to red if he so chooses. So, a little dicey earlier, but I think he's recovered quite well. He has passed 1 million points, which meant that he got the 4th extend, I believe, or perhaps only the 3rd. Yeah, now he's at max power, and he's swapping over to red. Okay, so all is well. So here is the stage 4 boss, and luckily there is very little RNG in this fight. He can avoid most of the attacks just by macroing the green spread, and then tap dodging from the left and right of the screen in order to avoid all of the aimed shots. So the way this fight goes, he's just whittling away at the drones that rotate about the boss before taking out the boss itself. Now the boss, in addition to the drones, it does have destructible parts, as all the other bosses do. In this case, the destructible parts are these 4 small turrets to the side. They fire the green bullets straight down, and so we'll probably see him destroy some of the side turrets there. Yep, there's one. The other one he's probably going to keep alive, though, just for safety. And boss is nearly finished. And can he get it? There we go. Able to take it out before it throws anything truly nasty at him. So on to stage 5. We're chilling out. This is one of the better songs. It's always really nice when a shmup throws a really chill song that you can hang out to while it throws a lot of difficult bullshit at you. So, moving on to stage 5. You know, the stage is warming up. It's introducing the new popcorn. Some of the new larger enemies and the pattern he's going to have to deal with. Looks like he is meddling again. The nice thing about meddling is that the game will always give you an audio cue when a medal spawns, and also an audio cue when a medal drops. So you never have to worry about reacting to medals. Things are very, very telegraphed. You have more enemies that you can't attack until they open up their bullet hatches, but, you know, well, as long as there isn't more than one on screen, things are fairly simple. I think he was able to weather that fairly well. And now we get the mosquitoes. Oh, these enemies are very annoying. There are a lot of them. They shoot lines of bullets that can wall you away from the medals that they drop while they are harassing you. And so, if you are not careful in how you set things up, I was a little close to comfort. They can end up walling you away from metal and forcing drops. So I believe if he chooses the metal, what we're going to see is he's going to spawn medals and then move to the opposite side of the screen in order to draw all of their fire away. You can pick it up. Here we have the snakes. You can focus your fire on their head in order to destroy them. Both the head and the tail will fire at you. Oh, now they're coming from behind, and we have a planned bomb in order to... Come on, can you take it out? There he goes. And here come the mosquitoes again. He does want to make sure that he kills each and every single one, because these are the enemies that allow the bonus wave to spawn. And wouldn't you know it, they are quite annoying. But I think he's got a good rhythm going here. He's able to keep up his chain while destroying all the waves. And there was, like I said, he's not positioning himself underneath the metal, which would make it very likely for the bullets to overlap with the metal and cause him to chain or die. There's the bonus wave. Instead, he's misdirecting the fire away from the metals and then swooping in to collect them from the side. Really good strategy there. Bonus wave, we have more of these snake enemies. Able to take those out nice and easily and get a fat 40,000 point bonus out of it. And here we have the stage 5 boss. No, I take that back. It's mid-boss. This is another boss, I believe, that he's trying to time out. The reason why he's timing out this boss is because in the late phases of the fight, once you have destroyed, whittled its health down quite a bit and destroy some of its destructible turrets, it will start shooting these homing bullets at you, which, along with overlapping fixed bullet waves, are just very difficult to dodge. And so he's completely sidestepping that issue by not engaging with the boss. He's just going to let it do its thing while things are fairly safe. And he is going to avoid that pattern altogether. So once again, we're gonna be here for a while. This isn't nearly as automated as hiding in the upper corner against the stage 3 boss was. He does have to play because it does eventually fire these green bullets at him. But for the most part, this is a pretty good demonstration of you do the most damage to things when you're right below them, but also that's the most dangerous part to be, as you can see with some of those bullet spreads. There goes the mid-boss, so we can move on with the stage. And he swapped over to green. So these turret walls, the way they work, there's a central turret. If you destroy that one, it will destroy the entire wall, which is really handy for a speed kill, really safe. You can also individually destroy the side pods themselves, but you're going to leave the entire apparatus on screen for longer. And the longer these guys are on screen, the more dicey staying alive is going to be. So, oh, nice catch there with the bomb. That was almost very tragic. There are a couple more waves, or is that it? That looks like it's it. And now we have missiles. All these don't look too bad. All he has to do is focus his fire on them. Oh my. Yeah, so these guys do make you work when there are multiple missiles on screen. But yeah, we are seeing just a very good demonstration of, even though he's fully powered up with his side shot, he still does get most of his damage from his main red twin laser, which is a good incentive to try playing aggressively. But when there are multiple enemies on screen, sometimes there's only so much you can do, and you're gonna have to dance. Okay, so now we're coming in on the stage 5 boss, and so he's going to play this guy by dodging from one side of the screen to the other in order to avoid the blue aim spreads. But he does want to try and spend as much time right at the edge of the screen as he can in order to avoid the fixed pattern that's firing here. So he's just darting from one safe spot to another. Really nice safe play. We're still in the early phases of the boss fight. This boss, it does have good bomb. This boss does have another very good bomb. turrets that are destructible. They're the ones that fire downwards, and they are firing this fixed spread here. We are getting some homing bullets here, but for now, I think he's got a pretty good handle of the fight. All he has to do is dodge from one side of the screen to the next in order to avoid this red wave, and this fight is nearly done. So, okay, there he goes. Nicely handled there. Into stage 6. So, starting here, the mosquito enemies from stage 5 were so good. They're making a triumphant return, and there goes his medal. They walled him off. He couldn't have picked that up if he could, even if he wanted to, but it's a lot better to drop a medal than to take a death trying to chase after one. So, not a problem. He's just going to rebuild his chain here. So, not entirely sure about this, but we believe that destroying all of these blue carriers here may trigger the bonus wave later on in the stage. If not, it'll be other large enemies later in the screen. Oh, never mind. It's these pinwheels that spawn the bonus wave. So, not a whole lot to say. You can take out one before things get too hairy, but when multiple get on screen, oh no! Well, I guess we will not be seeing the, oh no! We will not be seeing the stage 5 bonus wave, and also, he will be, powering back up, but that's okay. He's got red. We'll probably see him swap to green. Very nice dodging that nasty wave of popcorn coming up from the bottom of the screen. We're still doing good. So yeah, he's swapping over for green so he can get better DPS. These enemies are frightening, but very luckily, they fire a fixed spread pattern that does not include shooting above and behind them. So he can just hang out at this safe spot at the top of the screen and just take a moment for another breath. Okay, moving on. So, oh dear, that's unfortunate. So enemies do fire very quickly in this game. But I think he should be able to weather this fairly. This is the last wave of these enemies, I believe. Oh, I spoke too soon. Okay, now we're good. So more popcorn. They're swooping in. They're just firing at him. As long as he tap dodges left and right, he can avoid that fairly easily. Another metal drop, but that's okay. Much better to take a chain drop than to take a death. And now, yeah, the deaths earlier weren't too big a problem because he can power up nearly back to full right here. So, on to the stage 5 boss. So I think this is a pretty loving Tatsuji no homage. Yeah, good bomb. So the way this boss works is that he will breed these slow-moving bullet spreads, which themselves aren't a big problem, but when you overlap it with a bunch of very fast-moving bullet waves, that ends up happening. Very unfortunate. But that's okay. He's almost through the fight. Should be able to get it. Good bomb there, and another very good bomb. Okay. That's okay. We're still in the game. It's the last stage. So, way this stage works. Game is getting aggressive, but yeah, he was able to dodge around the world there, and all is well. So, moving on, it's these enemies are the ones he's going to want to try and destroy, and what these blue enemies do. Oh my. So we're just going to hope that I was wrong in saying that he has to destroy all of those, because there's another special item carrier later on in this level that will give him an extra life that he really wants in order to make it through to the end of the game. So these yellow pod enemies, they're pretty simple. They just shoot aim bullets at you, but you do have to be careful because they will shoot those red bullets at you point blank if you're not careful and just straight up snipe you. He does want to be a little careful there. The red is really good here because he can focus on the blue carrier while also taking care of some of the popcorn. And so we're now moving forward. Okay, here's the first mid-boss. The way this guy works, he shoots this green aim spread. It tries to trick you. It will divert away from you if you just sit beneath it, and he was able to get through that very quickly. Here is the second mid-boss, and I believe this guy's a little bit more dangerous. I think he'll shoot some homing bullets later on in the stage, so he's going to... Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and time it out in order to just not have to deal with any of that. So, yeah, once again, we're going to be here for a little while, but that's okay. Like, take some time to relax. He should have, like, if he should get another extend pretty soon, he's close to 2 million points, which will give him an extra life, which will be much appreciated. And if he did not mess up the trigger for the special item carrier later on, he'll get another extra life from that, which should give him plenty of resources in order to take out the final boss. So, no, this is the second mid-boss of stage 7. He's timing it out. This is the last stage. Oh, okay. He's about halfway through it. How are we on time? Run away. And there it goes, so we can move on. Say goodbye to the second mid-boss. You will not be missed. Okay, so... Oh, I gotta fix it. Okay. So these are some of the last waves. These green enemies... they spawn from nowhere and they start spewing random bullets. In a small hitbox game, this might not be so much of a big deal, but this is a chunky hitbox game. So actually these random spreads, even though they are vaguely aimed at you and you can macro dodge them, to some extent, they're still pretty nasty. And while all this is going down, he wants to make sure to destroy these large flying tanks because they may be key in order to spawn the special item carrier, which, like I said before, he wants for that extend. He should be able to do it. It's getting a little... Oh, no. Okay. Well, he was able to get it. Is that it? Yeah, that was the special item carrier, so he lost a life, but he got it back immediately. But he's also plus a few bombs. Coming up to the final boss right here, it is this final wave of missiles in true classic fashion. What else would you expect from an old game like this? I really love how he's dodging around the world, inside the world, in order to get through that wave. So, okay, and here we come. It's the final boss. It is this very large item carrier here. I think he's doing good on resources. As long as he makes sure to use those bombs, he should be able to make it through fairly quickly. Very nice trick pattern there, knowing not to try dodging that, because that's when it gets him. Okay, so you can see the side pod flashing there. That's because that's an auxiliary part that he can destroy for extra points. These interlapping blue bullet waves are they're trickier than they look. It's like I've been saying, the bullets aren't super dense, but this is a chunky hitbox game, and so actually it's more precise in order to make it through those than you would think. Moving on to the second phase of the final boss here, and let's see, here we go. Good bomb. And for anyone who's played the Donpachi, this pattern should be very recognizable, but he should be able to make it through without too much issue. And let's see, getting close, very nicely handled. Okay, so all that's left in his last form, a couple of mercy power-up carriers. This game does have your back. He swapped over to green for the consistent damage here. And yeah, this is, oh dear. Yeah, very good bomb, make through that. He's still got resources. Yep, another good bomb. Yeah, he has, okay, the good news is this is the final phase of the fight. So you just make it through this. Yeah, he should be good. Oh, yeah, good bomb. He's close. Yeah. And okay, good. He made it. Okay, so this is a trick pattern. If he was beneath the boss with that, he would have died. It would have outright killed him. And there he gets it. GG. Congratulations. Excellent run. Excellent run. Give this man a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That is not an easy clear. And well, the game does loop infinitely, but the loop gets very difficult very quickly. So let's give this man another round of applause. What an excellent run. Very, very nicely handled. Would you like to come over and just say a couple words about the run?
Sure.
Got a little dicey towards the end there, but you were able to rally very impressively.
Yeah, there's a lot of close calls. I died a lot in places I shouldn't have, and picking up the blue power up is always the worst thing that can happen to you. And somehow I was able to pull back. Yeah. Luckily, there's enough like safe strats in the game that there's always a chance to come back. And if you know what to kill, you can get all the items you need to get through to at least the first loop. The second loop is crazy, My personal best is only getting to 2-4, but I've seen replays as high as 4-3, so it's possible.
Oh, very nicely done. So I think that's going to do it for Crisis Swing, and we're going to move on to the next run. So tune in.
Oh, instead. Chairs on the cable. Okay. Hey, everyone, it's Mark. All right, so up next we got another in-house run from YakyBack playing some ZeroRanger, White Vanilla speed run. Stay tuned for that, everyone.
Alerta, alerta, enemigo aproximándose.
Hello all.
Oh, are we
so-
introducing the game? Okay, cool. So this is going to be a
oh
speed
god, we're
run
already.
of ZeroRanger White Vanilla by YakyBack. In contrast to other runs we've seen at past events, this is actually purely a speed run. So there will be some tricks that are not necessarily playing for score, which should be interesting to see.
Yeah, the main mechanic of this game is like it does encourage speed killing because speed killing will give you more points by speeding up how fast the stage goes, and each like section gives you extra points based on how fast you clear it. So most of the time, it's a lot like scoring, but not always.
Right. And in fact, in some cases here, we're actually going to see him reach a bonus stage because he was efficient at speed killing stuff, and then immediately kill himself so that he skips the bonus stage, which should be quite interesting. Not sure what's going on here.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the bonus stages are like mandatory.
He's restarting
I
because
think
I
you
give
get
him
them, like,
headphones.
every
Oh,
time.
yep.
If there was a way to like full skip them by like playing badly, I'm sure that might be like a thing. But it's just like a little spicy thing that isn't present in the normal like green-orange game.
Right.
Something that's interesting here is that he's actually playing Type C, which is don't know why Type C might be faster than Type B, but it might be. But I'm used to playing Type B because I'm a coward, as they said last Shmup Slam.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that myself, actually. Generally, I would think that Type B seems a lot better for a lot of the things that I associate with being fast in White Vanilla. So I'm curious how this ends up being a better choice.
Yeah, because a lot of the Zako killing is like harder to do on Type C because there's no spread.
Exactly.
And actually, I would say some of the special weapons are also more efficient on Type B, like the lasers, the side lasers, or the flamethrower. But hey, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, the backshot in particular, like thinking about things like the R-typo speed kill, I normally think of that as being something that's very, very good with the flamethrower backshot.
Yeah, I remember that. Although he is going to go for that this run as well.
Right, yeah. I'm sure the ships are comparable, I just haven't really looked into the specifics on why.
Ooh. Yeah, he doesn't really care about getting hit though, because it's a speed run. Getting hit does not affect your speed whatsoever, even if it does affect your score.
Yeah, for the most part, he's expecting to lose quite a few lives, and that's totally fine in this mode because the game just throws them at you. I think the stock caps out at like 9, and you can actually get more than that. It just won't add them to your total. If you
Wait, really? In White Vanilla?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. Well, I mean, I never would get that, so... Yeah, we just skipped the first bonus stage there. A lot of juicy points to be had, but not here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't game over, he doesn't really care, pretty much.
Okay, so here's the back shot. Oh, I wonder if maybe because it's a little more concentrated straight down, maybe it does more damage there?
It could be, yeah. Maybe the extra range is also something that is really good for later sections. I'm not so sure.
Another thing we're seeing right here is even the scrolling within the segments is actually going to speed up if he manages to kill every target in the stage, at least on the screen at the moment, right? And so we'll see periodically that all of the enemies will just be destroyed, and the screen will sort of like accelerate forwards very quickly. Obviously, for a speed run, that's going to be very advantageous.
Yeah, that's pretty much the reason this category is even possible, because of the concept of being able to speed kill and just go really fast in the screen scroll. Much better than like speedrunning any other shmup for that matter. All right, here's a quick kill on the snake boss. Normally, yeah. Ooh.
Not quite.
I think you can get it one cycle if you
you
do it properly, but oh yeah, okay, that's good.
That was cool. I thought it didn't work, but then suddenly it just died.
All right, here's the R-typo quick kill. He's gonna take a few hits here if he needs to, and there's that.
Whoa, that was really fast.
Yeah, that's actually the same strat. Like, the snake quick kill and the R-typo quick kill are actually both things that you do in regular White Vanilla scoring as well, because the extra time bonus is just so big that you don't need to care about the destruction rate like whatsoever. Although it is kind of hard to pull off, so...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in a normal run, you'd be a little more concerned about dying and kind of the challenges that poses to your score for other reasons. But here, it's not really significant, so...
Yeah, our typo is actually like really RNG to like actually try to kill without taking a hit. But for a run like this, it's doesn't care. And he doesn't care about killing
right
the side
up
pods.
on there. That's great.
Yeah. Side pods don't matter. Destruction doesn't matter.
That was very fast. All right.
A little low in lives, but hey. All right, he was taking the charge shot, so yeah, that's another sort of difference, I think. The charge shot is often taken in White Vanilla. Because you can kill a lot of enemies with one shot. It's pretty big.
Yeah, definitely. Does a lot of damage.
Alright, so here's stage 3. I don't remember exactly what happens here. There's some fancy stuff that happens later in the stage for sure, though.
Yeah. So stage 3, one of the big things is going to be the crab mid-boss that's coming up in a bit here.
Oh, yeah, that thing's cool.
So for the route, Yacky's going to try to destroy all... The mid-boss is going to shoot out all these little bombs. And Yacky wants to destroy all of the bombs when they're directly on top of the boss because the bombs will actually do damage to the boss, which means that you can kill it much more efficiently if you manage to... Ooh, that was kind of nice. Okay.
Yeah, he's charging up a charge shot.
I didn't think of being above there. It's kind of cool. Nice.
Good kill on that plane. All right, here comes the crab boss. He's gonna in order to get the actual bomb stuff, he needs to control his shooting, because if he shoots too fast, the bombs will explode too far up on the screen. You'll see it in a little bit. Normally you're actually supposed to milk this section for points, but hey, see, yeah, there we go. All of them right on top of it. Another cycle.
There you go.
Down. Boom.
Nice. Nice.
This one, he's gonna focus on the middle, even though scoring got killed legs. 4 seconds, boom.
And then now we're going to probably see a charge shot used to destroy the options immediately, and then going right up above the boss and using backshot to ideally get the kill in about 3 seconds.
Yep, and boom. There it is. You can do this with Type B as well. The timing window is actually a little more stringent because you want to shoot it exactly when the boss, you want to shoot it so that it explodes immediately in the middle of the boss. But if you shoot it too late, it won't. It'll explode in one of the options. So I guess it's easier with Type C. Unfortunately, this bonus stage is not skippable because you can die. Never mind. 6 seconds though.
Yeah, it takes a while for something to be collidable in this bonus stage.
Which special weapon did he pick? Drill or sword?
I did not see. It happened very quickly. Yeah.
Okay, drill.
Okay. So I'm pretty curious how this is going to go in a moment when we get to the maze. Because the maze actually, it moves faster depending on how many things you kill. So the more enemies you kill, the faster the section will scroll and the lower time you'll get. And so probably we're going to see a very strictly planned route for that to maximize kills. And it might end up being very unintuitive looking because it's kind of going all over the place, but that actually ends up being the fastest way to get the section to end.
Yeah, I'm really bad with anything Gradius style routing, so that's by far the part I'm worst at in White Vanilla.
Yeah, I definitely am not good at the maze.
There's an achievement for getting the maze in under a certain amount of time. I forgot what the actual time was. That's the only achievement I don't have in ZeroRanger. Still 1 medal short. Very unfortunate. But yeah, nothing too special here. Here comes the maze section.
Mm-hmm.
So as you can see, there's the, motion lines on the side of the screen increasing every time he kills an enemy. Yeah, the drill is really efficient here because it just does all the damage.
Oh yeah, very nice.
I believe the... Oh, you go ahead.
I was just going to say it's a completely different route than what we usually see people doing, so it's kind of fun.
I'm pretty sure like every person has their own like unique route. Honestly, like my green-orange route has like no rhyme or reason as to why I do it. I just got used to it.
Oh, that scroll's getting pretty fast.
I believe the achievement is 45 seconds, and there we go, got it.
Nice.
Alright, so going into the train section, there is a crazy trick there.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh.
So he's trying
Nice.
to kill all the trains before, oh, the second one didn't happen. Oh, unfortunate.
Okay. So ideally, he wants to destroy the train engines first, and then the train will slide off.
Yeah.
You won't have to fight any of the actual components, so it saves a ton of time.
Because, you know, you gotta scroll up on the screen and stuff. I'm not sure how much time that actually saves if he actually gets it, but hey. And then here we go into the white vanilla sort of... the white vanilla unique section, where we're getting to near the end here. It's worth also mentioning that white vanilla has a really, really drastic rank system.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, that's another reason why actually surviving on white vanilla is really, really difficult. Because if you have high rank, the bullets go really fast. And that's like, there's no place in the game where that's more obvious than this boss coming up here. Because normally on green-orange, the like balls that this boss shoots out are like pretty, you know, not super fast. But on white vanilla, they're like brutally fast no matter how well you're playing here. Like, look at that.
Yeah, it goes hard.
Luckily, though, C drill is probably the best weapon in the game at dealing with them. Even better than B drill, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, I think it just does more damage, in like a really short range. Yeah, this part is actually difficult to dodge.
Yeah. Very nice.
But technically, speedrun is done at this point, but we still got the extra stage.
So, in order to get the quick kill, Yak is going to want to try to touch the orb itself and sort of absorb it.
But that's really hard.
It's really hard to do because it's very good at moving away. So right now... Okay, nice. Essentially, by damaging it, Yak is able to get it to stop moving. And then you can sit on it and absorb it and kind of skip that phase. So a lot of what we're seeing here is sort of manipulating the way that it's moving. And it is somewhat randomized. Manipulating the way that it's moving so that you can try to sit on it. Ah, okay, not quite.
Technically, that is a finished run, though. There are actually two categories where one, you actually kill the boss, and the other one, you don't. Because technically, you still get a result screen, and you still get, you know, like, your score, right? So technically, this is a finished run. So GG's, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool run. Interesting to see some of the variations on the speed strats compared to score stuff, for sure.
Yeah, and actually, you can choose Stage Infinite, which is like the extra stage, and you can actually speedrun that as well and try to see how long you last. So that's a new category I'd like to see people play as well. So we got 11:22.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good time. What is his PB? Searching it up on speedrun.com right now.
All right.
And I'm guessing they do go by in-game time. Yeah. So YakyBack's PB is 11:29. Was this better than that? No shot. No! That's the congrats percent. I guess that's the TL, including the TLB. So any percent is what we just did now.
Okay.
And his PD for that is 11:06.
Okay. Still very good run compared to those times. Right in the middle of those ranges, I think. So, congratulations, YakyBack.
So that was a nice quick, less than just over 10 minutes run. Very difficult to match commentary
quick word
there,
from our
hopefully
player
we did a good job.
Hey everybody, I'm YakyBack. I was the
And I
player
think
that
there's
just
a
did
chance
that
that
ZeroRanger speedrun there.
They might join. Not sure what's going on.
I believe this run is in person.
So
yeah,
that run wasn't too
just
bad.
wondering if
I messed
gonna
up
hop on
right
mic.
at the last second on that boss there. Unfortunately, it was really tight. I almost got the absorb. The game counts it as a complete run.
Yeah, I actually
anyway.
didn't know that you could
11:22 is not a
sort of
terrible
damage
time.
the TLB by
World record
absorbing
is
the ball. I thought you had to
think
actually shoot it.
10:29 or 10:27.
Yeah, I play like a coward when I do my score
which is
runs.
incredible. That's an amazing run.
I think
But yeah, the run's super fun. I highly recommend trying out
very
ZeroRanger
scary
White
idea
Vanilla
trying to
Speedrun.
intentionally sit on
It's a
top of it, so
blast. Even if you're not really too into speedrunning,
Especially
it's
since the
just
previous
a ton of
boss,
fun.
when you touch the balls, they
And
push you
yeah,
away.
thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Shmup Slam 5. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. And yeah, I guess I'm commentating for the next run, so I guess I'll stick around here in the chair.
Congrats on the run.
Alrighty, one moment while we get swapped over. Up next, we have Power Jake and playing Total Carnage.
Alerta, alerta, enemigo aproximándose.
Cool. All right, am I live? Are we good? Cool. Am I live? Am I on? All right, cool. Hi, everybody. How's it going? I'm YakyBack. I just ran the run last, the ZeroRanger run. Coming up, we're going to have Total Carnage by Power Jake. This game is really cool. It's like, it's a strange game. I'll go into it as we get into the run, but there's a lot of really jank mechanics, a lot of really strange stuff that can happen, stuff that can eat your entire credit regardless of how many lives you have, stuff like that kind of stuff. But it's going to be a ton of fun. This run is definitely more about kind of showcasing the game. It's going to be sort of a, I guess, 1cc attempt, but as the aforementioned jank sort of implies, it's not going to, most likely, we'll see if the 1cc is going to happen, I guess. But yeah, this game is great. It's got awesome art, awesome presentation. It's a ton of fun. I think you'll find it very interesting. It's not a shmup, more of like a run and gun type thing, but obviously shares a lot of DNA with shmups and stuff like that, so it should be a lot of fun to watch. Cool. Alright, so we're probably going to get the run going here. So, as part of the run, Power Jake is going to be using a code entry to sort of skip some sections of the game. The game is very long. It would be like, probably over an hour if we were to play through the entire game. So, we're going to be kind of skipping more to the hard parts, or the latter end of the game. So, yeah, we'll get going here. So, yeah, it's basic. You know, you can shoot in 8 directions, so you've got to kind of be very careful and mindful about your positioning as you're moving around the screen. And here's that warp code that I mentioned. He's going to enter in a code to skip to a later section of the game here. Cool. Cool, yeah, so coming in here, so these eggs kind of in the corner, those white orbs, you can pick those up, but if you don't pick them up and you kind of let them sit there, they'll hatch into these red spider enemies like that you can see in the corner. So you got to be careful about that. There's some weapon pickups here. You can see you just got a weapon pickup. They've got limited ammo, so as you shoot it, it'll sort of run out of the resource. There are bombs in this game. They're not screen clearing. They basically just put down sort of an area that explodes after a few seconds. Gives you a little bit of invulnerability, but only sometimes. We'll probably get to that. I got the flamethrower weapon. Oh, took a hit right at the beginning. That's unfortunate. That green orb around him, that indicates he is invincible. He can walk through enemies to destroy them while he's invincible. Yeah. There's a couple pickups. Those like red boots, those kind of make you move fast when you pick them up for a temporary amount of time. Yeah, destroying those trucks will give you a big point bonus. It'll also destroy the enemies kind of as it moves across the screen. Those sort of blue squares right there, that's sort of a bomb pickup. That was just a big bomb pickup. You can see he can lay down tons of these bombs all around the screen. He kind of has like a limited amount of unlimited bombs. Up in the top left, you can see there's that bomb counter, that top one, that sort of blue square X8 right now. Or maybe it's X6, I can't really see it. But the bomb counter will stop showing up at 9. Yeah, it's at 9 right now. But the actual bomb count can go up to around 16. It's not entirely clear, but yeah, you can have more bombs than the UI will actually display, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, you've got bonus people to rescue there. These keys that you can pick up, if you pick up all 220 keys in the game, which requires like a full playthrough, it won't be happening here, you can enter the Pleasure Dome, which is sort of a fun alternate ending. So yeah, coming up here, we're gonna get a big, okay, there's gonna be a couple enemies here. There's those spider egg enemies I was talking about. Gotta pick those up before they hatch into the red enemies. If you let them get out of hand, they can kind of overwhelm you. as I'm sure you can imagine, this is kind of a chunky hitbox game. It's not like a lot of shmups. You got a sort of large hitbox. Some projectiles will hit you only on the top of your body, but some of them will kind of hit your whole body, including your legs. So it's kind of a crapshoot whether or not something's going to kill you if it touches your legs, which is interesting. Yeah, got a couple notes here. Let me take a look at this. Occasionally throughout the game, I don't think it's happened yet, but occasionally there will be a missile that sort of comes in from the side of the screen. There's an audio cue. It's very subtle to indicate when it's about to happen, and those missiles are very tough to destroy with your shot, but you can kind of lay a bomb preemptively to do that. I'll point that out when it comes up here in a bit. So once the screen gets cleared here, so coming up in a little bit, we got this thing called the electric chair. So the electric chair, yeah, here we go. This is a scripted moment where you get captured by the enemy, and now you're being put in the electric chair, and you've got to mash buttons here in order to escape. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes their mashing just does nothing. And if you lose, your whole credit is gone. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's not working, unfortunately. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's maybe an issue. So yeah, the whole credit is gone. So this is no longer a 1cc run, unfortunately. And that can also randomly happen when you go into the warps as well. You can just randomly get the electric chair and you're just kind of screwed. Yeah. This game is pretty messed up, that's for sure. This game does not play fair. It wants your money, but it makes up for it with all these beautiful pickups. But yeah. So that'll happen. So let's see. We've got a score screen here. Yeah, I really like this score screen here. I think it's just beautiful. You'd think that sort of like the flashing rainbow text might be a little bit garish, but I think it really works in this game, personally. I think we might be getting a cutscene here in a little bit. Yeah, we got some fun sprite art here, kind of between stages. Yeah, that face is, that's creepy. Looks like something from like a, I don't know, some horror game or something. So we're coming in here. I think this is the final stage we're coming into. It's long though. There's plenty of run left for sure. So yeah, these tanks, I believe at the end of this section, you get a bonus based on how many of these vehicles you destroyed, I believe. So he's going to try and not let any of these escape. Usually one or two gets away. Yeah, one just got away there. But you do still get a bonus even if you let one or two escape. That blue pickup there, that gives you a little bit of invincibility there, temporarily. I'm not sure if it protects against getting run over from the cars, though. Looks like it does. How about that? So when you're standing next to certain enemies, like vehicles like this and boss enemies and stuff like that, if you use a bomb, instead of placing the bomb and having it explode after a little bit like it normally does, you'll get a sort of missile barrage that comes down and does big damage. So that'll become a big integral part of the run coming up here in a little bit during the boss fights and such. Like I said, this game is very long if you were to do a full run, and it's kind of a lot of stuff like this. There's some sections that are kind of repetitive, but there's a lot of awesome stuff in this game. There's a lot of cool moments, lots of memorable bosses and stuff. Yeah, so sometimes the amount of damage that you do to these vehicles can be kind of variable. It kind of depends on where you're shooting it from. there's a lot of stuff in this game where the amount of damage that you do is kind of unclear. You'll see, especially in the boss fights, sometimes you just do no damage to these enemies for some reason, and it can be hard to tell if it's an emulation issue or if it's just the game being weird or both. Who knows? Jake's doing pretty good. He died early on at that at the start of the run here, but he's been doing good, clearing most of these vehicles. And yeah, those keys, you have to collect 220 of those to get the alternate ending, which is a lot. You have to play through the entire game and just do everything possible in order to get all of those keys. But yeah, here's a fun cutscene. So you can see in the background there, the next stage takes place at the Baby Milk Factory, which is the secret hideout for General Akbub. Yeah, his bionuclear facility is what it is. That dog tag right there next to the checkpoint, that's an extend, that's an extra life. And so there's a warp right here that I believe Power Jake is going to go into. It'll take him to a bonus airfield level where he's able to get 2 extra lives as well. Yeah, on this airfield, it gives you a ton of bombs right here. All those little blue pickups, those are bombs. So you'll get maxed out bombs, and you get bonuses when you use those bombs to get those airstrikes on all these airfields, on all the ships. And there are these sort of crawling mines. You can see those blinking mines kind of going around. Those will kill you if you touch them. You can destroy them with bombs, so you can kind of clear a path if an area is sort of super blocked. I believe it's RNG where exactly they spawn, so sometimes you can get kind of clusters of them that'll sort of block your path, so it's good to bomb it when you have to. So Power Jake's just going to go through, he's going to bomb all of these jet planes as he's going through, and he's already got another extra life, so he'll get another extra life in a little bit. That'll help greatly with the final boss that we come up to afterwards. Yeah. This game definitely plays very well with 2 players. It's definitely a lot of fun. It's tricky to get that stuff going sometimes when you're emulating on main, all the inputs, but it can be a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. So yeah, this airfield section's a little repetitive. You just kind of go through. It's just mostly a lot of focusing, dodging those crawling mines, and just blowing up the jets as you progress. Mostly just a bonus area type thing. Those airstrikes use your bomb stock, and that'll also apply when we get up to the multi-phase final boss at some point later in the run. That's the end of the airfield there. There's the other extra life that Power Jake will get for that, so that's a very useful, like, I mean, if you're doing a clear, you pretty much gotta go through there. Those extra extends are just invaluable. And yeah, big point bonus as well for killing all the jets. Not bad at all. These bombs that occasionally fall in like that, this one just has a big timer. Normally you have to pick them up to disarm them, but that one just explodes after a set amount of time. And now we're back at the main stage here. just kind of a standard section. I'll try and point out some of those missiles as they come in. Yeah, there's that purple missile right there. Those kind of come in at random times, or I think maybe fixed times, maybe a bit of both. But yeah, usually Power Jake will lay down a bomb preemptively as it's coming because they sort of take that curved path. It's rather tricky to shoot it down. And here we go, entering the baby milk factory. Fun fact, this is actually based on a real event that happened. Feel free to look it up. I won't go into the details here, but yeah, there was an incident regarding the U.S. military in a baby milk factory in Iraq. So feel free to check that out. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, here we got some crawling mines along on top of the standard enemies. These guys are pretty simple to take care of, just popcorn type stuff, nothing too hard. We are going to get some more difficult enemies coming up here in a little bit. Yeah, here we got a nuclear silo up here, coming up in a little bit. This section here has some pretty tough moments. Yeah, so enemies are going to spawn in here in waves, and there's, I believe, Power J can use an airstrike on the missile silo here in a little bit, and yeah, that clears the whole screen of enemies, so you can install that, so that way you can just sort of clear it out. Yeah, he's got those infinite bomb drops there for a couple seconds. This section can get pretty tight, but with the extra weapons and with the infinite bomb pickups, you can usually breeze through it as long as you have a good route going. Yeah, those missiles can be pretty scary, especially once you run out of bombs. Those missiles can get very tricky to deal with. Oh, and he got caught by those enemies. That's unfortunate, but we got quite a few more lives. They'll certainly be eaten up by some of the BS that's coming up, that's for sure. But we'll see how it goes. So I think this upcoming section here, there's going to be some lasers, like some electricity effects coming down. I'll kind of explain it as we get up there, I suppose. Just got some basic dodging here.
Save me. Help me. Thank you.
Oh yeah, so we got an elevator section here. So these guys are, those enemies there, those are Mr. Butane. They'll attack if you're standing diagonal from them, and they'll sort of shoot their flamethrower at you. Otherwise, they'll just get up in your face and punch you. Oh, he got caught again. He got kind of snuck up on the outside of the screen. That's unfortunate. There's a missile there. I believe when you die, your bomb stock gets regenerated a little bit, so you at least get a couple bombs, I believe. And when you drop the bomb, it will give you a bit of invincibility, but only during the first 5 minutes of your credit or so. It's kind of interesting. So I believe he no longer has invincibility when he drops bombs. You can still use them defensively, of course, because you can hide inside the hitbox. They won't damage you. Oh, it's another hit. That is unfortunate, but we'll keep going for sure. There's quite a few bomb pickups. Ooh, those bombs are about to despawn, but yeah, you can't just rush in and grab those when there's a big group of enemies like that. This game has a lot of crowd control, a lot of worrying about making sure the position is right. Oh, and he got caught. Yeah, even if one enemy catches you, like that's it. Your stock's over. So you got to be really careful. Okay, now we got an elevator section here coming up. This part's kind of fun.
Save me.
Yeah, these bombs here that'll drop in occasionally. Got to disarm those or move on to the next area. So you gotta be careful, these electricity mines that you can kind of see positioned around the floor, their hitbox gets a little larger when the electricity is active. So you've got to kind of be mindful of when they're active, when they're not. It's just best to steer clear as much as possible, but things can get pretty tight, especially coming up here, I believe. That's good. That pickup will just clear the screen like that. I believe, or or sometimes it might be RNG. Yeah, so this section you'll have some bombs kind of dropping in. The exact timing when those bombs drop in and the position they have is random. Ooh, yeah, those pink guys can jump in from the edge of the screen. Sometimes they can jump right on top of you. You gotta be really careful with those guys. But yeah, you gotta watch for the enemy bombs when they come in. You gotta go in and disarm those before you get caught. Oh yeah, here's those electricity walls I was talking about earlier. So these will sort of go on. They look like they have a basic pattern, but some of them are actually rather tricky. And you got these moving electricity mines that sort of slowly move towards you while you're trying to move through the section. You can destroy those with a bomb, but it's best to try and save that for, when you really need it, of course, so that you're not wasting your bombs or anything. This checkpoint is also a bit of a trap. If you immediately go up there and grab that extra life, you'll usually get sort of cornered by all the extra mines. So very careful routing here. It's sort of a slow scrolling section. It tries to sort of push you to move forward. It kind of tries to scare you, kind of psych you out, but as long as you keep your head cool, you can make your way through this area. You can see the cycles on some of these get a little weird, especially the final one here, I'll point out. Sometimes the timing can be a little strange. Oh, we got zapped there. That's unfortunate. That sucks. It's a good bomb. Clear out all those moving mines. I think those moving mines are very scary, how they're just constantly moving towards you. I think it puts a lot of pressure on you while you're trying to navigate through this kind of tight corridor. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Help me.
That's another good bomb. Just clear that out. Yeah, that last one, those two lasers, it kind of looks like there's a cycle, but it'll kind of juke you out. You kind of got to be careful with when exactly you go through. Oftentimes you'll get caught if you try to go through when it looks clear. So yeah, now we're coming up here on the final boss here. Get ready, because this is a fun part of the run. This is definitely very memorable. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. We had a huge wave of Mr. Butane first. This part is no joke. He'll be dropping a lot of bombs to clear out Mr. Butane, because he's got a lot of health. On top of the massive flamethrower hitbox that'll come out if you're diagonal. We'll see if any of them throw it out here. Ooh, you saw it a little bit there, but yeah, you can see he'll kind of shoot it diagonal, and he'll punch you if he gets up close. Oh, it looks like he got caught by Mr. Butane, unfortunately. We're down to the last life on this credit, which is, again, the second credit after the electric chair. So, it happens. And we're also out of bombs, so we're kind of down to the wire here. You kind of gotta survive with what you got. The weapon drops are more or less completely random. What weapon you get and where it's landing will be random. Ooh, that was tight. That was really that was scary. Oh, he's making it out. That's pretty clutch. That was that was intense. He's just barely holding onto a thread here. Gonna make this credit count for everything that he can make it count for. He's got a couple bombs here, so he's got a little bit of leeway here when it comes to missiles and stuff. There we go. That blue pickup, that's invincibility for a couple seconds. He's got the flamethrower, that's nice. The flamethrower is really great for these popcorn enemies because it just covers that huge area and will just take them all out with minimal ammo usage. So very useful for that sort of situation. Coming up here, this is the General Akboob fight. This is the start of the final boss. Here he is. Oh, he got killed immediately? I don't know if it was the bomb or if he hit it or what. That's unfortunate, but here we are. There's probably going to be, yeah, he sprays a lot of bullets here. Lots of RNG for what exactly the pattern is here. It's a little bit of aim, a little bit of RNG. And yet, as you can see, the boss health you'll notice throughout this fight, kind of a theme is that the boss damage that you do, the damage that you do to the boss, is very inconsistent, and it's not entirely clear what determines how much damage you do to the boss. This first section, it's mostly just sort of pushing off the up. This missile weapon here is actually very good against bosses. Does a lot of damage. Yeah, this is pretty rough. It's pretty scary. All right, yeah. So this section, this is a survival section here. Power J can't do any damage to the boss during this. It's just got to try and survive the barrage of missiles here. You can destroy it, obviously, as you can see. So it's just the boss meter down there's just sort of the timer for how long this section lasts. It's doing pretty good. Doing a good job dodging these missiles. Oh, we got caught. Yeah, they'll sneak up on you. Those missiles are fast, and they don't mess around. That's for sure. So I believe, because we've used a new credit, I believe you'll get invincibility whenever he drops a bomb, which he won't be doing right now, but that will come up later. The missile section is almost through here. We're almost kind of to the top of the area here as we come in. And this boss fight has a lot of phases. I want to see if anyone in chat can guess how many phases this boss has. You won't win anything, but it would be very cool if you did. Seeing some guesses. 5, 8, 6. Okay. There's a guess for 7. Yeah. We'll see here. We'll see how many phases there are. I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by phase. I suppose this could be sort of the... I guess this might be a third phase? I'm not actually entirely sure. Might have to debate about it afterwards. Yeah, so this section here, these sort of these boss heads on the side, they'll shoot these sort of curving blue bullets. They can be destroyed if Power Jake shoots them. I think they'll just continue to follow him for a very long time. They might expire after some time. You'll notice for sure, watch the boss health as he's shooting the heads, because sometimes the boss health will go down and sometimes it won't. The boss heads will flash if you're standing directly below the head when you shoot it, but I'm not even sure if that's related to the actual damage that is done. So. I've seen some pretty high guesses for 13 phases. That is a lot of phases. That would be interesting. I wonder how many bosses have 13 phases out there. Yeah, so this section is definitely doable consistently, but you gotta stay on your toes, because those blue projectiles can really sneak up on you. Usually the damage in this fight doesn't usually start happening until it's all the way pushed up. The screen has been scrolled, which I think we've hit now, so we should start to see some damage being hit. And yeah, you can see whenever he drops a bomb, he's got that green and red circle around him. That indicates that he is invincible. He'll go through projectiles and stuff. So temporary invincibility on bomb drop. There we go, yeah. See, you can see those big chunks of boss damage there. I'm not really sure what exactly gives the boss damage and what doesn't. I'm not sure if anyone knows. This game is not very well documented, so it's definitely kind of the Wild West out here, that's for sure. It's a lot of fun, though. This game is a blast. Yeah, like you saw, like we had that huge chunk of boss damage, and then it's just sort of like there's not really any damage happening. So, yeah, the weapon pickups are huge when it comes to boss damage. We might get a weapon pickup. So far, we haven't had really any weapon drops. There's one, but it's kind of up in the boss. There's no way you can go get it without dying. So, So hopefully we can get, there's a flamethrower pickup right there. That might help. It'll definitely help with the projectiles. That's definitely good for that. Yeah, there we go. That's some good boss damage. Usually the weapon pickups are what you want when it comes to bosses. Of course, it's inconsistent when you get the weapon pickup, what weapon pickup you get. Yeah, this phase can last a while, depending on what drops you get, depending on how much damage you do. But we're getting there. So I guess we're keeping track. I guess this would be phase 3, if we count the very beginning, and then the missile phase, and then this phase with the heads. Okay, yeah, it might be 4 phases. I don't know. We'll have to watch the VOD. Got a spread shot here. Does a little damage, but it definitely doesn't eat his health quite like the missile or the flamethrower does. And we're almost through. Gonna finally destroy this phase of the boss. Move on to the next one. There we go. Okay. Alright, yeah, this phase here, the boss really starts to pick up. It starts to, this game wants your money, as you can probably tell already. Playing this in arcade with actual quarters would spend a lot of money, that's for sure. I guess that phase did go by very fast. There you go. There's more though, don't worry. We got some weapon pickups here. Yeah, so we got those same blue orbs here. Now we got the giant octopus head. So this section is tricky. Ooh, we took a hit there. Still got one more stock on this continue though. So what PowerJake is going to do is he's going to try and stand next to the boss so that he can call in the airstrike to do damage to the boss. That's sort of the primary way of damaging this phase. However, the hitbox for the chin can be a little weird. If you get too close, you'll lose your life. So you've got to kind of edge on. Oh, we got hit there. But you sort of got to get as close to the chin as you can while still being able to hit your airstrike and then drop your bomb. So it's kind of a balance. Almost got this cleared though. Yeah, there we go. Cleared that head. Here comes the next phase. It's him. Oh no. So this phase is seemingly identical to the last phase. Same sort of chin situation going on. You got some different voice lines, of course, for Hitler, but sometimes the chin can be a little different depending on which phase you're on, but a lot of this stuff is sort of ambiguous. We don't entirely know how much of this game is emulation issues. Oh, this is I'm very sorry, PowerJake. This is unfortunate. But of course, this run is largely about showcasing the game, kind of showing what's fun about the game. Like it's a blast to play, regardless of how much you use your quarters, because this game is messed up. It will eat your quarters, and there's pretty much no way to prevent it. Some of it you can, but not all of it. Some pretty good boss damage there. That's good. Nice. Cleared out Hitler. Way to go. Now we got another one. I guess that's Red Skull or something? And again, all these head phases are pretty much mechanically identical. It's pretty much the same thing. You got the same patterns coming in from the side. You got the same bombs coming out of the mouth here. And yeah. Thankfully, the game drops you a lot of bombs that you can use for airstrikes on this boss, because you need it. this boss, it's pretty long. It takes a while to get through this boss. I can only imagine how demoralizing it would be if you were trying to beat this in an actual arcade, feeding your quarters to this thing, and then there's just another phase after phase of this guy. All right, so we cleared this head here as it's coming through. And now we got this part of the boss coming up here, where General Akboob and his clones are going to start hopping out of this head, and you've got to capture all of the Akboobs. Essentially what will happen is if you miss even one Akboob, there's about 90% chance that that was the real Akboob and he escaped. And so in order to get the true ending, you've sort of got to capture all of the Akboobs. You can use bombs to sort of cover your space though, so we'll see. I'll make sure he gets all of the Akboobs here. It can get pretty tight. Oh, he missed one Akboob. That's unfortunate. You suck. If you catch Akboob, you get an alternate electric chair where you get to put General Akboob on the electric chair and you mash your buttons and he explodes, turns into a skeleton. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, there you go. But yeah, so that is Total Carnage. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we're gonna get Power Jake over here. He's gonna come make some comments about the run. Last thoughts. I guess you can kind of come in here if you want. Oh. Let's get you center frame for sure. Cool. So what'd you think about that run?
It wasn't very good.
Yeah, it was a little rough, unfortunately.
I really fed on the boss, and I missed Akboob at the end, which was disappointing. But you know, it is a really, really fun game, and I can't be very upset about it because, well, it's a fun game, and
that's what matters in the end.
Yeah, it could be a little bit more fair, but I don't want to like John about it because I picked this game because I like it. It's not like it's an awful game or anything. It's just I'm really sad I didn't catch all the Akboobs because you can you get your electric chair revenge, 60,000 gigawatts or something through his body, and yeah.
Cool.
I wish I practiced more, I guess. But
understandable.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm still happy with it. It was still fun. I hope everybody goes out and plays this one.
Yeah. Check out Total Carnage. It's a blast.
Super Nintendo? Is that for any good?
No. Play the arcade. So there's it. It's. That is a good question. It's just like my brain. I have to process it because I'm tired. I guess. It's not very accurate. There's parts that are smaller that you can't see as much, but like you don't have more damage or anything to compensate. So there's the same amount of enemies but less room to maneuver. The whole thing about not too many sprites on a scan line will cause problems. You can't see all the enemies. That kind of thing. It's just ugly. They botched the music. It wasn't made by the same people that did the Smash TV port, that one's really good. That's a good port. Yeah, so I recommend play the arcade game if you can above all else. Next best is the DOS port, but it's a really big downgrade, honestly, in gameplay. Music's better though. And then all the other ports are pretty bad.
Sounds like a midway game.
Well, yeah, there you go. That's Total Carnage, everyone. Wonderful.
Alrighty, everyone. Up next, we've got Prickly Angler playing. I can't pronounce it, but whatever. You see on the schedule. Kiwi can pronounce it for me. All right, everyone. See you in a sec.
Welcome everyone watching here at Shmup Slam. I am EC2151, aka Emperor Ing 360, and my able-bodied co-host here is, I will allow him to introduce himself.
Yeah, DMC, David. Hello everyone.
Yeah, so today we're going to be watching a very special game, a game I love quite a bit, Soukyugurentai, Rising's STV classic, in my opinion, played by Prickly Angler from France. I am very lucky here because DMC is a veritable master of this game, in my opinion, where I'm just a lowly novice. So it's going to be great to be able to hear his thoughts on the game, and hopefully we'll be able to watch a really successful run here from Prickly.
Yeah, one credit clear maybe.
That's the hope. That's the hope. Anyhow, we all have that hope. This is a pretty tough game. Yeah, no pressure at all. This is a pretty tough game. So I wish Prickly the best. This is going to be real edge of your seat stuff. So Soukyugurentai, released I believe in 1997 by Rising on the STV, which is the hardware that's basically the equivalent of the Sega Saturn. So it did receive a mostly perfect Sega Saturn port. DMC, do you know what Soukyugurentai translates to? I think it's something like Crimson Lotus Squadron. Or something like that.
I don't speak Japanese, but I think Suki means blue sky or something, and Guren means crimson color or red lotus. And I think that was the starting point of the game.
Yeah, it's a great title. Unfortunately, it was localized pretty weakly as a Terra Diver in the West, which does not have the same ring to it. The game, I love the game's aesthetic. It has this very cold, like corporate style, which is very appropriate given the game's setting. This type of war between corporations for resources out in space. So,
yeah, they were a little bit inspired by some disaster movies as well. So it has pretty like some monster movies. So it has a impending doom kind of vibe to it as well that I kind of like.
Oh, really? I was really curious about the inspirations for this game. You can see that Prickly right now is setting up the configuration for his. He's playing. It looks like he's playing on the Sega Saturn. It might be direct capture or emulation. I'm not sure, but he's going to be choosing his ship now, and we're going to be going through the motions here. There's 3 different ships in Soukyugurentai. The first ship, Kaoru, which is who he is choosing, the swordfish. There's also Cart with the is it the mackerel?
Yeah.
And what's Rudy's ship? That's the 3rd ship, the green one. Scallop. It's the Scallop. I remember. They're all aquatic themed. He's blasting off. So the main mechanic here with Soukyugurentai that you'll have to be aware of is the lock-on laser, the lock-on web that you see that he's deploying right now. It is the central mechanic from which everything follows in this game. The more enemies that are locked onto the laser, the higher the multiplier you get for enemy point values. So the swordfish has a maximum lock-on of 6 enemies. So you're going to see Prickly is going to be getting as many times 6 lock-ons as he can. It's actually interesting with the lock-on laser is that if you only lock on one enemy, you actually get less points. Their point value is actually halved for the game. And if you use a bomb, if you kill an enemy with a bomb, actually that point value is even lower. So it really, you are encouraged to be very tactical and precise with your lock-on laser, as you can see he is doing right now. So DMC, you notice that sometimes right before the first boss comes on here, he's actually delaying killing some of the enemies to allow more to come on. Especially with that power up. Especially with that power-up carrier. You want to explain a little bit about the power-up system in the game?
Yeah, maybe we should tell why he's avoiding the power-up icons, just picking up the bombs. Your lock-on weapon, you don't need to power it up. You cannot power it up. So these P ships that you see in many Aleste games and even Mahou games, even though they're coins there, they only power up your main shot, your regular shot. But you can see he rarely uses it, because for scoring it's better to use the lock-on weapon all the time. So the advantage of powering up your main shot is not really that big, because lock-on is better for scoring and I think survival. And there's also a disadvantage with picking up the P ships, because they increase the rank, so bosses especially becomes much more difficult if you pick them up. So I try to dodge P ships just as much as I dodge the bullets, really.
They're as dangerous in cases, and you know the amazing thing about it is that if you even power up your ship once, it's not like a subtle increase in rank. Like, you notice the increased amount of bullets almost immediately. So it's very pronounced. Another thing about the rank and the power up carriers that you may be able to see coming up is that the less powered up your ship is, the more likely that bombs will drop from the power-up carrier. So this actually becomes a survival incentive as well. So as you can see, a bomb just dropped right here. There are more bombs that drop the lower power your ship is. So it kind of encourages you to avoid power-up chips and to just keep on going through the game at the lowest amount of power. And also, since the power-up chips or the power-up carriers come in, it's somewhat semi-regular or pretty regular intervals. You use them additionally to help increase your lock-on web.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. One of the few games you do that, really.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's other games that kind of take advantage of that kind of constantly spawning in power-up carrier. It's amazing he's already gotten through stage 2 so quickly. It feels like we've just begun. This game has a wonderful sense of style. Yeah, this game has a wonderful sense of style. I remember when I first came across this game years ago on the Sega Saturn, this boss just really stood out to me, this satellite boss. As just being a really cool attack pattern. It's not too hard, but just really fun to watch and really fun to fight against. He's going to be kind of picking it apart piece by piece and kind of showing off all the different things it can do.
And this is one of the few places where he uses the main shot, because the lock-on cannot take the wings on the side, and I guess he just milks the other parts.
Yeah, there are a few enemies in the game where it's more advantageous to shoot them down. I played the version of this game that had a partial English localization, so I do love all the boss names in this game that they were localized to. The satellite, I don't remember its Japanese name, but its English localization name is Peril Dawn, which is kind of which is ridiculous and cool. The first boss, the fighter jet, that English name was Gambeteer, which again, I like all of the English names for these bosses.
My favorite is Victimizer.
That's the stage 4 boss, Victimizer. Yeah. That is such an awesome, Rising boss names are about as cool as they get.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he bombed. I'm surprised.
That last pattern is pretty tricky, so I guess he was playing a little bit cautiously there.
Yeah, but if you noticed in the corner of the screen, and those who watch the replay, he only got 1/4 of the value of that boss from using the bomb, which is kind of a score penalty. Are the extends every 3 million, or is it 3 million is the first?
It's just 2 extends. There's one at 3 mil and then another at 6 mil.
Oh, it's only 2 extends. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see that you have 2 different types of lock-on laser webs. Each ship has 2 different ones. One that has a weaker but wider radius, and one that has a more focused radius, which he's switching to now. And sometimes it is advantageous not to just use the strong one, because you'll have enemies coming from behind or the sides that you can't reach with this kind of forward-facing cone. The third ship is the hardest to use because it can lock up to 8 enemies, but it has like a reverse movement, so it's very difficult to lock onto anything with that ship. We're starting the descent here
there at the bottom.
Yeah, that's a classic risingism where you see the boss before you fight it. This game has like a very epic sweeping scope. The music was done by Hitoshi Sakamoto, who would later become, well, he was already famous at this time. Final Fantasy Tactics, Radiance Silvergun, a whole Tactics Ogre, a whole bunch of very epic orchestral soundtracks, and I'm a big fan of this one. Myself.
There's a cool thing he does there where you see the boss, you see the preview of the boss. There's also a preview of the soundtrack of the boss track, so you get a little bit of the same. Like,
oh, I never noticed that.
They mentioned it in an interview that they were really impressed by Sakimoto for that reason, that he did those things.
See, that's why he's the pro. This is a section of the game where I often switch to my default shot because these guys are very quick and very hard. This is where I will often. I die a lot here too. It's just pretty tough. And those missiles always seem to find a way to clip you. He is, like I said, delaying his kill. I love these little toy trucks coming in from the side.
Toy trucks.
Look at them; they're just kind of flopping around in the dirt.
It's a good one.
So this boss's name is Dissenter, which is stupid, which is very stupid. It's Japanese. This is the only boss's Japanese name that I know. It's like Doryu, which means two-headed dragon. Which is two-headed dragon, which makes sense given its attacks.
Oh, cool.
So Dissenter, by contrast, makes no sense.
I don't know really what they were thinking. This is one of Prickly's favorite bosses, and one of mine as well. What do you think about it?
I think this is the hardest boss in the game.
Yeah. It's crazy. This Vulcan pattern is amazing. I still haven't really figured it out. It depends on your starting position, but it's kind of random. Yeah, it's kind of random.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, it drives me nuts. Let's see.
And also sometimes you go into the edge of the screen and the screen kind of scrolls a little bit with you. Sometimes it zooms in, zooms out a little bit.
Yeah. It's very dynamic. The camera in this game is very dynamic. You notice these percentage points. You can do 100% of a boss takedown, break off all of its parts. But DMC, you would not recommend doing that in the game.
It depends. If you can handle the rank, you get a 500,000 bonus if you get 100% enemy hit rate on a stage. But if you get exactly 100%, it increases the rank a bit, so bosses get a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it gets kind of. I think I've done it once or twice by accident, and you really feel it.
Yeah.
It's easiest to do on the first boss. But
he's doing
the rank can be. Yeah, so far so good. He's being very generous with his bombs. I tend to hoard them when I play this game because I want to save them for the next stage.
Yeah.
But now, DMC, can you explain to the folks at home why you might want to keep on saving your bombs in Soukyugurentai if you're playing for score?
Sure. So there's a weird programming error as far as I understand. So when you collect the 11th bomb, for some reason you get a big juicy bomb bonus that is more than 500,000. And then for every additional bomb you collect after that, unless you have like lost a life or so, you get that bonus again and again and again. So,
it's worth more than the 100%. Yeah, it's worth more than the 100% boss takedown.
Yeah, I think roughly put the world record, 1/3 of the score is just collecting bombs.
Yeah, it's definitely. I wonder if the developers probably weren't aware of that making the game.
Yeah, exactly. He said in an interview, the main programmer, that was the one thing he regret, that they didn't detect this bug. but I kind of like it. So it's I kind of like it. Maybe it's a rationalization because I spent
Now with the it's the same. Prickly has spent he says thousands of hours on this game. It might be a slight exaggeration, but it is one of his favorite games, and it's easy to see why. It's very slick. It's very fun to play, and it does have a good amount of depth to it. Now with the bomb bonus, here's Victimizer. He comes out from behind.
He's hiding behind.
He always reminds me of the Xenomorph, actually, whenever I see him. It's that big, long head he has. But
he's awesome.
just so many. Yeah, he's so many. I love these big-ass lasers. I hope he gets to do... The attacks are kind of random, what he picks, so I hope you get to see some of the cool ones. Oh, wow, he almost got him there.
And this boss, he gets more aggressive the more time. So you should be aggressive yourself. Just try to kill him quickly if you want to survive.
Yeah, I tend to just be mashing down as many lock-ons as I can. He's actually powered up quite a bit. He's powered up way more than I would ever do in this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's intentional.
Yeah, it's hard to dodge. Like you said, it's hard to dodge when all this other stuff is going on.
But he might get a good multiplier. I thought it. Yeah. But this is a boss you can target 5 points of the boss. There's one on the back of the head. That's quite difficult. And if you also target the power-up carrier, you can get a 4 multiplier and more than 1 mil. So it's pretty cool. And Prickly does it sometimes. Here I think he won't just survive.
This is one of the hardest stages in the game. Naturally, it's the one before the end. But this is where the game really just gets pretty nuts. Like those submarines, if you don't kill them fast enough, they just flood the screen with bullets. Now with the bomb bonus DMC, if you say you get the max bomb bonus, if you use a bomb, does the next pickup also still give you the bonus, or do you have to collect 2 after that, or is that kind of break the chain?
No, it's really weird, and I don't think we should go really into the details. I think you need to pick up 4 more bombs. And it's very different. It's because you can only stock up to 7 bombs, but there's some hidden counter, and it keeps track of how many bombs you really have collected. And
it goes up to 11. I believe it goes up to 11. Or something.
Yeah, but it doesn't show. So you can only use up to 7 bombs, but the hidden counter, keeps track of them. And it's kind of weird.
It
really
is
shows
bizarre.
that it's a programming error, probably.
Yeah. This game was not... Now, we tend to associate Rising with, Shinobu Yagawa and, the Battle Garegga trilogy. But there's actually were 2 main development teams at Rising. So this was actually done by the team that did all the Mahou Daisakusen trilogy, which is a series I love quite a bit. Oh, he took his first death here, which understandable. The rank
this is the most difficult section, I think, in the whole game.
Yes. There's a few parts in the next stage that rival it.
He's doing well, though. I think he has a pretty good chance of getting a 1 credit clear. He's lost 1 life so far.
Yeah, that seems to be about standard. This is the carrier G-Omen. You could actually kill this phase pretty quickly if you just use your main shot on the middle here, and it destroys those missiles. It destroys those missiles as well, which makes it a lot easier to deal with, because dodging these while all the other stuff going on is progressively difficult. That's a very classic Rising spread attack as well. I love it.
Yeah. And all the homing missiles.
Yeah. But what was I gonna say?
That's a nice dog.
Yeah, he is. He is doing, I'd say, very, very well for himself. If you can only lose 1 life at this point in the game.
That's also a very difficult boss, so I understand he.
I was surprised at the 2 bombs.
Yeah, he knew what was coming.
Yeah, I love it. I love that final desperation attack that the boss does, where it just spins out of control and just shoots all over the place. It's pretty fun that way.
Some high-scoring players don't even try to kill the boss; they just try to gather more bombs, just stall the last one.
Really?
Yeah, because you can't really get a high multiplier on it anyway. So
interesting.
Collect the bombs.
That is true. this is the final stage of the game already.
I think this is the title reference. Blue sky and crimson color. Some striking the crimson color, whatever.
That's actually a pretty good take. I would have never thought of that. But the rival corporation, which is Lucky 8, which is the translation of Ating, which is the parent company of Rising. So that's kind of funny that they're the bad guys.
I didn't think of that actually. That's smart.
So it's even better than EVAC Industry because it's their parent company that's the bad guys.
Yeah. True. Did we mention this is the last stage?
Yes, this is a tough part if you don't kill those carriers right away. It's very dangerous.
Yeah. He's doing well. So 3 lives left.
Yeah, he has a good shot.
That's an intentional bomb to try to get the high score on those power-up carriers. You got a 3 multiplier on them.
Do you well, you don't intentionally bomb in your runs, do you, DMC?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I think even the world record bomb there because you get a quite good score from there. Yeah, but if you use one bomb, you need to collect 2 more to start getting the bonus again. It's much worse dropping a bomb or losing a life than actually using a bomb.
Okay. Yeah,
but that is almost the only place I think where like the world record player like intentionally bomb for score.
Ooh,
otherwise it's better to keep them, collect them.
He got out of that situation. He was really pinned in the corner there.
And here we're approaching a really difficult section where you need to take them out. You need to take this one out quickly, otherwise you're getting in a very tricky spot here. You need to take out the left side and then the brown ship. And we did that successfully. And now it's manageable.
See, this would be a part where I bomb in my survival play. It's just really tough.
You did well there.
I am biased myself because I love this game. Are you familiar with the Mahou Daisakusen trilogy?
Yeah.
I would probably say this is the team's best game out of the 4 games that I know that they made. I don't know if they had a hand in Brave Blade. I think tough. This is probably their best game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Brave Blade was sort of the successor team. Like the main programmer here, he became a supervisor of Brave Blade. So I think it took a step back and let some other people start to work on it. Brave Blade has a lot of overlap with Bloody Roar stuff.
Oh, with Bloody Roar? Oh, that's kind of interesting. I'm unfamiliar with their fighting games. Here's the very final boss, which is basically a stage in and of itself. The giant bomber, Zodian.
Yeah.
And it is filled with very difficult mid bosses that he may just bomb through because man, this goes on forever. But if he can keep his cool, I think he's in a really good position.
Yeah, he has a good chance of getting a clear actually. But yeah, two extra life. It's not so many more rooms for mistakes, but good chance.
Right. I think he just has to keep his cool until the core of the mothership, and then he should be good. Now the world record of this game, I think, is it already in the? Is it still 45 million, or is it? Did it ever get to 50?
I think the world record. I think the world record is with another ship, and it's something like 45. With this ship, I think it's 44 or something.
Yeah, because the highest scoring ship is the green ship, Rudy's Scallop, because she can lock on up to 8 times. So her multiplier is naturally the highest. Man, the rank is so high here. Like I'm scared that he powered up so much.
Yeah.
I would be at like my rock bottom like power up here and just trying to.
He's out of bombs too, so now he needs to survive for a while, I think.
Oh boy, that's a scary proposition. Oh,
Yeah.
thank God it gets a little freebie there. You know, luck is such a crucial part of these games, as you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's just I do like the very ominous music that just kind of okay, here's the final part of the mothership.
Yeah.
This boss.
Homing
this
missiles
boss
are a
is
little
nuts.
bit bigger here.
Yeah, the boss is just nuts. Lots of very difficult to dodge attacks. Those homing missiles are a pain in the ass. And if he's lucky, it's not going to.
Now he's something nice, I think.
Yes.
Nice doing this very
Ooh,
well.
wow,
was
that's
really
a
good.
great dodge. That was a fabulous dodge. I was very worried for the poor boy. Ooh. Well, he does have a couple of bombs to use now. I say he just needs to use one bomb for the final boss.
Yeah.
Whew. Oh wow, I've never seen the boss with this much health before. It feels. Wow.
Right, last one. Typical writing boss, like very brief, jumps around a little bit on off screen.
Yes, it's a revenge boss. It's Gambitier Mark II. Warning. He's come back for one final showdown. But I love the trope anyhow. I don't even know why the first boss is back, but I'm glad he is.
Yeah, I love they do that. Mark II's bosses.
Yeah, so he even has the lock on now. Okay. Ooh boy. Oh,
going
boy, that was close.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yay, great first run. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. That is so impressive.
We're not spoiled with live demonstrations of Soukyugurentai, so that was nice. Live 1cc. Good game.
Yeah, that is fantastic. I was wondering because of the reset timer, because he wasn't doing it. So, so the ending of this game in English, based on my experience, is that the Lucky 8 Corporation was destroyed. Its assets were seized. And the general public did not even know there was a war between corporations going on, which is ridiculous given the amount of collateral damage going on across the planet.
Yeah.
And then Kaoru, the pilot of the Swordfish, retires from active mercenary life. Probably says "F this," and she retires to Sri Lanka. It specifically mentions that, which I think is a funny detail.
She was intended for Great Mahou Daisakusen, Mahou.
Yeah, it's such a shame that the Suki characters didn't make their way to there. Do you really need? I mean, Bornham didn't even make it in. That's a shame.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Good game.
Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations, you did it. You are the winner.
Thanks.
You have proved the justice of our culture.
Let me just put the sound a little higher. It's not very high. Yes. Yeah. I was very happy to do it, and to be honest, I was pretty lucky with the bomb drops, and I had some weird stuff during my run, but overall, I think it was a pretty solid run, and I went to a stage 6 box with stage 6 boss with few lives left and a few extends left, so it was a pretty confident clear, and I'm clearly satisfied because I was a bit doubtful.
Last stage was really good.
Yes, and stage 6 boss was quite good too.
I was worried for you quite a bit during that stage 6 because it looked like you were boxed into a corner multiple times, and I was worried that you weren't going to quite. You were pretty itchy on the bomb trigger finger throughout that stage, which is very understandable.
Yeah, so many stuff. Yeah. To be honest, it was extremely weird for me to showcase a game live where I actually had bombs that can save me because all the former Darius runs, I didn't have any bombs, so in case I made a mistake, just have your shield. Just having bombs, I was like, if I'm in a bad spot, let's screw it and just bomb. Yes, it is over. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, he was able. This young lad managed to 1cc on his first try.
Nicely played.
A special commendation. You saved the scheduling. You saved all the hard work.
Thank you.
Oh,
someone send him
well, I mean, let's get.
Thank you. No, honestly, I'm extremely satisfied, and thank you all for watching. And I hope you did enjoy the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's really cool. You played it on the OG Saturn, right? On the actual console?
Yeah, exactly.
That's really
Actually,
cool.
it's a Victor Saturn. It's a JVC Saturn. It's a
wow.
bit different, but it's basically the same.
Yeah, I those models look very nice. I'd like a Victor Saturn myself.
Yeah, it is pretty good. It is the console I got to shmup. I got to shmup with Darius guidance, so it is a special console to me.
Well, see, yeah, it's funny you say that because I was explaining to DMC that the Sega Saturn was my first shoot 'em up, what got me into shoot 'em ups, and it was also with Darius Gaiden as well, which was my intro to the shoot 'em up world. Soukyugurentai was probably maybe my fourth or so shoot 'em up, so it's been with me for some time in terms of my journey. And as you can clearly see, and as you know yourself, it's such a special game. It's such a fun game.
Yeah, it is. It
really
is.
just draws you in.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty a bit. It is very interesting scoring wise, but kind of like straightforward, which I like. Lots of stuff to optimize, but also lots of things that can go wrong, like on stage 3 boss. I was in a very bad situation, so I just bomb.
G-Darius.
Yeah.
Go up. Looking very, very excited to see that. Bye.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
Are we? Well, thank you.
Thank you for doing. Yeah, thanks for playing. Thanks for doing the commentary, my dudes.
Thank you.
Yes, again, enjoy the wild world of shmupping coming straight to you here at Shmup Slam.
Yes.
And enjoy the rest of the show, boys and girls.
Yes, and
this
up
is
next.
DC 21.
Oh yes. Up next we have another in-person run where we'll be playing some G-Darius HD. So stay tuned for that. Be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at Shmup Slam 5, and coming up, we have a very special demonstration for y'all. We have a double play of the legendary G-Darius that is going to be played by Ghouls and Golem. I am very... And Golem. My mistake. But I am very much looking forward to this run, and you should be too, because not only are double plays rare and something very special, it's going to be very different from the other demonstrations that we have during the marathon, because of the interplay between the two players. But also, they're playing G-Darius, which is just such a cool game. And if you haven't seen it before in action, you are in for a treat. So there are a couple things to keep in mind. They're getting into the run here. Ghouls is playing player 1, Golem is playing player 2. And the important thing, the first question you may ask with a double play is how do you react to all the stuff? You have two players on screen, and you have enemies, like where are they going to fire? Whom are they going to aim at? And the way G-Darius works is that the first player who puts in, who credits into the game, is designated as the target by the game. So right now, Ghouls, who is the red player 1 ship, credited in first, so he's the target. And so what this means is that all of the aimed bullets in the game are going to be aimed at him, and he's going to have to manage that. Meanwhile, Golem, you'd think that he would be safe because nothing would be shooting at him, but he needs to take careful. He needs to be careful in order to make sure that he's not getting in the way, because bullets that are aimed at the other player are basically impossible to react to, since with so much stuff going on the screen, things can get very chaotic very quickly. So right now, stage 1, things aren't too bad, but certainly as we progress through the game, things will get quite a bit crazier. So let's talk about the game itself. One more thing about the player target. If Ghouls takes a death here, then the game will switch its target and start targeting Golem. So they have to stay on their toes, because if players start dying, then what'll happen is they may get sniped by a bullet they weren't expecting because they thought they weren't the target. So let's talk about the game systems themselves, now that that's all aired out of the way. The main gimmick of G-Darius is the capture mechanic. So you don't have traditional bombs in this game. Instead, you pick up these purple power-ups that are called capture balls. And any enemy in the game, practically, you can launch a capture ball at, and you can steal them, and they'll turn into these custom option power-ups. Each of them have their own different bullet fire, which is really cool. We're coming up to the first boss here, Eclipseye, and the bosses in this game are a sight to behold. But the capture enemies, they do a couple things. One, they take a lot of bullets. to kill. So you can use them as makeshift shields, which is really great in a game like this. The other thing that they do is at any time you can choose to sacrifice your captured enemy and turn it into a bomb. And the bombs are really nice. They clear the screen of bullets. You're completely invincible while using one. And so they can be very useful just for safety. We'll probably see a couple bombs at some point. But there's another very, very special thing that you can do with the captured enemies, and we're seeing it here. So Ghouls has taken his captured enemy and he's charging it up by holding up the enemy, and are we gonna see it? Is it coming? Little hairy there. We're now seeing how the Silver Hawk and G-Darius is the most base shmup ship ever, because he can actually turn around and start shooting left. But here it is. You can engage in these giant laser beam duels with all of the bosses, and it is incredible to see. Not only do they do big damage and give you a fat score multiplier for doing it, but it just looks awesome. So, you should look forward to seeing a whole lot more of that in the coming run. So this is a Darius game. The series is famous for its branching paths, a la Taito. And so the stage 2 that they're going to be heading into is the Gamma stage. And they are going to be aiming for a route that ends at the new stage, which has a very special boss encounter at the end of it. So let's see. Let's talk about weapon power-ups. Besides the capture ball, which is the main gimmick of the game, there are also red, blue, and power-up and green power-up balls. The red power-ups improve your shot. You start at a missile shot type, which both players have currently. And after you collect enough red power-ups, you will upgrade into a laser shot, and then into a wave shot. And if you die at any point, you will power down to the default level for the current shot type that you have. So there's a tricky thing with regards to these shot power-ups because a quirk of this game is that the first power-up, the missile, actually does the most damage of the different weapons. The laser does significantly less damage, but it pierces through enemies, and the final wave shot pierces through both enemies and terrain. But because they get so much more damage from the missiles, I believe Golem is going to stick with missile throughout the entirety of the run, while Ghouls powers up to wave. And luckily, this actually works out with the power-up distribution, because even though there are 2 players playing the game is not giving them any extra power-ups that it normally would give you if you were just playing single player. So this actually works out very conveniently, because if they were both trying to power up evenly, they would both be stuck with this very weak laser shot in stage 4, which would be very, very bad. Second boss is coming up here, and it is Queen Fossil, and this boss is gigantic. And really, they're only even halfway through the stage. The rest of the stage will just be navigating this gigantic boss as they make their way to the final encounter with it. So they're going to start with the tail here, and they are going E route. So they will then, after taking out the tail, cruise up to the top of the boss and attack it from above. So let's see. Besides the shot power-ups, there are also the bomb power-ups, which are the green power-up balls that they can pick up, and those drop the bombs that they see right now. Golem has the twin missile power-up, while Ghouls still has the default bomb power-up. And then finally, the other power-ups that you can collect are the blue shield power-ups, and these are very, very important because these allow you to take extra hits without actually dying. And so by default, when they pick up blue power-up, they get this green shield around their ship, which both players have. That gives them 3 extra hits that they can take before losing a life. And if they do take a hit and their shield gets damaged, they can pick up another blue power-up ball to replenish one of those hits that they could have taken. If they collect enough of those blue power-ups, then they'll upgrade to a silver shield and then to a golden shield. And the upgrade there is that the silver shield has a maximum of 4 extra hits, and you replenish 2 hits upon picking up a blue power-up sphere. And the gold can take up to 5 hits and replenishes 3. Right now they're moving through the boss. You can't hear right now, but the other thing about the double play is that they are constantly communicating with each other back and forth, just to like plan for different things, because the game isn't completely fixed. It does change subtly, and they do need to react to things, and it's very difficult to keep track of each and every single thing on screen with so much going on with the 2 players, both what you and your playership can control and what the other player is doing, that you have no idea necessarily. Then they're constantly communicating with each other. There we saw a good use of a bomb. That mid-boss had a gold plating shielding it, and the gold plating is actually immune to bombs and the giant laser beam, but you can shoot it, but as long as that gold plating is intact, you can't actually capture that enemy. And so what he did was use the bomb in order to provide a lot of covering explosion to protect from all the bullets that the mid-boss was shooting at them, and which gave them enough time to destroy the gold plating on its face and then capture the mid-boss. So we are now moving into the final phase of the boss fight. Golem is charging up his alpha laser while avoiding the onslaught from the boss. And the reason why Golem is charging the alpha laser rather than Ghouls is because he had his capture out longer. The captures, they can take a lot of bullets, but they have a limited amount of health, and if a capture dies, then you don't get anything useful out of it. So now they're engaging in the beam duels, and the boss shoots 4 lasers. They can counter all 4 of them. They've got all 4. Come on, come on. They got it? They got it. Nice. Very, very good. Okay, so they've just wrapped up Stage 2, Zone Gamma, and now they're taking a short breather while they choose the next stage to go to, which I believe should be Stage Epsilon. And the Epsilon stage, if you thought that what we had been looking at in the first 2 stages was cool, you're about to be blown away by Zone Epsilon, because it has one of the coolest settings in any shmup I have ever seen. It's just utterly fantastic. So they're cruising in, you have the white dwarf in the background, and you have this fantastical planetscape where these small little planetoids with the mushrooms floating in the background with the aurora going there. They are in an asteroid field, so they have to be careful because, yeah, the asteroids come from all directions. Good job with the shield pickup there. Ghouls was getting a little bit low on the shield power, but you could tell because it had actually shrunk to the size of the ship. But he's looking pretty good now. He's also powered up to the laser power up, and you can see that now the main shot that he's firing is very, very narrow. It does go through enemies, but it's not particularly strong, and it doesn't give you very much coverage, and that coverage is not going to improve any while he has it until he gets the wave power up. So good capture on the mid-boss. This poor fish looks like he's upside down, but we'll get over that. And so let's see, the Gray Sphere pickup is purely for points. In previous Darius games, these are a source of consternation because they award random point values upon picking them up, but I believe in this game, it's a fixed value that is determined on which part of its cycle as it rotates you pick it up in. Let's see. Enemies come in waves, so every now and then you'll see a point value like this 30,000 times 2 crop up on screen. That means that they've destroyed every enemy in the wave and they've gotten a point bonus. And the multiplier depends on how you destroy the last enemy. So in general, if you just destroy a wave with your regular shot or your missiles, you won't get a bonus multiplier. But if you destroy the last enemy in the wave with one of your captures, you'll get that times 2 multiplier, and you'll get further multipliers if you destroy enemies with your bomb or your giant laser beam. So all of these boss encounters that we've seen thus far, where they're engaging in these epic beam duels, not only does that just look amazing and is a total spectacle, but it's also optimal to do for score because you get bonus points for the boss as for doing this. And in fact, scoring in G-Darius generally involves sandbagging the bosses in order to wait for them to charge up their laser beams, and some bosses even have different cycles where later on in the phases, they will shoot 2 laser beams instead of 1. And so you can get an additional score multiplier by waiting like that. Things are getting a little crazy with the asteroid belt, but it looks like things are fine. The mid-boss itself does have a lot of health, but it's also something of an escort mission if you want to keep it around, because it can actually die if you're not careful, and it doesn't have the smartest tracking either. It kind of lazily follows the ship and is a giant target, so keeping it alive isn't the easiest thing in the world. We see Ghouls is powered up to the Silver Shield, very good. And I believe they should be zoning in, getting pretty close to the end of the stage. And the 3rd stage boss for Zone Epsilon is something quite special. It is Dimension Diver, and this boss is just a trip. And here he comes. He's leaping through space and time. And also you could even see him at the beginning of the stage plowing through the Aurora Borealis. So here he is. He's going to start with the semi-random pattern here. It can be a pain to dodge, and okay. I'm sorry, I maybe spoke a little too soon there, but they're okay. Okay, so now they can just narrow their fire. He's shooting a bunch of destructible enemies at them right now, which they're able to destroy fairly easily. Golem has the charge for the laser beam from the mid-boss powered up, which does delete bullets, so that gives them a lot of very valuable covering fire, so that they can stay safe. And okay, made it through, very good. Yeah, so every boss is very kind, and they will give you enemies to capture mid-phase. Going into the beam duel, there's 1 and there's 2. Nice, they were able to counter both of the beams and get the kill. Very, very clean. Okay, so they'll now be moving into stage 4, which is the Theta Zone. This is where the game starts getting very, very difficult. And so right now they're in a bit of a sticky situation because Ghouls has no shield left. Luckily, when he picks up his next blue power-up, it will fully replenish his shield back to full. But he's got to get to that blue power-up first. And so they're going to have to play a little aggressively. They have lots of capture balls in stock, so we might see some very aggressive lasers to provide covering fire just to allow him to survive. And yeah, here they are. They're just gonna use their resources so that they can come get safe. And there's the shield, and they're out of the woods, at least for now. So their general game plan for this stage, because the game's starting to get so chaotic, is you'll see them take this opposing track, where right now Ghouls is on the bottom of the screen. He has this laser capture that provides covering fire, and Golem is going to stick to the top of the screen or the bottom if they choose to switch. They will have to swap sides in order to pick up power-ups. Like that red power-up sphere, because remember, Golem does not want to power up anymore because he does not want the laser power-up, and Ghouls does want that power because he wants to get out of laser as quickly as he possibly can, just for safety for the rest of the run. And also the enemies, they're also becoming tankier. You have like these barrier enemies that just take a lot of punishment in order to kill, and so they're trying to get that, and we're okay. They're able to get the blue power up. Those are your lifelines. They're so important. But yeah, it's very important that they try to stick to a no miss as much as they can. Good bomb there. So that they can keep the enemy fire predictable, targeting the exact same player, and just minimize the number of surprises they deal with throughout the course of the game. Now, one of the things I haven't talked about yet is that not only do you have branching paths between the zones, but you also have branching paths within the zones. We saw just now there was the demarcation between Area O and Area P, and they chose to go to Area O by camping out on the top of the screen during that demarcation. The player who is the current target is the one who gets to choose which path you go to, and each path has a different variation of the stage boss, in addition to just taking you through a different second half of the stage. So right now, Ghouls is still the target, and so he got to choose. Golem used the bomb in order to provide him the cover in order to do so. Very nice coordination there. These golden bullets are kind of annoying. They cannot be captured, and they're also invincible to your bomb and laser. Once again, using a bomb in order to quickly get the mid-boss. Very nice. And okay, they're looking pretty good on resources. The one saving grace of the giant unwieldy mid-bosses is that they do take a lot of punishment, so you can use them as shields for your shield to keep your actual shield from taking too many hits. And they're both they're getting a little low on capture balls, but they're aware of it, so they're going to make sure that Golem gets the next couple. And they're also giving Golem the blue power up so you can get up to the silver shield. This is quite a lot, but I think they're able to weather that storm. They're coming up towards the end of the stage. They're about to see the boss coming up, and this boss, like all of the other bosses in this game, is a spectacle to behold. So now we can take a small breather. Actually, no, let's not. Fun fact about the mid-boss captures. If you are a fan of fighting games, you can use Street Fighter type motions, command motions, in order to get special attacks from the mid-bosses. My understanding is that they're not particularly useful, but it is a neat thing that you can do. So here's the stage 4 boss, the giant manta ray battleship Deathwings. And this boss is going to be pretty interesting because they're going to get through this first phase here, and then the boss is going to start flying around. It's going to almost start cheating. It's going to fly up to the top of the screen where they can't easily hit it, and just start pelting them with nonsense. Okay, nice laser. Once again, that laser cancels bullets and lasers of all sorts. It doesn't make you completely invincible, but for all intents and purposes, it comes pretty close. And then of course they could do that with impunity because the boss immediately gave them enemy spawns that they could capture again. So. Yeah, here you see a very clean example of ghouls sticking to one side of the screen in order to get the bullet patterns focused on him, while Golem is hanging out on the other side of the screen, away from the fire and just on standby. Very nice handling of that boss there. Very, very good. They're heading into the final zone, which should be zone new, and they're both on no miss pace. This is incredible. So, let's see now. And Zone New does not let up on the spectacle. This game is only going to get cooler and cooler, and we're even coming to the end of it. Okay. So here we are, and it's time to go through the looking glass. If there are any 2001 fans out there, well, you're in good company. Okay, so yeah, they both got their captures. The captures really are one of the cooler things about this game, because every enemy in the game does give you essentially a different power-up. Depending on what it is, and of course, since different enemies appear in different stages, you can basically like custom tailor your stage experiences through. You have a lot of different options that you can make use of at any given point in time, which is always very fun. And some of the enemies are a little bit more exotic. These jellyfish enemies are a good example because they rotate about the ship based upon your horizontal movement. Which is always a really fun positioning based power-up. Got some capture balls coming up, which is really important. That's a little tricky. Yeah, they were both able to get one. Very nice. They do want to try and balance out those capture balls as best as they can because those are lifelines. And if they were to run out, that would become very tricky. They are specifically going to version Y because of the boss variant. I think one of them's off shield. Okay, he got it. Very nice. Okay, we're still safe. And yeah. And oh no. They're on the wrong route. They meant to go Y. Never mind. This is gonna be a fantastic finish. I can already tell. Good bomb there. Okay, so he's picked up this other enemy that has this flamethrower. The flamethrower is quite a bit stronger, so they can use that to deal a lot of damage. They also have the mid boss in tow, and so we're coming up to the end. Okay, we got shield, and so all that's left really is the final boss, and the final boss is quite the encounter. Are they? I think. Yeah. Oh my. So it looks like Ghouls might still have a shield. Either that or he's running low. So they're going to have to take this a little carefully. They are off route. but they have lots of resources, so they should still be able to clear the game. Yeah, all they have to do is make it to the next shield power up, and they'll be golden. Because if you pick up one from Zero, oh boy, yeah, enemies from behind, everybody's favorites. If you pick up a shield power up when you're empty, it will completely refill your gauge. So as long as they can hold out, they should be good for the boss. And here he is. So this is the Embryon. And he's gonna T-pose onto the screen. There he is. Hey. Okay, so this boss is a 3-phase fight. He has a head that shoots at you and the main core. They are going to town on the core in order to get through the first phase as quickly as possible. And it's already over, so they're moving on to the second phase here. Okay, and I believe with the captures, they should have the resources necessary just to laser through all the phases and make it to the end of the game. So let's see, it's laser. Okay, they made it, and oh no, oh no. Okay, they've got their captures. They're good. They're good. All is well. We have the Taito lasers here. They're all focusing on ghouls. He was able to weather them good. Golem doing what he can to stay out of the way. Oh, there's first death. Okay, luckily ghouls is still targeted, but these lasers are they home in a very weird way, so it's not trivial. In any case, moving on to the final phase. Plenty of resources here. They should be able to make it through without too much issue. Now the real question is, are they going to engage with the beam duel for the phono finish? And, well, I hope the answer is yes, but they may choose to just play this one for safety, which is totally understandable. This boss is not easy at all. The patterns may not be as dense as from bullet hells, but this is a big hitbox game, and so it's actually a lot less trivial to dodge than you would think. Oh no, okay, so ghouls just took a death, and Golem died immediately afterwards because the targeting switched and he wasn't prepared for it. Oh no, it's happening again. Oh, can you get it? Come on, no, got it. Okay, he got it. Okay. Crisis averted. Crisis maybe less averted. They're both on their last life, but that's okay. It's okay. We're very close to the end here. We're just waiting for him to give some capture enemies. There they are. Okay, they've got a laser in tow. Yeah, they're playing this for safety. Come on, can they do it? Okay, they have captures. Oh dear, Golem's out, so it's all up to ghouls. But here's the final beam struggle. Can he? Oh dear, he went too early for safety. Well, and he got it. GG. Excellent finish. Ah, wow, what a ride. What a ride. That game is a trip. Gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to say regarding the run?
That was a really... Okay, sorry. That was a really tense run because I got distracted. I'm Ghouls, by the way. I got distracted by the shield power-up in the final zone, and I took it to the wrong area. So that means we played a different final boss than we were practicing. But luckily, we practiced both embryons before. We've actually done a clear of both embryons, so we were able to barely scrape through. Oh man.
It's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I would have felt so guilty if we had lost after that. Okay, that's it.
Great playing, my dudes.
Thanks.
So up next, we have another in-person run, one where the player has been practicing diligently all day on a CRT and an Xbox 360. The poor guys playing Mushi Ultra, going for the second or third revenge run. I can't remember which one it is, but fun fact, like I said earlier in the stream, this is Mark, by the way. Kiwi, myself, and Eero, who played earlier today, are the 3 players left who have been in every single Shmup Slam. And so Kiwi keeps their tradition by not only playing once again, but showing up here in person. So, awesome. So, this may take a moment to set up, so be patient, because I've got to put him on this big boy computer, so hang tight.
Alerta, alerta, enemigo aproximándose.
Glad to be back on. Be seeing a bit more of me tonight, I think.
Okay, my microphone is on. Alrighty.
Sweet.
Chat, can you hear myself and soft drink? We want to make sure this is correct before we begin the run. I'm counting on you, chat. Soft drink, voice and face of Shmups. Someone needs to add that to his
I don't know
title.
about that. That's too much responsibility. I can't handle that one.
You need to keep it, keep it the face and voice of Shmup. Okay, you can hear both of us loud and clear. I got your game audio balanced already. Hopefully.
Is there any possibility of being able to listen to it?
Yeah, I'll put it in. No. No, you cannot. No, you cannot listen to it, actually, because I have to hear soft drink.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, I guess just to give a little bit of context, as some people in chat are no doubt aware, this is not the first or even the second time that Kiwi has run Mushi Ultra for a shooting game demonstration. And each of his runs has been spectacular in its own way. But he mentioned to me earlier that he's going to try to play it a little bit more conservatively this time. Only going for about 450 million, which is still a ridiculously high score by most metrics. So that should be interesting to see. I know some of his strats for slightly safer play, but I'm curious to see how this pans out. Ultra is, as always, an incredibly unforgiving mode, and even the smallest deviations from route, or in some cases just bad luck, can really, really mess things up. So really hope things go well today.
Where's the port?
Just reading through chat here for a second. Minier Mike asking, has there ever been an Ultra run that's both no miss and no bomb? Or is the final boss impossible without either bomb or dying? So no, the final boss is not impossible to no miss, no bomb. Several players have done it. I know Asi-san has done it. I think, God, I want to say Vereston? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And there's a few others. I don't believe Kiwi has done a no miss, no bomb yet, but he has done no miss and no bomb separately, and he's done a no miss one bomb. But all of this is just talking about practice. So the challenge with doing no miss, no bomb in Mushi Ultra in an actual run is just that the game is unrelentingly difficult. And some of the bosses, particularly the stage 2 boss, really, really, really need bombs to make them consistent. So obviously the TLB, Aki, is kind of infamously a difficult fight to do without resources. So that in and of itself would make a no miss, no bomb prohibitively difficult for the overwhelming majority of players. But the fact that the rest of the game exists and that some of the other bosses are as dangerous as they are does pose a significant challenge. So to my knowledge, no, there is not a no miss, no bomb of Ultra that has been done so far.
Sorry about that, soft drink.
No
We had
problem.
a monitor hiccup right there at the end. We got him swapped though.
Whoop.
Sorry about that. We had to swap out his monitor. The rotation stopped working there at the end.
It looks like the
Can you hear
camera
me?
may have. Yeah, can you hear me, Mark? It looks like
Yes.
the camera may have.
Whoops.
New
Let me-
audio device detected.
Oh boy, what is going on? Am I on camera?
Thank you, Jamers. Jamers saying there's been a no miss at least. Yes, that does sound
Yes, it is
correct.
lagging. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead and set your stuff up.
But again, for today, I think that the primary goal is just going to be to actually demonstrate a 1cc in a live context. And then the score goal is only 450 million, which again, for some context, this is a game that has kind of some geometric scoring elements, and the world record, depending on which category you're talking about, is usually in the 800 million to 1 billion range. Kiwi himself is a world record holder. I believe his category of choice right now is using the glitch but not using auto fire. So his scoring runs are glitch no auto. I could be mistaken on that. And it looks like the run is starting. Okay. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he's backing out. Okay. Yeah, for everyone commenting in chat, the issue is with the capture. My webcam is fine right now, but it seems like when the new monitor was connected, I bet that the monitor is an HDMI device, and so it's using the GPU audio output over HDMI just popped up as the default, and Discord is like, oh, do you want to switch to this? So trying to be helpful, technology, man. All right, looks like we got it fixed. Thank you, Mark.
This is why streaming and playing on the same computer is not fun.
Yeah.
Okay, he's loaded up. Looking okay on your end, everyone?
Yeah, it looks good to me. I'm watching the stream a little bit. There's obviously
Okay,
some
good.
lag there, but I am. When am I going to see the game feed?
Oh, you're not seeing it? Son of a bitch. Hold on.
People joking about tech support. Actually, I used to work tech support. So my current job, I do a lot of tech support sort of incidentally. I'm kind of like the de facto IT guy, even though that's not really part of my actual job. But one of my previous jobs, I literally was a tech support technician at a company in the Bay Area. So, people would have problems with it's usually like Adobe Acrobat, or somebody wanted to make their mouse left-handed. Yeah. Fun times. All right, hang on. All right, now I can see the game. There we go. It's all happening? Yeah. All of it is happening. Every last bit of it is happening. We have a question from Doria Yen, Steam or Xbox version. I believe this is the Steam version, and that's because it's being run on the PC for direct capture, both for stream quality, but also because Kiwi, I believe, is going to be playing with autofire, and his autofire setup is sophisticated enough that it does not run directly on within the game. Like, the game has a built-in autofire feature, but to get the kind of glitch auto that is necessary to perform the scoring glitch in this game, you actually need to have external autofire in addition to the autofire that's built into the game.
You can see his game right now. Soft drink?
Yes, I can.
You should see the whole thing.
I do. It's sideways, but I can work with that.
Oh, gee. Well, I can't help that. He's playing it sideways, so.
No, it's okay. I just rotated my monitor. We're all good.
Oh,
all
yep.
good.
He just rotated his monitor. We're ready to roll. Go.
Yeah, we're vibing. Are you prepared to battle sheer despair?
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's a struggle. We're making it work.
Well, it's complicated when you need to play on the stream the stream setup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that makes things
absolutely.
complicated.
Absolutely.
So this is Ultra mode for people not familiar. This is the highest difficulty mode of Mushi. So difficult you get a warning screen at the beginning, just to let you know.
And Kiwi picking W power here, which is for him. He usually plays W, I believe, these days. But some of his older routes relied on using S power, so he has some experience with both of those types.
Right.
M power is generally not played at most levels of play for Ultra, simply because it doesn't have either the concentrated long range damage or the concentrated point blank damage from W power or S power.
Yeah, it's like the worst of both worlds rather than the best of both worlds.
Right, and it also, I think, it's not capable of performing the scoring glitch, which is a little bit too nuanced to get into in detail, but basically the scoring in this game, you see that sort of plus 5,000 right now, that counter in the upper left-hand corner, and there's also a counter that pops up every time that he contacts an enemy with his shot. Think of that sort of like a damage chain.
Right, yeah.
And as those shots hit enemies, that number builds up, and that number, I think the actual way it works is that every time you pick up a gem, like one of these little pieces of amber, its value is incremented by what that counter is. And so you can, by using the option system in this game, you can cause these counters to go up at an exponential rate. We'll get a little bit more into that in a second. Okay, cool. Bomb there just for a quick kill.
Strategy bomb.
So getting right on top of the boss here, probably using what we call super shot, which is where he's holding the rapid. Yeah, nice. The swag spot there.
That's a really cool safe spot.
Yeah. It's a little tricky to get consistently because it depends on where the boss is on the screen.
Oh, Kiwi's asking for claps. After every stage, everyone has to clap.
There we go.
Kiwi needs revenge on this damn game. He said he needs to beat this in Slam so he doesn't have to play it anymore.
Ah, okay, there you go.
So this man is fighting for his freedom.
Right. Yeah, so something we're going to see coming up here, there's these green bushes. We may see Kiwi sort of sit on top of this bush. Yeah, there you go. And see how that counter is flicking between white and red. Essentially what happens is every time it goes from red back to white, the value of the option counter, that smaller counter that comes from the option laser hitting something, that value is added back to the main counter. And so for scoring, you'll often see players doing these kind of crazy setups where they're like point blanking to sit on top of these bushes like he just did there.
Yeah.
Well, there's all these bullets coming around, and using a kind of precise control of when they're tapping different buttons. So right now we'll probably see him switch to slow A tapping, where he's tapping the main shot button at a relatively slow frequency. You can tell that that's happening. Oh, okay, interesting. I think that was not a planned bomb.
It wasn't. I heard him.
Okay.
He was not happy about it.
So what he wanted to try to do there was build up that main counter value and sub-counter values pretty high, and then at the end, when you saw his option stop firing, and he was actually mashing C. Uh-oh. Is this going to be a reset, or is he going to play off of it?
You have a reset. You have one.
All right, so we're going to see a reset.
Okay, he has his one reset.
So what he was trying to do there was build up those counter values by slowly tapping the main shot. If you do that with a precise timing, then your counter will increase and then start to decrease. But then just as it starts to decrease, the next wave of your bullets will contact the enemy, and it'll actually go back up again. And that's this sort of slow A tapping is sort of the name that we use to describe that technique, even though you can put it down to whatever button you want.
I've heard it described as plasma. It's like a weird chaining sort of system.
Yeah. It is a little bit. Like I said, it's sort of like a damage chain.
Right.
So it's funky, and there's a lot of nuance to it. I really, frankly, do not know how to explain it well enough to do it justice in a live setting like this.
Well,
but the gist of it is
that... context is he has to have special auto-fire settings. I do know that. Like, not only in the game, but also on his actual arcade stick. Like, he needs a special auto-fire on the arcade stick on top of the in-game auto-fire. So he's double auto-fired.
Yeah. So, there are rumors that the auto-fire record for this game was played with so many auto-fire buttons that they needed an entire keyboard for it. And I think that at this point that's just a myth. I think that's been disproven, but that kind of feeling is certainly what it feels like sometimes to start thinking about how to set up auto-fire in this game. Because you want to be tapping at all these different frequencies, and it depends on your distance from the enemy, it depends on your shot power level, it can depend on the amount of slowdown that you have. So when you're trying to do the slow A tapping, you have to regulate the rate at which you're doing that based on the rate at which the game itself is operating. So we might see him try to go for the same bomb again here.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go. So this is a variation on strategy that I would normally see him use. Often he goes for a no bomb on the stage 1 boss. Yeah, and again, there's the nice safe spot. Like I said, it can be kind of hard to line that up.
Or do you think it's like efficiency of getting through the stage faster? What do you think?
The safe spot there? Or the bomb?
Kiwi thinks I'm talking. Yeah.
We got to clap. We got to clap.
I know, the crowd is not clapping as... I need to get one of those applause. Oh, here they are.
There you go. There you go.
One of those applause signs like they have in late night.
Applause. Yeah, so stage 2, a lot of the first half is going to be kind of chaining between these nana bushes, are what people refer to them. And again, trying to just maintain the value of this counter. Something that you'll notice a little bit is that kind of most enemies, as soon as he stops contacting it, the counter will roll down. But there's some specific enemies where it will be maintained for a little bit. There's sort of like a delay on it. And so sometimes you'll see that he goes out of his way to avoid killing an enemy until a certain point in time, or right now, for example, this Nana Bush is invincible, so he's just going to sit on top of it until the mid-boss becomes vulnerable.
That's crazy how far low on the screen it gets before damn it. Got him again.
Yeah, so going for score against this mid-boss can be extremely dangerous. The fight itself is not that difficult if you're just playing for survival, but when you're trying to set up for scoring, you have to do some very tricky movements like that, and unfortunately it got him here. So right now what he's doing is building up that main counter value using this slow A tapping, and then he actually did not kill the mid-boss because he wanted to chain that counter into the next part of the stage. So it's worth way more points to not kill the mid-boss.
That's actually really cool.
Mm-hmm. And that happens, I think, in stage 4 as well, or at least you want to delay the kill to a specific point. So now he's just going to try to do kind of, you can think of it sort of like Doronpachi chaining, where you want to delay the kills on certain enemies so that your shots are able to link from one enemy to the next without without breaking the chain. So to put this in some perspective, he has already gotten both score extends by the end of stage 2. Right now he's at, I think, 36 million points, and that number is going up very fast. His counter here is at around 90,000. If you played this stage competently without using these kinds of tricks to manipulate the system, you would probably have a counter of about 20,000, maybe less. So now, this boss is super difficult. What he did right there, he used that bomb as part of a strategy to go up point blanket and kill all of its legs at once. Then by just kind of tapping down very precisely, he was able to kill that phase without having to deal with its most dangerous pattern. So, nice bomb. That'll set up nicely. Yeah, there you go. You want to avoid this chevron pattern. It's absolutely deadly.
Jeez.
This one looks really, really scary, but if you just tap it with a certain rhythm... Yeah, the final pattern, it looks really scary, and it can be really scary if it hits you at the wrong time. So the bosses in Mushi are often on a sort of a global timer. And when you kill a phase, that timer doesn't adjust. And so what happens is if you kill a phase just a little bit too early or too late, you might have an attack that comes out when you're not positioned right for it.
Right.
So he was very well set up for that there.
What are your thoughts on stage 3, Softring? A controversial stage in Mushihimesama.
I enjoy it a lot. I really love the design. I think the idea of making this sort of like, it clearly pays homage to like Battleship raid stages, but Instead, it sort of recontextualizes it because this game is all about like bugs and nature. You know, you're on top of this gigantic insect. I think it's really cool. From the perspective of play, this right here, what he's doing is one of the scariest parts of the entire stage.
Absolutely.
Okay. That was not a planned bomb, but it was a good bomb. The cutbacks here on Ultra are very difficult to execute. It just gets very, very tight. Once you get in the rhythm of it, it's fine, but those first couple cutbacks, it's really scary.
And those bullets got some speed on them too. It doesn't seem like it, but when you're actually playing it, they're much faster than you expect.
Absolutely. And he's still going for a little bit of scoring right now. I'm curious to see if he maintains that through the rest of the stage. So these big wings will cause a cancel once he kills them. Yeah, there you go. And if he's going for score, we'll see him start to sort of reduce his damage. Yeah, so he's feathering his damage a little bit on this. And you can see, again, that red flicking, that red, white, red, white, red, white. That's a good sign that he's probably using these techniques to manipulate how the chain is operating.
Yeah.
So this part right here is very easy to drop your chain once the screen starts transitioning to the left. So we're going to see some nice tap dodging here, and he's still using, right now he's doing a C-tap to cash out the value of his option counters onto his main counter. And now he's going to continue to tap C, and here it's not so much to build the chain as it is to maintain it. So this section is really, really difficult to maintain because if you start shooting your options, your chain will go down. And I'm not entirely sure why that happens. I've never really looked into the details of how to chain this section. I just know that the easiest way to maintain through it is to do what he did there, where you're just kind of rapidly tapping the full auto button, which makes it very difficult because some of the enemies there will, try to sideswipe you or that kind of thing. So
that was a very scary cancel.
Yeah,
Kiwi shook
lots
his
of
head
that.
right when it canceled. He's like, "Oh, thank God." Thank Akita.
Yeah, there you go. So his counter's in a pretty good spot right now. He's going to want to try to bring as much of this as he can up to the very end of the stage. There's going to be sort of the head of this giant bug. You can rack up an enormous amount of counter value from that. It's actually called a skyrocket. So this section here, right where we transition from sort of the back of the bug into the neck and shoulders, can be really dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Especially with these black bugs that spawn here in a bit. They have some very scary attacks.
Well, and also this right here, one thing that I struggled with this pattern for a long time is that the bugs that are spawned from the sides of the neck, they only shoot when the neck itself isn't shooting.
Oh, interesting.
And so trying to figure out the timing relationship there can be really confusing. So right here, what he's doing now is he's using the normal super shot to build up his option counter values. He wants to get around 700, 800. And now he's just going to mash rapid fire and see it just go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So he wants probably 350k, 400k, something like that.
He's got to be careful. He needs that extend.
Yeah, so now he's going to move over and take out all the parts along the right side and then all the parts along the left side before he destroys the head.
This is crazy.
The head's already at very low health, so he wants to be really careful. Nicely done on the right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, there.
4. Nice.
Okay,
and now to the head. Nice.
Nicely done. He doesn't even need to finish the stage for an applause break for that one.
Yeah. So Kiwi has a unique strategy for the opening part of this boss fight where he actually tries to no-bomb it as long as he can right there. Okay. Yeah, he got a little walled right there. But he's about to hit the phase transition in just a second, so he's fine. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. There it is.
And then second phase, he's going to want to point blank, again, using that super shot to maximize damage, holding down the rapid fire button and then mashing the main shot button as fast as he can, or in this case, using auto. And he wants to kill it right in the middle of this phase.
Right before it, nice.
Yeah, if you don't use super shot there, it's really hard to deal with that final pattern. So you want to kind of do as much damage as you can before that final pattern really has a chance to become a threat.
Here comes stage 4.
Already at 225 million, by the way. So this is a killer run so far in terms of score.
Yeah, he's not playing around.
Opening part of stage 4 is going to be pretty tricky. These big green beetles are horrifying.
Yes.
They really
you gotta
clog
take
up the
them
screen.
out right when they get on screen.
So here, this movement over to the left and then down, very direct, very intentional way to redirect how those bullets are being fired and make an opening for himself. There's sort of these lanes that form with how those small enemies fire their shots. Heart.
Yeah, I know. I love that.
It's so good.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
That special someone, just send him a screenshot.
This stage in general is just super cool. The music is great.
Yes,
the level design is great. It's got the worms or snakes or however you want to call them. But, shmup snakes are always great.
Presentation-wise, too, it has this really nice change of pace that's very distinctive. It's hard to describe, but it's just like you're entering the zone sort of thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the stage is where you really feel the difficulty ramp up a lot, but the music is very contemplative. So this part right here, okay, good bomb.
Yeah.
He was a little bit off position there, but now he's got to just kind of YOLO this part.
Oh boy, no bombs left.
He's got it.
Son of a bitch.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Damn you, soft drink.
Yeah, so that's an incredibly difficult area to get through without using resources. Here again, against the stage 4 mid-boss, he's going to try to build up his counter. So again, see that red to white flash?
Yes.
And notice that there are these kind of gaps in his shot. So right now he's at 30k. He's going to want to get it even higher. And we may see him try not to kill the mid-boss at all.
Ooh,
time the
that's
kill
getting
to go inside. There you go. So what happens now is the enemies start firing as well. So
That's
it becomes
awesome.
really, really scary. Okay, that's a phase change right there, and that causes a screen clear,
There
and then
it
the boss
goes.
leaves. Excellent timing. That's
Yeah.
really hard to set up the way that he just did. Very, very nice. So now he's at 100k counter, and he's just chilling for the rest of the stage because he's got a nice route
Yes.
that's going to take him along the backs of these giant like flying centipede things.
Is this fully static, soft drink?
The route that
Yes.
these take, yes, is static.
Okay.
The popcorn enemies on the side will aim at you, so you do have to be aware that there are some dynamic elements, but the actual movement pattern of the snakes themselves is static.
Yeah.
So I'm getting a
I
cancel.
figured it so, but I wanted to make sure there weren't any
Oh.
RNG elements that I wasn't aware of.
Interesting. Okay, goes for a cancel there.
cancel.
That's pretty cool. I like that. It makes it a little bit safer in that transition. I'm just going to move over. Once he kills the segments on the backs of these kind of big flying snake things, then you can safely move over them. Their hitbox for collision deactivates. But until you do that, you can collide with them. And it is a very real risk, especially on this guy where he does this sort of hook maneuver. It can be really easy to get hit by that. The collision hitboxes are deceptively large on some parts of it, like the head of it, for
The head and the tail are massive weapons of destruction.
So here he's going to get that cancel, slide over to the left, take out as much of this as he can, and as much of the one on the top of the screen as he can, and then use that to set up a move to the right here, off the cancel there, get another cancel at the end here, boom, and now we're almost at 300 million. So, stage 4 boss can be kind of mean, but there's a very reliable strategy for the first phase, at least.
Yeah.
So he's going to point blank it, again using
strategy,
super shot. Yeah, so he uses a bomb right there, goes up point blank, and boom, there's the first phase. Now he's going to wait for this pattern to come all about 3/4 of the way down. Yeah, there you go. And then bomb again, point blank again, and now we're done.
Beautiful.
Flawless stage 4 boss.
Yes. Now he's got a good amount of resources coming into the final stage. That's massive.
Yes, that's great. And
Kiwi's trying to remember how to beat the final boss right now. He's like, what the hell do I do? I forget.
Right, yeah.
Write it on your
yeah.
hand, Kiwi.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully he remembers as the stage goes on. My personal favorite stage in Mushihimesama, by far, stage 5.
Yeah, it's a
The
great stage.
cancels are amazing.
The music is great. The cancels are great. And just the sensation of like how chaotic everything is at this point, I think, is really nice. Really aggressive play so far, which is certainly one of the actually, believe it or not, safer strategies for the opening part of the stage.
Right,
Because there's just so much happening here. By being so aggressive and point blanking some of these enemies, he's actually killing them before they even have a chance to become a real threat. as you can see, some of these like the mantises right
Oh
there.
my God, yeah.
Shot those huge walls of bullets. You know, by being directly on top of it, point blanking it, and taking it out right as it enters the screen, he actually makes things much safer. So there's 1, 2. This section can be really hard with this third one.
This mantis right here, yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, so kind of a point blank macro misdirect thing. Beautiful. Now here we might see him delay a couple of these cancels a little bit to get some more points out of them, more counter out of them. See it?
Oh yeah, slipping through. There we go.
Nice.
The nice thing in Ultra is you do have a nice tiny hitbox. That is nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very, very small. And you definitely need every single one of
Yeah,
those
every single pixel.
missing pixels. Yeah. And slide back over here and go for it probably right now. Yep. Nice.
You know, this stage kind of reminds me a bit of Futari. What do you think about that? With the cancels and everything?
I guess. I mean, Futari in general, I think, is a little bit more designed around cancels, especially in the
Yes,
late game.
exactly.
And this stage does have some of that same sort of DNA. So we're coming up on the stage 5 mid-boss, and we're probably going to see a scoring setup on that as well. Stage 5 mid-boss is actually one of the most valuable parts of the entire game. So if everything goes right here, we could see him soar past his score target for this run, which remember was 450 million. He's already at 360.
Yeah.
So he's, you know, most of the way there.
Okay, I'm not going to talk so Kiwi can concentrate. It's up to you, soft drink.
All right. So same strategies we've kind of seen before. He's going to start off with this slow tap, but noticeably, you can see he's only getting one burst of shot against the mid-boss. And that one burst of shot comes from the auto-fire glitch, which I haven't really described yet. Basically, by very precisely inputting shot and rapid with timing, you want to essentially plink from one to the other with exactly one tick on before and after on each button. And that'll only shoot one burst of your shot, which will allow the counter to go just absolutely crazy, because you're getting sort of the most optimal setup for that short drop and then restore short drop.
God damn it.
Okay. So you can see his counter there got up to like 400,000. And I've seen him get it up to about 1 million here. And so, you know, that very, very high counter value leading into the second half of the stage. And there's tons of enemies, tons of points in the second half of the stage.
The stage is rough.
Yeah, so it's extraordinarily difficult and, you know, very, very dangerous to try to go for bringing the counter up that high. But it was really cool to see him get it, even if he wasn't quite able to maintain it here. So, little bit.
Kiwi is always
messy
very
there.
ambitious with his live runs. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't always take the easy route out of things.
Mm-hmm. So this part is real spooky looking, but you just have to trust that the tap is going to work.
Right. Do you think he can
it's-
make his score goal at this stage, at this point?
I honestly don't know. It's going to be tough for sure. But he has good, like, normal chaining routes for the second half of the stage. Oh, okay, that bomb may have just made it so he can't hit his score goal. I don't remember what the end bonus is, so I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. He's getting there, though, but like you said, without that massive chain to carry him over, it's really tricky.
Yeah, and I mean, for perspective, you know, 300, 400, 500 million points just from this part of the game, like just from this second half of stage 5. So it is absolutely monstrous for score. It's a shame that he wasn't able to carry it through there. But again, incredibly difficult trick, and to go for it in a live run like this is very impressive. So
Here we go.
So this is the regular stage 5 boss. In every other difficulty mode of Mushihimesama, this would be the final boss, but in Ultra, at the end, you fight a TLB.
Yes. You can also fight the TLB in a range mode, which is a lot of fun.
Yes. Yeah. Your ranged TLB is pretty fun. So that first set of patterns using the bomb there just to maximize damage. This pattern is kind of spooky. We may see a bomb here. No, nice. Sometimes it doesn't line up very well, and you get those little like micro bullets. They end up in a position that's very difficult to read. Really nice damage there, and able to kind of run straight up and point blank during that phase to do even a little bit more. And again, starting off with a point blank in this phase, great for damage consistency. This pattern is relatively dodgeable most of the time. It's pretty reliant on your position, so if you don't line it up well, you can...
Right, you're just handling a mess.
You got trapped there.
Now he's got to get through this without bombing here.
Well, he's still got 2 lives in stock, but yeah, he doesn't want to use those resources if he can spare it.
Yeah, he's got to save him for the TLB.
So this little loop around is something that he's practiced a lot. It's a very difficult pattern to get a good feel for, but once it starts clicking, it makes a lot more sense. Doing this without any resources, though, is a little bit spooky.
Yeah, no kidding.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very, very, very nice.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. TLB time.
Like with before, I probably won't say too much so I don't distract him. So it's up to soft drink.
The Aki fight here is sort of infamously difficult. The first few phases are not that bad. They're still very, very challenging, but compared to the final, they are consistent. So this pattern has 2 possibilities. There's a static version like this, and there's the aimed version like this. In the aimed version, you just want to tap slightly. The static version, you want to see where the hole is and then move through that hole. This pattern, you just want to tap dodge. If you move excessively, you will die. And you want to move like countering the direction in which these are coming from. So in this case, they came from the left, he moved to the right, then they came from the right, he moved to the left. Here, he wants to make a judgment call about sort of which direction it's going to be steering. And I think he chose correctly here. So, and again, it's all just tapping, very, very slow. Now here, normally we would probably see a bomb here because this pattern is just, it's just really dumb. He's not shooting. You notice the boss has that shield up, he's not shooting. That's because Aki, he doesn't just not take damage when that shield is up, he actually returns fire. He has this incredibly excellent work on that second phase there, and now onto the final. So what he's going to try to do here on the final, he's going to look for these little lanes that'll appear. Yep, there you go. And he'll move counter to the pattern inside that lane, wait for it to get to the edge of the screen, and then probably bomb as late as he can. Yeah, there you go. You're going to wait for the slowdown to reach its absolute peak before you bomb, because that's a good cue to indicate that the next wave is going to start spawning. So now, what happens is if you bomb with that timing, these lanes line up better. And you can see, again, this sort of lane that he's following over to the side. Very nice. And just kind of riding it as long as he can. Had to use a bomb there in order to set it up in phase. You have to be timed correctly. So there's that return fire. Okay, good bomb. This is scary now. He's a little bit off sync. Okay, new wave incoming. Okay, moving with it. There's the lane. He hasn't done enough damage. He's going to need to cut back to the left. Can he? Oh, man. Yes. Come on. Come on. Yeah!
Nice. Standing ovation.
Oh, man.
He finally did it. Jeez. I was like, I can't breathe as he's going through that stage. I didn't want to distract him.
Yeah. Yeah, so what happened there is essentially he got off phase where we would have wanted to bomb in order to follow those lanes. And he had to resort to a sort of raw dodging strategy, which he has practiced and he has refined it. As you can see there, he can do it, but it's very, very, very difficult to do. So incredibly cool to see that. Congratulations, Kiwi. What a spectacular run.
I'll give you the headphones.
All right, headphones. Here's your... Oh, my hands are shaking too much in front of me. All right, they're in.
Mic.
All right, I think this is your phone. Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, it's on the chair. I'll just sit here. Okay, I'll just lean in. All right. Any questions?
Amazing run there, Kiwi.
Thank you.
I was really, really scared when you were out of phase on the final there.
Yeah.
And then to see you pull out just the raw dodge cutback strategy. I mean, you know, I've seen you practice that. I know that you can do it, but it's so scary to see that in a live setting. So how are you feeling now that you've finally broken the curse?
I do not care about the score at all. I'm just ecstatic that I cleared. So I am really happy. It was a little messy here and there, but I did show off some cool things. The first half of stage 5, I don't believe I've ever showed anyone before or recorded it. It's a lot of those milks of the pitcher plants are completely new, and it's gets you about 10 million more than the other strategies that are commonly used. What else did I show? The stage 4 mid boss, I showed that without a death.
Yes, that was really cool.
Yeah, I've practiced the precise positioning on the screen that I was that I would start all the phases at to get that to align just right. Because once you go into practice and try that out yourself, you realize that things just don't work the way that they did on the run right there. You have to be in a very specific spot in the screen when that attack starts and a lot of other stuff. So I was happy I did that too.
The timing is really tight on it too, for getting that kill right at that point, right as he's about to time out and fly off, so you don't have to deal with the huge mess.
Yeah, he left me a little parting gift.
Yeah, I saw
still
that.
Got through it, so yeah. And it's a little shaky. Don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, because it's not just about clearing; it's about finally doing it so I can do something else next time.
Well, congratulations. That was a spectacular run.
Thank you very much.
Really, really glad that you got the clear and that you got to show off some really compelling scoring stuff too. You know, I know it's not your best run in terms of the scoring execution, but it's still phenomenal to see. What was that, like 388 million, something like that?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. I mean, that's still a spectacular score by most metrics in this mode. So congratulations, truly. And I'm very eager to see what you pull out for the next live event if it's not going to be this game.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. We'll have to see. So thank you very much for everyone for watching. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Well, thank you, Kiwi. Thanks so much for doing the commentary, Soft Drink. That one was quite a run.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Love this game. Love to talk about Kiwi's play. Always tons to unpack there. There's too much to talk about with this game too fast. So, you know, I'm sorry if I missed things or I wasn't quite as clear as I could have been on some points. But
oh no, you did an excellent job.
Awesome game. Fantastic run. And happy to pass it off to you and Jamers. It looks like RefleX is coming up next.
Yes.
So,
alrighty, everyone, stay tuned for that. Hang tight. Hello, everyone. Welcome to RefleX. And joining me is Jamers on commentary. How's it going, my dude? Uh-oh. Did we lose Jamas? Can you hear me, Jamers?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Crisis averted. Yeah, how is it going, everyone? James here. Hope you're having a good time. Lots of cool stuff going on, so should be good. Apparently, I'm pretty loud.
Oh, you're a little loud? All right, let's cool you down.
Gotta contain myself.
Contain yourself, James. Yeah, there. I turned you down a bit. You should be good now.
Am I good now? Chat. Speak to me. Am I good now? Just do a quick scream to test if I'm not loud enough.
No, you're good. I can hear. I have the ears, and I can switch. You know, I can switch audio levels. So I have the power.
Good. Yeah, surprise reflex one. I think something else was in the schedule before.
Yes, he had to swap it because it was the other game was having some sort of technical issues for him. So he had to hot swap it. But I have a lot of sympathy for that because I submitted a run to a Japanese event without realizing Guange on 360 is kind of crappy, and I was like, "Could I swap to a different version?" And they're like, "No," so I had to just write it out. So
it's just how it is, I guess.
Yes,
yeah,
can you intro us to this game a little bit, Chambers, and I'll hop onto the camera for the stream.
Yeah, this is like Reflex. It's the second game in the Alternex trilogy from Cider Game. The first game was Kamui. I think everyone knows Kamui.
Yes.
The game, not the person.
Yes, don't get them confused.
Yeah, so then the third game is like Alternex second. I think in the series, Reflex is a bit of an outlier, I'd say. I don't think it's anyone's real favorite, but it's still a pretty cool game. It's very unorthodox. I think that's why people are a bit weird on it sometimes. It's not as deep as like Kamui it was, I guess. But yeah, this Kamui came out in like 1991, and this is like only a couple years later. So this is an pretty old game, but it's still really good. Presentation is still like extremely good.
Yeah, no
today.
Kidding. It does look fantastic. So why are these games really more popular, do you think? Because they are very well made and they do seem really awesome. But you know what I mean? They just are a little bit more on the obscure side.
Yeah, it's just kind of the thing with like all doujin shmups, I'd say.
Yeah, true. Very true.
If it's not arcade, then nobody cares.
Right, no kidding. You know, the ship reminds me a little bit of like the Batsugan ship, just the way the sprite looks. Has similar sort of.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be resemble like the Argue one from Wayforce.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, the Alternex series is heavily inspired by the Wayforce series, especially in like design, mechanics, and also the story. Pretty similar. Yeah, maybe you should talk about the mechanics a bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Because you can see the shield he has around him. You can like activate it at will. You can see like the meter in the bottom left. That's how much shield he has. And it like generates if you don't use the shield. And that's kind of like the main mechanic of the game. It's like to use the shield to like get through patterns. But also like the namesake of the game, you can also reflect the bullets with it with the shield. And that's a big thing for the survival as well as scoring. Because your main shot does not do a whole lot of damage. It's if you want to get like the big power, you want to reflect all those bullets, especially like the lasers, the homing lasers. They do a ton of damage if you like reflect them. And in terms of scoring, it's also like determined by the reflect. If you like reflect a bullet and you kill an enemy with it, you get like a multiplier. and it starts a chain.
Oh, okay.
If you keep killing enemies in the chain, then you get that multiplier. But if you kill more enemies with the bullets reflected,
right,
and that multiplier goes up by like times 4, times 8, times 16, times 32, and then maximum of times 64. But you can only reflect the blue bullets. You cannot reflect anything else.
Oh, okay,
Can
that
only-
makes sense.
You can only cancel the red ones. Anything blue you can generally reflect back.
Yeah, there they go. Yeah, now that you mention it, the backgrounds really remind me a lot of Rayforce.
Yeah, it's pretty heavily inspired.
I think it even does the thing where it like transitions from level to level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than, you know, having distinct stages like in Dodonpachi or something. Instead, you sort of flow from stage to stage.
Yeah, I always really love that about like Rayforce.
Yeah.
Just like one continuous journey.
Yes.
And yeah, the game is maybe not that bad, I think, for survival, as long as you like learn like some strategies on how to like reflect as efficiently as possible.
Yeah. So you absorb the red bullets, you reflect the blue.
Yeah, exactly. The scoring in the game is still pretty it's not as deep as like Kamui, I'd say, but there's still a lot of cool things you can do in this game. Instead of just...
Does it have multiple difficulty modes, or is it just a single arcade mode?
I believe it's only the one, I'm not sure actually. It's been a while. But yeah, for the bosses, there's generally not a whole lot you can do on them. Mostly just want to like finish them off with like a reflected bullet to get like the multiplier. There are some bosses where you can get like a higher multiplier, but they're like pretty rare. Not that much to do on the bosses, I guess.
You can even reflect that giant beam, it looks like, or something like that.
It's not really reflected, you just like protect yourself from it.
Oh, okay.
It's too big to reflect.
Too big, yeah.
And you also get like pushed down a bit when you get hit by it, which is pretty interesting. Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, just like goes immediately into the next section, like stage 2B.
Mm-hmm. The presentation of the backgrounds and all the effects is very good.
And the music is really good as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good. Yeah, you can see like those homing lasers, like how useful they are if you reflect them. Because they just like attack like every enemy on the screen.
Right. Oh. These boss fights look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I think this... we got a little throwback, I think, to Kamui. I think this boss is from that game as well.
So is this the second in the series or the third?
Second. At least in terms of how they were released.
Right.
Might be a bit different lore-wise.
Yes. The sequel, prequel to the sequel.
Yeah, you want to like use your shield to go like those big lasers. Yeah, this series is really cool. I think I remember it being like one of the first like shmups that like came to Steam, like way back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, it was this and like some of those other games. What were they called again? He took up a Hopper and Gundemonium. So it's like one of the first ones on Steam. Nice, nice.
Those are really,
Yeah,
yeah,
you-
you're right. Those do a lot of damage. You
Yeah.
reflect them.
So these homing bullets are pretty funny. Yeah, the enemies in the stages don't have a really biggest value, as you can see. They only like 100 points. So, the bosses are mostly pretty important if you want to play for score.
He's doing
I see
well
that
so far.
Oh.
Not no
Yeah, I don't think he's got hit yet. No. Yeah, if you see in bottom right, top right, it's like the chaining meter whenever he does a chain.
Oh, I see.
It only shows up after you reflect something. Yeah, this stage is really cool. It's like a giant battleship stage with like multiple battleships.
Yes.
Kind of like an attack going on like the Earth, I think.
Right.
And you're just like flying in the middle of it. It's a
Blowing
pretty cool
up the
presentation.
carrier ships.
Flying in the middle of the Carnage. Yeah, you can do some really cool chains in this game. Some like really long ones as well. So if you like keep delaying like enemy kills. It's pretty cool to watch like Super play for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a game I've seen around very much, you know?
It's not really
I
talked
think-
about.
Yeah, I
a
think
lot
this is the
now.
first time it's ever been in a slam, at least.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Game wasn't really that popular back in the day either. But I think people would appreciate it a lot more like nowadays.
I think maybe the name might work against it a little bit because the name is pretty generic sounding. So it's like
Yeah, that's-
some generic shmup type of thing.
There's also like another lot more popular game on Steam called RefleX.
Really?
It doesn't
There-
help.
Yeah, that does not help. He's delaying the kill there. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can see in the top right the chain meter.
There they are, yeah.
As long as you keep killing enemies, that the chain meter keeps going. And the multiplier keeps going. Yeah, this stage is pretty long from what I remember. But it's very
Yeah,
cool.
it seems like it. Sometimes in this game I notice it'll freeze for a second and it scares me because I think the stream's fallen, broken. Just the game freezes for a sec.
I haven't noticed that.
It's just before the bosses or just at the ends of the stages.
Oh, or maybe, yeah.
Has this little freeze.
Right, boss.
Oh, that's cool. He redirected it.
Yeah, this boss has a cool little thing. And you use like the laser to like reflect the laser against the other boss.
Yes.
Yeah, like change the angle of it by moving around. A pretty big chain here, if you want.
Oh, that music sounded great. These stages are pretty long, like you said. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think it's mostly this stage though. I think there's one stage that's only like a boss fight and that's it.
Oh. Yeah, that's funny. Kind of like Garegga. You go through the whole factory stage and you're like, oh my god, this game never ends. And then you just have, the next stage is a boss fight. Blackheart.
Yeah, this section is really cool because you're like on top of this like giant ship. There's like this giant laser in the middle that it fires from.
Speaking of Garegga, does this game have any sort of rank mechanic that you're aware of?
I'm not sure if this has rank. I want to say no. Yeah, this whole trilogy is like super underrated.
Sorry, I'm gonna yell at someone.
I think it's still like easily like one of the best like doujin shmup series out there still to this day. Like all 3 games are like super good. It's like super good presentation as well and super good music.
When was the last time, like what's the latest release from this developer?
Somewhere in the 2000s, I think.
Yeah. Isn't that a shame? A lot of like really great indie shmups came out around the 2000s, right? We haven't heard from them for a while.
Nah. Yeah, Kiwi was 1991.
Yeah.
This game was only like a couple of years later. Yeah. Wait, the last game was 2010.
Yeah,
that's 12 years ago. But yeah, they're still around, the guys that are working on it here. Working on something new, but I've been working on it for like super long.
No kidding.
At this point. Sometimes you see like a little like gameplay video on like one of those Comic Cat videos.
Right.
Yeah, all the bosses in this game are named after the zodiac signs. This one is the Cancer.
Oh, cool.
As you can see here.
For the astrology fans. What's the name of the final boss?
It's probably going to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to like reflect all the blue bullets here to like the massive damage. Yeah, in the bottom right you see like the state. That's basically like your lives. You don't have like traditional lives in this game. You instead have like a shield. A shield can only take like a number of hits. After that, it's game over. Those are basically your lives.
Yeah, so you have 1 life with 3 hits or whatever?
Yeah, 4 or 5. And this section is really cool. Yeah, you can see like a big boss just blasting this boss out of the air. It's really cool.
The presentation of this game is very impressive.
Yeah, it's really good.
Now I want to play this game. I've actually never heard of it before.
Yeah, the presentation is only going to get better from here as well. Spoilers.
He's doing really well resource wise. Looks like.
Yeah, he has 6 hits right now, yeah.
You know that thing flying out from behind him? Is that aesthetic or does it actually damage stuff?
It's just aesthetic, I think. Pretty sure.
It looks really cool, that's for sure.
Yeah, because we're like flying into like space right now or something, I think.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta be careful a bit here to not use too much shield. So if you run out, you're in quite a pinch.
Oh boy. This game likes its double bosses, doesn't it?
Yeah, here's six tuple boss. There's 6 of them.
Oh wow!
But you fight 2 of them at once, yeah.
Right. One down, 2 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, this boss is one of those rare occasions where you can get like a bigger boss multiplier. But if you like try to like, if you can destroy like these 2 bosses like around the same time, you can get like a chain started. Get them at like maybe like times 8.
What
I
threat do
definitely want
those
to,
pose you? Like that spinning laser? It's just if you forget to block it.
Hmm?
You know how?
What do you mean?
It had. You know how it had the spinning laser attack just a moment ago.
Oh, this one.
And he just was able to sort of just fly through it with his shield.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
what's the? Is there like a meter that runs out or? Not really.
you have
This
your
right
meter
here.
in the bottom left.
This right here. See this attack?
Yeah, you just have to use the shield to like get through it, and you can see the shield meter in the bottom left. You have to be careful to not overuse the shield.
Yes.
Before
Okay.
it recharges.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. I thought there must be some sort of mechanic to prevent that from being too easy.
Yeah. Can't overdo it.
Yes.
You have to let it recharge. Another thing is that you can't shoot while you're in the shield. That is another thing to keep
Very true, yeah.
mindful of.
Great
Nice,
reflex.
nice. It is a cool trick here. You can just stay on top of the bullet spawner and it cancels everything.
Oh yeah, like you said, you can't shoot, so you got to dodge those missiles.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think the missiles just go through your shield. I think that was a thing.
Right.
So
yeah.
you have to be careful of that. You have to use your shot to destroy the missiles. But you can't use the shot while you're in the shield.
Yes, I see. It's all coming together.
Nice, nice. Got the multiplier. Yeah, the boss multipliers are like pretty big. So you definitely want to have those multipliers. You're going for score. Yeah, the shield is pretty strong, but the game is designed around it, so it's fine.
Yes.
I think that's one of the main criticism from back in the day. I think people didn't really understand the shield thing.
They thought it was too strong.
Yeah, kind of that way. Like, don't dodge the bullets. What is this game?
That's funny.
Kind of
Have they
stuff
never
like that.
played Mars Matrix?
Yeah, this stage is like pretty heavily Ikaruga inspired.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of enemy layout and patterns.
I don't.
It's pretty
I don't
fast,
think
yeah.
that's. Yeah. I don't think that's a zodiac sign.
It's coming up, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this background is pretty cool as well. Yeah, these are the 3 main big bad dudes, I think. 3 big bads. Yeah, this boss is very special. Because this is the only boss in the game where you can actually get a times 32 on it. Because
You
it
have to do some milking.
yeah, if you can see like in a bit, it's going to spawn these options, like right here. And those options can be destroyed, and they count for a chain. So if you like meticulously like weaken every single option, and then time it for like the end of the fight, you can like destroy all of the options
Nice.
at once, and then the boss. Then you can get like a times 32. That's like really, really hard. Yeah, I just saw earlier today. I actually saw like a video on Nico Doga. That was like a 15-minute video, just explaining how to do this trick.
Wow. Were they explaining it in Japanese then?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Just 15 minutes long, explaining it like in great detail how to set it up, because it's that hard. It's really cool.
Ooh, this
Yeah,
is
big
feeling
damage
like
here.
the final stage from the presentation. Reminds me of Metroid a little bit when it goes black and white.
Yeah, kinda. This spot is pretty cool. I think this is a flashback sequence.
Oh. The last Metroid is in captivity. How do you handle those bullet mixtures like that? Like if there's red and blue bullets real close like that, do you have to just sort of back away with your reflector absorb?
No, you can cancel like all of them at once.
Oh, wow.
Shield is really strong.
No kidding. Still very strong resource-wise.
Yeah, you should be fine, I think. This is the final boss, I think. At least the first phase. This guy is really strong. He can like put you in place like that, and you can only use the shield to block the bullets.
Yeah.
Little timing game.
Nice.
Yeah, you have to like back away to let the shield recharge, otherwise you're going to run out. Yeah, bosses have a lot of HP if you don't reflect things back. But here you can see the boss is using your own shield against you. He also has the technology.
That's really cool. Oh, now the boss has fled.
Yeah, it's a little intermission section here, I think. Yeah, this section is a bit weird. It's just these same ships over and over again. And I really love like how much like the shooting at the top of the screen and how little the shooting at the bottom. It's really silly looking.
I wonder what the idea was. To give you a little bit of an extra score, I guess?
Little intermission for this, I guess. But yeah, this is a pretty cool section here right now.
What is going on?
Eyes. A little bit hard, maybe.
Oh, is that
No,
like
game over.
Is that like a forced? It's like a forced cutscene type thing.
Yes.
Yes. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, this is pretty cool. You get like this impossible scenario where you lose all your lives. Then you awaken as this super powerful fighter. If you look at like the shield meter at the bottom, It's like going all the way across the screen.
Yes.
Going out of the screen. So you're pretty powered up at this point.
Definitely reminds me of Metroid. That's how that happens at the end of Super Metroid.
Yeah, with the baby Metroid, yeah. The hyper
Yes,
beam.
you get the hyper beam.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm not sure how much shield you have, but I think it's basically infinite at this point. Yeah, there's like a lot of lore behind this scene.
It definitely seems
think
like
like-
it.
I think it's something like the pilot dies and then something awakens in the ship. I remember, if you want to know the lore. Ooh.
Oh, whoa.
Oh yeah, I remember now, yeah. You lose all your lives, but you only have one life after this.
That's crazy.
So you have to not be really careful in this section.
I didn't see that coming at all.
But yeah, if you want to know the lore, you should watch like the SCG weekly episode on this. It like goes like all in on the lore.
You know what I'm thinking is this has kind of got an interesting structure if you're playing for 1cc because of this whole, drain all your lives and everything, where you could have a perfectly really good run like this one and still end up in danger, or you could have a really ugly run but still end up with a fighting chance at the end, since it kind of resets.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that way, yeah.
Imagine if that happened in Donpachi, where it like took all your lives and then gave you 4 no matter what you had before. So if you come in with 1, you get 4, but if you come in with more than 4, you end up with 4. It's interesting. Nicely played.
Okay. You can't. Okay, if you don't want CC, you don't get the final stage. That's interesting.
Hmm.
But there's more stuff after this.
Oh, because he died? Is that why?
Or maybe.
What is going on? That's a lot of text, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was another stage after this. Oh, wait, no, it's coming now, I think. Or maybe.
What the
maybe
hell
not.
is happening?
Yeah, maybe it's
Area,
coming.
You're
it's
right.
coming.
Had a little intermission there.
Yeah, there it comes. Yeah, this song is really good.
Yeah, it is. It sounds great.
Really pumps up this final fight.
As long as there's not any missiles, you can do a lot of absorbing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing though is that you can't do any damage when you're in the shield all the time.
Right, very true.
Yeah, this actually is really cool. Now you fight the Kamui ships from the first game. And they cannot use like all the attacks that
Oh, that's cool.
you could use in the first game in Kamui.
Just to prove that now you are the ultimate fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the lock on. You also have like these shields, just as you have in Kamui as well. And yeah, it's kind of funny like how it's presented.
Yes.
Because like these guys are basically like fighting like the big dude, and you're just kind of like in the middle, shooting them. Oof.
Ooh, brutal.
Yeah, still 1 life, by the way.
Yes.
Your pink sweets moment.
Yeah, there you go. Got the absorbing.
Yeah, it's interesting how you're like this super overpowered ship, but you only have one, only have 1 life.
Expert mode.
I love that. It's all that. Getting attacked so much. You only just shield everything.
Yeah, you're right. There is a lot going on in this game, story-wise. You can tell.
He's losing all his shields.
Now he's going to become the Ultra Ship.
He couldn't withstand it.
Sorry.
Nice. Yep, those were all the bosses.
Wow. Become the master of the zodiac signs.
Yeah, it's very cinematic.
No kidding.
It's probably a word for it.
That is the word for it. Very cool game, though. Well, great playing, Jacky Lee.
Yeah, it was really good.
He was on a real roll there until the whole end bit there with the ultra, with 1 extend and everything.
Yeah, the last section is pretty difficult if with only the 1 life.
Yeah. Great job,
Oh,
my
like,
dude.
really good.
Well, thanks for helping with commentary, doing the commentary, Jamers.
Yeah, no problem. Always cool to do a little commentary every now and then.
Yes, and is it today or tomorrow that you're playing the DOJ DX version? It's tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yes, that'll be
I think
awesome.
I think it's the first game on Tom, I think.
It's the greatest shmup cave ever made.
Yeah, I'm doing that for some reason.
Is there any extra like difficulty modes or anything to make the game harder?
This one or
No,
or
the
DX?
one you're gonna play, DX.
Oh yeah, I'm doing a special mode, special difficulty, which is basically second loop patterns.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, at the end you also fight double hibachi, like with that label.
Lexa made very soothing commentary. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, thanks.
The game also had a real soothing soundtrack too, you know? Classy. Very classy.
Yeah, the entire soundtrack is just so good.
Yes.
All the games have a really good soundtrack in this series.
Yeah, and they have that, like you're saying with like Ikaruga. It kind of reminds me a bit of Ikaruga's sort of OST, where it's a little bit more orchestrated or whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely inspired, at least by Ikaruga. If you look at that one stage.
Yes. That's gonna be really cool. So. Alrighty. So, thanks for joining, my dude, and we'll get set up for the next run here.
See y'all, guys. Have a fun one with the rest of the marathon.
Thanks so much. Oh, M9's asking when we'll switch. I'm thinking around the 7-hour mark or so. Let's look at the sketch, shall we? So up next we got Shippu with Pichy, and then Aleste 2, Garegga. So very soon, my dude. So I will say probably after this run, we will swap the stream over. 7 hour sex. Yes, 7 hours, baby. How's it going in chat? Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. It's been really cool doing it live in person. A little bit more complicated in some ways, but definitely worth it. It's been really cool. It's also fun. It's also fun to commentate Kiwi's run when I'm literally like sitting next to him, so so I could see his reactions and everything. That is a really cool experience. Alrighty, everyone. So stay tuned. We're gonna do some Shippu here in a moment.
Good morning, everybody from beautiful South Australia. It's Mahou time. The second Mahou Daisakusen, Shippu Mahou Daisakusen, the Kingdom Grand Prix. This is a very special run today. For a start, we're using the Saturn port, which is excellent. It's got a bunch of options, so just for the sake of visibility here, we have set this to 1 loop. This is going for a 1-all. The difficulty is set to normal, which is basically the Japanese board's difficulty. Easy is what you do for the English board. Rather, that's what the English board is set to. Like a lot of the early Rising games, it has a lower starting rank. But we're playing on normal here. Another nice thing about the Saturn port is that you have a C button, which means that you've basically got an accelerator button and an actual shot button. Whereas if you're playing on MAME or with a PCB, you would need to wire up an additional shot button set to auto-fire if you want auto-fire. Shippu Mahou. So this is a speed run we're going to be doing. This will hopefully be a 1 credit clear. Let me know, Mark, how much reset time I have. There's 2 main characters you want in the speed run, Miyamoto and... Okay, Miyamoto and Nirvana. So, Nirvana has higher DPS, but Miyamoto has some penetrating properties, which are what we really need on stage 5 in order to make that a safer thing. If you've never played Shippu Mahou before, it's a racing game. You want to win the race in order to unlock the second loop normally, but we're just doing a single loop because this is a speed run and you can't really win the race in loop 2 due to how much health everything has and the levels you have to do often. So since this is a race, we're going to be at the top of the screen as much as possible. This is also rank management. Rank is determined by how much time you're spending lower on the screen. Miyamoto and Nirvana also have the fastest scrolling speeds, so that's another big reason to pick them. This stage, you want to redirect the purple ships, and you want to not be near these big things, because this game's really, really janky. It's got nudging mechanics, much like Mario Kart. Miyamoto and Nirvana are very light. Miyamoto a little bit heavier than Nirvana. So lots of stuff will jostle you around, and you'll just get pushed into bullets. To get to stage 1 here, going to be a letting rip here. You want to destroy one side, then the other. Also need to make sure to have enough space to pick up this bomb. Bombs are an extremely precious resource. Probably, I would love to... Oh, no, that's not good. Did not want to have to spend a bomb there. I'm going to have to not do my bomb on stage 2 as a result of that. Bombs are a super precious resource, and they're intended as the main way to deal with opposing races. And the game is extremely stingy with the bombs, so if I would ever make a sequel to this game, I would definitely play around with the resource allocation. Jake in a Rising game? Yeah, amazing. We're going to the Velmatic Ocean here for stage 2, because it's got a lot more open space, and thus it is easier to not get hit when you're trying to stay at the top of the screen, not shooting things as much as possible. Since any time you spend shooting, that's time going slower. Even if you're at the top of the screen with the faster scrolling speed, it's still not as fast as maintaining that booster. We do have to do some navigation here. I mainly shoot to deal with these... That's a reset. So, Shippu Mahou Daisakusen. This is a racing/shooting game by Rising. You generally want to play as Miyamoto or Nirvana. Nirvana has higher DPS, but Miyamoto has greater penetration, which is more useful for stage 5. Generally, you want to do the first stage. You want to be no miss until stage 6. But you can deal with 1 miss before then. But because you really need your bombs. They are very important for speed as well as stability. Just some things in this game do not play nice. Here we go. So there's 2 patterns that these purple things can do. They can either do this purely directed stringish bullets, or they'll do a directed spread shot. Like that one. Main goal of stage 1 is to hit to tier 3 of homing shot. Unlike Mahou Daisakusen, which has 3 secondary shot types, there's only 2, the homing and the wide. So yeah, you don't have your Bornham front shot to just obliterate things in this game. Homing is, for a lot of characters, it's the better DPS, which is a big part of why we use it in addition to its coverage. Okay, let's get that bomb correctly this time. Getting cornered. This will happen, everybody. Let me know when I've run out of reset time, which is probably in about 10 seconds. Really want a good start with this game. Definitely the patterns are being a bit mean today. So that's an ominous sign for stage 3. For a while I was doing the grind for this event, I was genuinely considering dropping the difficulty just to make stage 3 more consistent, because like about 66% of the time, stage 3 will behave, and then other 30% of the time, it will just point blank shoot you. And there's nothing you can do. You can't react to that. And so, like, to the point where I almost suspect that Yago had all that bullet sealing in Garegga because of this game. And don't hold me to that. Check out and support Shmuplations if you want the actual truth on what developers say about their games. Alright, stage 1 boss, once again. My other big criticism of the Saturn port is that the audio mix is very weird compared to PCB. Alright, that side's done. Bye. So these oval shots are the ones that you can destroy, much like in ZeroRanger. There we are. That's better. Now you really want to avoid bumping as many enemies as you can here because they'll slow you down every time you're nudging stuff, even if you do get points, and ramming is often the optimal score source. In particular if you can achieve the spinning state. Ooh, 110. 109 is generally what you want. 108 is what you get in a good day. I think once on MAME I got a 107. But I think that was English port. So the HP is a little bit lower. There is a speedrun.com entry for this game. Please play this game and do scores so I can stop being world record holder by default. That'd be cool. This track is one of the few by, what's his face, Satoshi Sakamoto? I feel like that's not his name. The Final Fantasy XII composer. This is one of the first games he did music composition for. Alright, now we're going. We want to actually have to start shooting these guys. We're going to get this big spread. Big thing is, it's nice to pick up those extra homing... Oh my goodness. Okay, one last reset. I wasn't told I can't reset, so I'm going to assume that's the last one. One more. We do have free play, so there's no credit limit. Ideally, I would have set the game to 5 lives like I could on PCB for consistency, but that's not an option in the Saturn port. We can only just credit count, not lives count. Here we go. Our good friend, Stage 1. Bolsana City. It has a different background on Loop 2, but we're not doing Loop 2. As you can see, it's going to be enough of a journey completing Loop 1. Moral of the story is don't do Rising games and marathons, everybody. No matter how sweet the temptation. I cannot believe we're getting a Soulku run. That's gonna be scary. If you've never seen a Soulku run, the way rank works in Soulku is if you do the kill everything bonus, then the game says fuck you. Likewise, if you so much as look at a power-up item wrong, that game will murder you for your crimes. My understanding is that... Oh, it's me. Whatever. We're gonna roll with it now. We've got a schedule to keep. Let's see how the rest of the runs go. Oh, I thought Sulky was tomorrow. Need that homing now. Let me know if I still got a bit of reset time. I'm assuming I don't. Gonna start having that producer, you know, whacking the placard. Wrap it up, wrap it up. Stage 2. Romantic Ocean. We might actually see the boss this time. So yeah, these jet skis, they do directed shots, so they're pretty easy to avoid. The main reason that I deal with the Gobligan hovercraft here is because they have a physical presence, and so if I try to leave them alone while avoiding their directed shots, I'll get bumped around and get knocked into one. So here, avoid that craft, pick up the shot power-ups, particularly since we had that death on stage 1. And watch out here. Okay, we did pick up the bomb after the death. So this is our second bomb pickup. We're only going to get one more in this run. Now we just bomb this section because it's significantly quicker than just shooting it. And you get to maintain that sweet boost stage. Your top speed actually gets reduced with each successive stage in this game. Except with the exception of very certain spots here, up here. Now we just shoot again to deal with these Gobligan hovercraft. The tanks are far less of a problem because they shoot far fewer shots. Alright, stage 2 boss, Extremely Jacked Dragon. This boy, He's skipping leg day because he doesn't have any. And men will literally cut their legs off rather than do leg day. This spread shot is a good example of the difference between Japanese and English board. There are only 3 bullets in the spread shot there. Ideally for RNG, we want Fire Breath and we want that destructible bullet. Alright, oh, that's the real bad pattern. How quickly you do this stage determines what enemies spawn there. That's a pretty bad layout. Yeah, 140. 136 is what we want. And on those days, you know, you'll get this huge rush of enemies, but you can sit at the top and just steadily sweep from side to side to avoid the directed shots. Stage 3. This first section's very cool. In fact, most of this stage is cool, we just gotta prey on the RNG side of things. Get coffins, second wave. I'm gonna start shooting, slide down a bit, move up a bit to avoid the next wave. Okay, we didn't get... Oh, no, that is an ominous sign. We're probably gonna get sniped. So we're hovering up here. Yeah. See, these guys, sometimes they'll shoot. A lot of the time they won't. Like a third of the time they will, and some of them will just point blank you. We have avoided them entirely. Sweet. Move downwards for the timing of this buzzsaw. Zip right up here. If you take the left lane, you get shot. If you take the right lane, they're all too slow to shoot you. Those bullets just harmlessly sit there. Very scary if you're actually trying to shoot them for score. Now we want to hang around the top left corner. You want top left rather than top right because less of these graboids from Tremors will get you. And we got to watch for these shots that come from the bottom. We got... Oh, yeah, that was bad reactions by me. Sweep to the middle. Duck down. Good. That section can be very hairy as well. Take out these bats because once the warning happens, the scrolling speed is fixed. Okay. Red cards. Good. Red cards are easy to dodge, provided his movement is good. Swords are also easy to dodge. We've depleted the life bar to the point where he's gonna go download a copy of Elden Ring and ask for some maidens. There we go. Health debuff because he took the hug. Swords, excellent. More easy to dodge stuff. The problem when he's this low on the screen while doing swords is if he does red cards, he can switch up the pattern in a way where he covers way more of the screen than normal. That didn't happen. That's a really good stage 3. 138, good lord. Oh no, 139. No, that's still very good. That's under 140. Cold Corridor, do not pick the sewer. If you respect yourself in a speedrun, do not pick the sewer. It is the Mahou Stage 3 sewer in all its pain. That blob takes forever to kill. Okay, we kill this, and then we gotta kill a couple more. Yeah, Demon, 2 more Gazers, sweet. Gotta make sure you don't get crushed by the walls here with some sloppy movement. Don't want to get that F, because the F is actually Miyamoto's wide shot. It's like you're in Garegga wide formation the whole time. Got a couple more of these ice slugs to kill. That's the last time we'll be seeing the enemy in the game. There's a couple of golems there. I'm killing them for safety. You can avoid them, but it's very easy to wind up getting wedged in between these demons and an ice beam from the golem. So we're avoiding them. Likewise, we're going to get some more beholders here. I'm shooting these for safety. You can avoid that pattern by holding the top right and just avoiding the circular spread shot. Don't need to worry about this golem. He can just do whatever. Alright, extremely jacked Ice Dragon. You'll want to hug aside as much as possible, just in case the directed hand shot comes out. Spread shot, you just bomb. Screw that pattern. Okay, naval wackiness, that one's very easy to avoid. We hold it aside to redirect. We pray we don't get another spread shot. Nah, screw that. I am not trying to dodge that one. Okay, this should be close to dead. There we are. Now there's going to be a bunch more ice golems. We can just avoid all these. And some demons, but we can hug the top to avoid these. You gotta watch where they are looking to see where the ice beam's going to come. This can be pretty hairy when a demon doesn't go away correctly and tries to nudge you into them. That's video games. 136. Yep, that's good, that's good. Ah, yes. Auru, Akaru, Kyodai. Alright, this is the shooting stage. We are mostly going to be shooting on this stage, just because we want to proactively prevent there being as many bullets on the screen as possible. Depending on how the AI feels like behaving, we may lose this race, but we're far enough in the lead that we're going to win the Grand Prix, and thus unlock Loop 2, which we're not doing, and we've told the game not to do, which means we... Oh, my goodness, I did not see that one. This is what happens when you are commentating while playing. The big problem with the death there is it means my shot power is way lower than it needs to be. And it's gonna either eke out some bombs. This is really bad because I really want to have... Yeah, this is real bad. Yeesh. This is probably gonna blow up the credit. You want to hit 300,000 to get that extent. You really want as many resources as possible for stage 6 for reasons that will become clear when we reach stage 6. Yeah, that's the scariest part. These things are pretty easy to kill, and they just have a single directed shot. Still want to clear them out. It's planes and any other kobolds are the problem. We do get another bomb here. These bombs are probably all going to get eaten. Yabai, yabai. Okay, we're at the dolphins. There's some wizards. These big purple balls, they just slow you down. And these dolphins, sky dolphins, extremely cool enemy. Alright, here's the scary thing. We want to take out... Okay, they're very reliant on the direction that the screen scrolls here in order to take out those 2 homing laser shots. Because your hurt box is much bigger than your Garegga hurt box from Yamato in this game. Okay, this should be done now. Okay. Second half of this, like as you can see here, due to our death and the positioning, we've been screwed a bit. We're probably not going to win this race. It's okay. You just preemptively take down these enemies. Generally, one on one side, one on the other. Try and stay at the top as much as you can. Just take them out before they shoot stuff. Just stay alive at this point. How close are we to... Okay, we're going to get our extent. Not the resources I would like. Alright, so normally you use Kingdom Grand Prix Loop 1, Kobold's Tower on Loop 2. This is a speed run. Yashiki of Ninja is the fastest one. Winning the race is required to unlock Loop 2. Unfortunately, we ran into a wide shot there. So you can see here, it's the Garegga wide shot. Like, the shots are extremely powerful. They just don't hit any of the things you actually want to hit with them. This is the main reason we stick to homing. Okay. Go up here. You want to hug the top to avoid the Shisa. Now we hug this top left corner. None of these ninja will hit us. And once we move through this section, we have to deal with a bunch of geisha. Oh, one more. Thank you. Jisa. Okay, this room, more ninja, more throwing. This is all fine. Normally, I would bomb through the old monks that are about to hit us. But I can't, and I just got screwed by a pickup. So... yeah, big yabai. Big yabai. Okay, now what we do, we switch to homing. Thank you. Oh no. Bit off route there, no matter. It was bound to happen. This game is extremely inconsistent. So I'm actually... yeah, I should have just bombed there. I didn't get to demonstrate my strats there, unfortunately. You get homing, you hog the top left of the screen. You've got to stay up the top here while the homing took care of them. Good, 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 good. Same here, otherwise this Shisa is gonna get me. Bad positioning there, so forced out another bomb. Okay, we've got enough resources that it's just gonna be a 2cc. That's fine, that's fine. Those last geisha, you just hold up here and you get to ignore all these sweet giant ninja. As we get to everyone's favorite final boss, the red ninja. If you've played Batrider and seen this guy, you hate him. He is just as bad here, if not worse, because you've actually got a more narrow screen. Dodge, dodge, always opens with that attack. Just bomb through this pattern. I mean, like, we're just gonna burn through our bombs. That's the strat for this fight. We've just gotta pray that we have enough bombs. Because this thing is, yeah, here we go. The notorious pattern. Alright, so this final section is intended to be that, hey, you gotta shoot down all these burning logs and stuff to get points and trying to get knocked into fire. But if you're boosting the whole way through because you don't care about score, you get to just boost through. So once the ninja's done, that's it. That's the stage. That's the run. Yeah, M2 shot triggers. Shippu Mahou onegaishimasu. You get to enjoy that sweet final boss theme. You do get to hear this when you fight Bashanet R in Batrider. And I think it's used for Red Ninja as well. You unlock that fight in the highway. Alright, that is the run. Yeah, real tragic ending there. But that's the game. Strictly speaking, world record is 1026, but I think that was on English board, so the 1036 I've achieved is probably the actual world record on JP board. Fortunately, no English release of the Saturn port, so we're gonna see the ending in English. but we do get a couple of screens which are very important to see. And there we are. As of course, the winner is a catch some prize and whatever the winner desires. Which in Miyamoto's case is cure his wife of her ambiguous sad sickness. The screens we're really after are the ones after the end. Check it out, that sweet tatami sprite used earlier in the stage. Miyamoto-sama. Oh, Daijoude. Can you stay a while? No. Duty calls. My wife is cured, but I must leave. Samurai Dragon Miyamoto. Alright, here we go. Your technique is what marvelous. Now it is advancement to the following round. A more violent attack wait for you. Pay attention! And of course, since this is a 1-all, we get the failed at the 2-all condition. Thank you very much. It has had to play at this time. Aim the first place next time. Hold out more. Alright, thank you for having me, everybody. Are we doing an interview, Mark, or am we getting booted off the couch? Getting on that. What is next? Oh, GG Alesta too. That's a cool game. It's got a bomb. And the bonus stages. I think it was the bomb which drove everyone in the dev team nuts because the programmer just kept working on it.
Thanks so
You're
much,
welcome.
my dude. Excellent playing.
Yeah, it was alright. So we're doing an interview, or is that it? We're just moving on?
Alrighty, so up next we got GG Aleste 2, I believe. My schedule has ran away from me. But thanks so much, everyone. Stay tuned. Alrighty, we got the man back for a little post-run interview. I was drinking a diet soda, so I was away from the stream.
Ah, I see.
Otherwise, I'm just going to pass out by the end of this.
Mm-hmm. Such is the joy of running events.
Yes.
Always a fun time.
Well, you did a great job holding it down and playing. Not an easy thing to do, as I have learned myself.
Oh yeah, I've done a bunch of speedrunning events and the like before, and there's a couple of times I've commentated a Towerfall tournament while in Grand Final, so it's a skill that you build up with practice.
Right.
And really, I needed to practice the commentary with this game a lot more than I actually did. Hence, running into the stage 1 boss several times, because I went, yeah, I'm gonna move in way too early and not direct the bullets right. That's games.
Well, excellent playing. This is such a cool game.
Sure is.
Any final words?
I mean, the
for
tools are
stream?
very impressive.
Any
Go
final
play Mars
words?
Matrix.
Yes.
I'm actually wearing my Mars Matrix shirt at the moment. It's a crappy bootleg, but you know, you got to do what you can do to get the word out. That good Takumi word.
I love bootleg shirts. I've been wanting to buy some and wear them, but I'm afraid to wear them on camera and stuff. I don't know if I'll get troubled.
You wore some parody fan art of Arthur from Ghouls and Goblins? Oh, Cap Cops are on to you now.
Yeah, I put some fan art in a thumbnail, and I got kind of a mouthful for it. So I was like, hey. Yeah, but...
There's a difference between using someone's fan art without permission and like doing some bootleg of some official thing from a larger company that isn't reliant on the sales of their single piece of artwork.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
But I mean, you put Lin Min Mei on a Mars Matrix review, so I mean, like...
Hey, it's not my fault they don't have any characters in these games. You know how hard it is to be a YouTuber and no characters exist in shmups? I gotta make them up at some point.
The problem isn't that you used Min Mei. The problem is that you didn't use a Martian successor Nadesco character. Like,
Min Mei is the coolest. Don't be talking about Min Mei
from Mars.
Don't be talking about Min Mei like
from
that.
Earth.
She can
She's
be
a
in
Martian
any game.
character.
She can be in any game she wants to be.
Could have used a Rudy. Could have used Yukari Mitsumaro.
I'm just gonna do another Mars Matrix review and put her in there again, just for you.
Fine, just out of spite. All right, good night, good day, everybody. What time is it over there in Idaho?
It is 3:17 p.m. over here.
All right, got a bit of a haul left to go before you go for dinner. Good luck, everybody. Good luck with GG Alesta too. That game's very cool.
Yes, thanks so much. Okay, everyone, we're swapping over.
Alerta, alerta, enemigo aproximándose.
I'm gonna reset. Let's see.
All
What am I
right.
gonna check?
How's it going, guys? This is more salty.
Alright,
This is going to be Radiance Alesta's run of
I
Game
forgot
Gear
how to
Alesta
check,
2, released in
Sorry, how do I
1993 for the Sega Game Gear in Europe and Japan.
Okay, I'm gonna exit full
And he's going to
screen
be playing on
real quick.
Mania mode, which is
I'm
the
gonna reset.
hardest mode in the game. And I believe he's going to be using the Neo Napalm weapon.
Alright, good. Let's see.
And it's a really impressive game for the Game Gear. Really pushed the hardware limitations. So switching to Mania and keeping to the default speed. You can actually fine-tune the speed from a rate of 1 to 8. He's just going to stick with default. Yep. This is stage 1. So the difference between mania mode and normal mode is there's just a lot more bullets in general. Right, and if you realize his napalm weapon actually destroys bullets, so that's the main thing you want to do is really be sure to eat a lot of the bullets in front of you to survive. He upgrades his main shot by collecting those P chips that are going to spawn off those cylinder things. Oh, switch to homing there. And there's 4 separate weapons in the game. So you got the flame neo napalm, the homing hawk missiles, like a defensive drone that'll circle around your ship, and then those lasers. If you collect 20 of those chips, you can actually gain a shield, which will protect you from a single hit. Those big P shots will increase the power of your sub-weapon. An interesting thing about the shield is that it'll keep going. You kind of like stack them up a little bit, where you can't like stack two hits, but you can, if you get like 19 chips and then get hit, you collect 1 more and you already have the next shield going. So it can be helpful for survival to count a bit. And unique to this version of GG Alesta, you actually have a standard shoot-'em-up bomb. You can increase those without counting, like collecting 30 chips, and you get 1 per life. Oof, took a death there. It's not too much of an issue. Recovery is very possible in this game as long as you don't just hit chain die. But looks like he's going for a reset. Okay, looks like we're just going for a reset. Oh, and he's actually playing on the European version, which is known as Power Strike 2. I didn't catch that at first. I do not believe there's any difference between the two besides the title screen. It looks like we're running it back. Yeah, game just has a lot of charm to it. Music's pretty memorable. Visuals are fantastic for the system, and yeah, it's definitely one of the better shoot 'em ups on the system. That's for sure. Alright, looks like he's sticking with Neo Napalm this time. And that's widely considered just the best weapon in the game. If you're just playing for survival, there's no reason to switch it to N. It just does a great amount of damage, and just the amount of bullets it eats just kind of really make the game a lot easier. Alright, first stage of mid-boss down. And he's at max shot power for his sub-shot. As you see, just that coverage is insane. This guy's pretty easy as long as you just stay in front of him, not get flanked from the side. He just goes down like that. You're not really in any danger. Alright, he just got his shield, so that'll help him absorb one hit. And you get a small point increase for any power-up collected when you're either like the same type of weapon or excess. But there is infinite milking in this game, so it's not borderline infinite milking, so it's not really too much of a concern with scoring other than lives. And the amount of points it takes to get a new life increases with each one obtained. So I think it maxes out at 500,000 points. After only a few collected. This is a stage 1 boss. He just kind of reaches for you. Bounces around the screen. Oh, he's just trying to ram you. I just used one of the bombs. And took a hit, unfortunately. This is the second phase. Is going to shoot these green homing shots at him. And that's it. And it's decently generous with lives. If you're just scoring a decent amount, you get like 8 lives overall. And there's actually one stage extend coming up as well. Yeah, the first boss is actually harder than the stage 2 and 3 bosses, in my opinion. It's a little weird. Alright, the stage 2 mid-boss. He'll show up a couple times from now, but he's pretty simple if you have max shot power. Which he does. He has maximum shot power and sub-weapon power at the moment. Alright, and he actually wants to destroy all of these crates, as that's where the stage extend spawns from, once he kills them all. Oh, lost his shield there. And basically, he just wants to stick with this. He just needs to not die, and he's okay. As dying will drop your power down by one level. And if you chain die, it can be a little bit of an issue. But recovery is not too bad in this gun. That was the stage extend you just saw. Oh, floating one up head. And I'm pretty sure that's the only one in the game, so. Now let's just score. Here's that mid-boss coming up again. Just slightly more aggressive than the on the rate of fire. But with the napalm gun, it's pretty trivial. Alright, coming up on the second boss, it's just these two eyes. One shoots a spread pattern, the other one a laser, and both are actually eaten by the napalm, so it's, well, in my opinion, a lot easier than the first boss. Just sit there and hammer away at it, pretty much all there is to it. And that's it. Stage 2 over. Alright, and this is the first bonus stage. You are awarded for not missing any enemy and not shooting any missiles you don't need to. Pretty much sound like a Afterburner Game Gear style. It was a fun little section. And there's just 2 of these in the game. Alright, looks like he's going for accuracy. So that should be a decent amount of points. Yep, there he goes. 100% accuracy. So just shy of perfect. And stage 3, this song's is a jam. It really, probably my favorite song of the game. And then these guys are probably going to be the most likely thing to hit you later on. The ones that circle around you. He'll just keep showing up. Oh, took a hit there. Yeah, the stuff coming from the front is not too much of an issue. It's the stuff that tries to flank you and hit you from the rear. That's where it'll take a hit or two. Yeah, definitely not a game you want to hug the bottom of the screen with. Alright, this section can get a little hairy. Oh, and there is invincibility every time you pick up a power-up. So every time I grab one of those chips or a excess power-up, it'll make him invincible for just a short period of time. Like a second or two. Okay, took out that mid-boss, no issue. Got some more BFB. Good. Okay, now it's coming up on the little pre-boss, just a little cluster for these guys. Dollar Store Moai. And this is the actual boss. And he's just shooting destructible bullets, so as long as it doesn't hit you from the side, you're good. Oh, to answer that question in the chat, yeah, you can play this game with no slowdown or sprite flicker. On the Alesta collection, it's just part of the settings. And that's the stage. Alright, now on to stage 4. This one's not too bad at all either. It's really just, don't get hit from the flank and you're all good. And we're coming up on a mid-boss. and he just achieved his third bomb. And I believe you can only have 3 bombs in stock. It takes around like 32 chips to get a new bomb. And mid-boss is just shooting a couple destructible bolts at a time. So, just goes down like that. Oh, took a hit there. Let's see if he can get that shield back quick. Yep, already got it back. So he was able to stack the chips a bit beforehand, so he can just get that shield back pretty much instantly. Alright, coming on to the boss. And your biggest issue with this guy is just him kind of ramming you. As long as you just kind of get out of the way, let your napalm do the work. He goes down pretty easily. Alright, and for the last phase.
Estoy bien, estoy bien. Ya. Oh, ya no tengo cámara ahora.
And there he goes.
Estoy viendo el stream desde aquí en ese lugar.
And he'll get his next life at 100,000. But he's pretty good on resources right now, so we're just heading into the bonus stage number 2. And this one just has a... just a little harder. These are different formations flying in. And you're given a little grace period with the missiles here, so if they appear to be like behind you, you can still hit them for like half a second or so. That section actually feels surprisingly good. It actually is not terribly jank. Alright, we're in the second to last stage here. And he's looking pretty good on resources. As long as he just doesn't mess up too bad, he should be all set for the clear. And this thing just tries to hit you. First with the sword, then with that little ball. As long as you just keep moving, he's not going to get you. Now we're going to get a bit of a little rush from these biological-looking guys. If you don't got a whole lot of power, aren't able to clear too many of those bullets, they'll wall you in pretty quickly. Once these still at max, they'll just go down no issue. And he's gonna have some BFB coming up. Oh, and he got his fourth bomb. Only used one of those so far, so he probably saving them for the end. All right, coming up on this stage is boss. It's pretty cool looking boss. He's gonna shoot some spread patterns at him at first. After these fists try to hit him. It's a three-phase fight. Oh, took a hit there. So right now I'm just trying to destroy those pieces on the side. Alright, now he's going to shoot these homing attacks. Alright, and that's the second to last boss down. And we're going to be going into the final stage of the game. And this soundtrack's pretty good as well. I play on the Alesta theme song. And the actual stage is pretty short. You just got a little bit of a Zako rush at the beginning, and then the boss. And he got his shield. Alright. Just that same mid-boss we've seen before. And we got 5 bombs in stock now. So he's got more than enough resources to just bomb out the last phase and get that 1 CC. Oh, took a hit there. Oof, took a death. Second death of the game. But his bombs, he still keeps the excess bombs. Oh, let's switch to D there. Those drums will actually absorb shots. So not the definitely not the worst weapon to get. This guy shoots a beam that will kind of close in on you, but it homes at first. And then you also shoot a little spread pattern, like you see there. And the trick there is just to get to one of the sides, or try to micro it. Oh, this is going to be a little tight. It's going to go up. Oh no, went to the right. Yeah, the last bosses in GG Alesta 1 and 2 are pretty cool. Just from a design-wise. They're gonna try to wall him? Nope. Oof. Oh no. Shane dying. It'll really... Yep, time to start using those bombs. Notice now he's back to his little pea shooter. And just one of those drones. Oof. Alright, last couple lives. Should be going down soon. Ooh, nice micro. Ooh. Alright, last life. 4 bombs in stock. Okay. Now on to the last phase. Final part of the game. He's got 4 bombs in stock. And getting another life here is not possible, so... If he did that green pattern will close in on you. Ooh, he did it. Okay. That is not the easiest thing in the world to dodge. Oof. Right at the very end. Now that green pattern is not the easiest. They'll follow you around. GG though. That was a good effort, Radiance. Yeah, that last boss is definitely the hardest part of the game. Oh, appears he's still muted. Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah.
Cool.
Alright, good. Yeah.
But I've been there myself. I know what that's like. Got to the TLB and ZeroRanger and died right at the end. Not fun.
Yep. So should I try credit feeding?
I think we're a bit behind schedule, so we'll have to continue on to the next run, unfortunately.
Ooh. All right. I got you.
Brutal. But
yep.
Shmup Slam 6.
Yep.
Return.
Yeah, gotta get
revenge. I still haven't got my revenge on ZeroRanger, so I've been there. But that was a great run, though, and a really cool game.
Yeah, games. I really enjoy this game.
So people are asking, what version were you playing on? Were you playing on emulator?
Oh, yes, I was using RetroArch.
Nice. That's a really cool
Well,
game.
guess we gotta wait for next event.
Yeah. Well, great playing, my dude, and great job on commentary, more salty.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Any final words for
Alright.
the stream?
Guess we gotta wait around next year or not?
Yeah, for sure.
Alright. It was great
Adios.
being here.
Yeah, great playing.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to some Garegga. And this one is live and in person. Docviper is here, and he has a few words to say.
Hey everyone, this is Docviper, and yeah, as Mark said, I'm going to be playing Battle Garegga because I'm rather fond of this game. And I suppose over the next half hour or so, we'll find out just how fond the game is of me. So,
Awesome. All right, and running commentary, we have the voice and face of Shmups, Soft Drink, and
Hello
the
again,
most
everyone.
legendary commentator in the scene. This one we had to call in a special order, Mittens. Welcome to the stream,
He's there.
Mittens.
He's asleep.
All right, my dudes. I'll let you guys take over.
Awesome.
All right.
Good luck, Docviper.
Good luck on 1cc.
Yeah, actually, there's going to be some mild scoring strategies as well. I mean, depending on how things go, obviously. Garegga is sort of a famously fickle game, but I think Docviper was saying earlier that his routes could lead to a B or even potentially a C score if things go well. So we will just see what happens.
A C with Silver Sword would be quite good. That would involve some pretty good scoring routes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what ship he's going to pick here. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So just resetting for the audio. All right. All right. Looks like Cannonball for right now.
Just getting a feel input test.
Is this still the test, or is this the actual run now?
Or is he actually going?
I think you might.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It'd be a real shame to stream this game without audio.
It kind of would remove a lot of the, a lot of the punch this game has with the soundtrack.
Yeah, we'll be sitting here talking about how good the Stage 5 theme is, and everyone in chat's just like, oh yeah, sure, I believe you.
I'd love to hear it.
Just silence. Aggressive takedown.
Yeah, you'll want to do that for Nose Laughing.
I mean, I guess while we have this little moment before the run actually starts, we can talk a little bit about this game. So I mean, I think Garegga is kind of a game that doesn't need a huge introduction. If you're already a fan of the genre, you've probably heard of this game. But just very briefly, this is a game that was released by Rising in 1995, I think. Lead programmer Shinobu Yagawa, and it is really gained a reputation over the years as one of the kind of the standout examples of one of the best shooting games of all time. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that, but I think really what strikes me most about this game is that it looks very straightforward at first glance, and yet there's so much depth and complexity to it. The more you play it, the more you discover it.
I still don't know if this is the test run or not.
Yeah, is this still a test? Oh.
Okay.
Okay. All right then.
Well, it's alright. We just skipped stage 1.
Yeah. All right. Well, boring stage is over. Except that actually there's some stuff to talk about here. So with Cannonball and with other Silver Sword variants specifically, you want to be playing pretty much right from the start of the game with higher auto fire rate. You actually want to raise it up to 12 hertz or so right away because it helps a lot with damage. The ship otherwise is really lacking for damage. Oh, okay, now here's a reset. Okay.
All right, now the real run begins. All right.
Nice collection of all of the option fragments here. Very nice. I still can't get all of them. Never figured out how to do that.
You need to be really aggressive with the tanks on the left.
So as I mentioned a second ago, he is playing Cannonball, and this ship, along with the other Silver Sword variants, you want to play with an elevated auto fire rate pretty much right from the get-go, even if you're playing for survival, just because it helps a lot with managing damage. This ship does not have a piercing shot. So you also notice that Docviper collected the power-ups already and has already increased the shot power level with a small shot power-up, which does have a small cumulative effect on game difficulty in the long term.
Yeah,
but it is
increases your
very
frame rate
important.
by 1.
Yeah. But it is important with this ship to build up that damage potential early on, especially if you're going for scoring against Nose Laughing and suiciding for Flamingos. So we're going to probably see a full disassembly of Nose Laughing here. Aggressively taking out all of these different parts. And nice execution there with the options to take out the tip of the tail too.
Tips with the most, 50k.
Get that propeller. Not quite. Probably on the next rep. Oh. So this boss, like other bosses in Garegga, has a lot of different parts that are destructible, and different parts are worth different amount of points to make it even more complicated. They're also worth different amounts of points depending on what you destroy them with. So, shot versus bomb versus piercing shot. Silver Sword and Cannonball have a little bit of a privilege there because they don't have piercing bullets, so they really only need to worry about shot versus bomb. And in this case, you get a lot more points for killing things with shot, so you can just kind of take it at your leisure and disassemble the boss bit by bit. One thing worth noting here is that you'll see him moving every single time this cannon fires. With a lot of other ship types, you don't need to move here because when one of the two rocket launchers has been destroyed like this, normally it fires off center, and that'll just miss the hitbox of most ships. But with Silver Sword and its variants, the hitbox of the ship is actually slightly lower than the center of where the turret is aiming. And so it will actually hit you with those rockets if you don't move up and out of the way, unless you're sort of directly underneath it.
So the suicide you saw at the end of stage 1 boss was specifically to kill both the boss and the center cannon, which is worth an extra 50,000 points. Also, suicides a second time for Bird, so he has no lives. When the castle's around half height, he'll use the first bomb, go above the trees, and then use his remaining bomb stock. This is the most lucrative thing in the game, and it is also quite random. You got 1.5 mil after, which is actually quite good.
Yeah, for this ship, that's quite good.
When these tanks go over these houses, only when they're over the house, they'll drop a medal when destroyed. So ideally, you can use that to raise your meta value quite quickly.
Mm-hmm. I think he's, at 4K right now? Yeah.
Yep.
Which is kind of exactly where you want to be here.
Triggers wide. Good thing about wide options, which are triggered by dropping 5 shot items, then picking up an option, it doesn't actually increase your frame rank. It's the only one in the game that doesn't do that.
The only
so
special
it's quite
formation.
safe. Yes, the only special formation.
Ooh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, then. Yeah, that was a bad situation to get a point blank there. That big tank can be kind of mean.
Yeah,
So
it fires really quickly.
Yeah. So the wide is actually part of his route. I think that's to set up better screen coverage in the second half of stage 2 so that he can get some of the medals that fall down there. It's interesting though because I think not a lot of players use wide. It's generally considered kind of not very good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that it's very intentional in this round.
Yeah, wide is only ever really used in very specific routes. Otherwise, obviously you just use homing, because it just chases down everything.
Yep. We will see more of that later in the game. Some other sort of minor things in stage 1 here, those rail cars as they come down the track, if you destroy them from the trailing car forward, then they'll drop bombs, but if you destroy the front car, then they'll drop options. And he used both of those at different points in the route here to get different kind of resources, depending on what he wanted at the time. In the first half of the stage, he wanted options, so he destroyed them from the front, and in the second half of the stage, he wanted bomb fragments, so he destroyed them from the back. It's kind of fun that you can control the drops that way.
Adds a bit more extra depth to your stage 1.
Another thing that people familiar with other ships might be noticing is that he's not spending a lot of time in the upper corners. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Wrong color.
Well, it's not just the color. Again, something that people not too familiar with Garegga might not know is that the different variant ships are not just aesthetically different, they actually have functional differences. The different colors have, shot power upgrades versus movement speed upgrades. I think some of them even have smaller hitboxes. So
Nice
I don't
segue.
remember. Huh?
I said nice segue, but yes, C-type and ABC type will have a smaller hitbox than A and B. If you're playing for really high level scores, especially with gain, you'll want to use B-type for the faster speed and the bigger hitbox. Not only is it a bullet hitbox, but it's also an item collection hitbox.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's kind of interesting. I think a lot of people hear smaller hitbox and they're like, oh, that must always be good, right?
Yeah, it's always good, right? It has, yeah. I mean, it's good if you're like playing the game for the most part, but there are times when you'll want that bigger metal hitbox.
So here, aiming at just the very tip of the tail, if you destroy the higher segments of the tail first, like if you destroy this part first, this bottom one will be destroyed immediately and you won't get any points for it. So, destroying things sequentially is an important factor for this fight and a number of other boss fights as well. If you're trying to maximize score. I think ideally he wants to be leaving stage 1 with around 600k.
That's pretty high, yeah. Usually you'll do around the 550 mark with Silver Sword because he doesn't get as many tick points with his shot as compared to other ships.
According to the notes that I got, he's aiming for 606k out of stage 1.
606 is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good. Ooh, little risky there up in the corner. Again, when the Silver Sword, the hitbox is lower, so staying up in the upper right hand corner, even though it's safe with a lot of other ship types, once you've destroyed one of the rocket launchers, with this ship it's not always that safe. So to stay up there for so long is a little scary. So here just milking the tick points, continuously doing damage, doing damage by having bullets hit an invulnerable part of the boss, so you still get a little bit of points over time from that.
Ooh.
Suicide, not quite. Nice.
Nice.
Okay. A little bit early, but that should still be recoverable, since he wants to die before the flamingos anyway.
The only reason why you'd want to die early is for a trick on this enemy in particular, where you can get some extra meta value. In the long run, it's not worth too much though, so it's okay to skip it.
It's also pretty dangerous to set up depending on what ship you're playing.
And he just dropped as well. Yeah.
It's alright. It's not going to be quite as good, but...
Yeah. So a little side note about dropping medals is the rank value for the medals is quite strange. 100, 200, 300, 400 has quite a good rank value to it. It's like 8,000, 16,000, etc., which is like maybe what 0.1%, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. But then when you get to 500 onwards, they barely increase the rank at all. So dropping medals not only hurts your score, but it also hurts your rank.
Yeah, and there's some situations where it's actually advantageous to just never try to build up the chain again. You know, if you drop in stage 6, for example, or if you drop right before the stage 3 metal rails, often you would try not to metal at that point because it would actually be more dangerous to have the rank increase when picking up the metals than it would than the score benefit it would be worth. Yeah, nice use of wide here. That's really an interesting strategy, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. These little mines that these planes drop when destroyed with a non-piercing shot give 800 points. Pretty small little optimization you can do.
In these planes, the wings and the center body can be destroyed at different times, and if you destroy the wings before the center, they will all drop metals. Nicely done there on the
Good
left.
recovery on the chain.
Yeah, and good recovery, exactly. It's really easy to accidentally drop there if you kill them out of time.
Okay, interesting.
Gonna move up and maybe bomb? Oh no.
So
okay.
he used the suicide there to damage the parts as it spawns. Ooh. Okay, this could be problematic. So this bomb has to destroy these parts.
Still going for
Okay,
the bomb. Okay,
good.
nice.
So
Okay.
you want to destroy all those parts at once because the inner pieces are worth quite a lot of points, and they are only able to be destroyed at like the same time as the outer parts. And so doing that, he got the extend for 2 million, which means he can continue his route for stage 3.
Yeah.
These little... Oh, sorry, you go.
He wants to have that extra extend here so that he can self-destruct before the start of stage 3, because the very start of stage 3 has a lot of metal opportunities if you have a bomb.
So these little pods that you saw...
Good. Woof!
Oh, perfect.
Just the
That
very
was
last
great.
second there. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, the pods on the stage 2 boss are worth 30k when destroyed with a shot. So obviously he wants to be careful not to kill the boss before destroying all of them.
Nicely done there. A little spooky when the ring didn't get destroyed on time, but very good recovery. Missed a couple metals there, but again, chain built back up and good recovery from it. So nice.
I believe this is now full shot power. I'm not sure if he'll go for special shot power up in this route.
I don't see any notes about it, but maybe we'll see.
So these water towers can be destroyed with a bomb. A lot of background elements in Garegga can be bombed for additional score, and can also reveal metals. You'll see that a lot in the next stage as well.
Yeah, in stage 4 it's a huge thing. So he's going to try to trigger homing early, actually. He's going to go for it here. And that's going to help set up for the stage 3 sort of mid-boss enemy. It has a number of different turrets on these sort of side pontoon things, and okay, maybe he just didn't get it.
Yeah, he picked up a bomb, so he couldn't do the route.
No worries. Very doable, man.
Yeah. So stage 3 boss, stage 3 mid boss, sorry, will drop you an extend if you destroy both of its pieces, both of its side pods when they're fully destroyed. I like this, but this is risky.
That was really cool.
Yeah, very risky to do that though. A little side note, if that thing is under a plane and you're on top of its turret, when the main turret's destroyed, the rank will increase like crazy. So, again about the mid-boss extend, if you leave this mid-boss alive till it gets to the end of its track, and then kill it when it's at the end, you'll get an extend. So that's what he's aiming for right now.
Yep. He also wants to try not to destroy that center turret early, because when you destroy that, it'll start shooting this big spiral. It makes movement very difficult. Nice.
Good.
I was going to go for the bomb on this side? No. Okay.
No.
Oh, get the metal! Please get the metal! Please get the metal! Please get the metal! Oh! Oh no!
The sneaky metal.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think
So,
that's intentional.
No, it's
No, it's not
No, it
intentional.
never is. No. This isn't Pink Sweets 1.01. So, let's carry on to stage 3 boss, huh?
Oh boy.
So, the stage 3 boss is kind of interesting. He's going to start off by destroying the 6 side cannons that shoot 3-way shot. He's going to leave one of these middle turrets alive. to set up a full destruction of the back cannons. After the missiles are destroyed, these two cannons are going to start firing missiles, and then when those cannons are destroyed, there's going to be an inner cannon that shoots this big wide shot at you. And after all these parts are destroyed except for that one little turret, there's a very famous milk that can be done where you are hitting the milk spot over and over and over, not doing any damage to the boss for tick points. I don't think Doc's going to be going for that this run, though. Maybe we'll see a little bit of it.
He mentioned that he wasn't planning to go for it, but that he was planning to do full dismantling. Yeah, so there you go. So destroying that little turret.
It is still the safest way to dismantle this boss.
Yes. Yeah, so very clean Earth Crisis fight.
Yeah. Suicide at the start, or at the end of the boss. Just free suicide, why not?
Yeah, rank control and bombs going into stage 4, which is good because there's a lot of bombable items in stage 4 that drop medals. Although,
yeah, that's the problem.
Could be
But not only do they drop medals, they actually have pretty good destruction scroll. Like that pipe is 10k. These little pods on the left here are worth 10k each for a bomb.
Oh.
And you got 2 of them. Even though you just shot off 4.
Didn't know that.
Yes. A lot of the destructibles with bombs is actually worth quite a lot of points. So those rails, or not rails, the pipes on the right, they can be destroyed for metals, but since his metal value is 400, it wouldn't be worth it. It would just eat his rank alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of fun there because you could actually see him like about to do it and then have that little moment of hesitation.
You
like,
realize
wait
what
a
he's gonna
minute.
do.
Yeah, that's a bummer. What a place to drop, man. Ugh. So, yeah, this part is kind of spooky. Ooh, the backwards bomb. I like
Very
that a
good.
lot. So with Silver Sword, which direction you're moving when you fire the bomb can influence the direction the bomb actually travels, that the explosions go. So by moving up as he's firing the bomb, it goes down. And by doing that, he was able to destroy a bunch of bombable targets that were actually below him, which is a really cool little trick. I haven't seen it before.
These background little planes are worth 5k each when bombed.
I believe those are submarines, but I could be wrong.
Maybe.
And self-destruct there to set up for bombs here.
Yeah. Destroying
Very
these
nice.
tanks in a certain way, essentially all 4 treads, and then destroying the main body will give you a full bomb item.
Yeah, very nice. We're probably going to see a couple metal rails here. There's kind of a setup to make them work.
Yeah, that first one's very risky. Props to him for doing it.
Yeah, perhaps we're going for it. Let's see if it works. Okay, looks like he's going to play the best safe. I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, well, he dropped on it, so that's why he's not doing it. So he'd rather save these
I
bombs.
wasn't sure if he dropped there. I thought maybe he caught the last one.
So what's good about the port is you can actually see when you dropped on the right the next item marker.
Ah, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Also, he did a kind of a subtle setup there to get homing options early in stage 5 by destroying. There's 6 enemies that show up at the very end there. There's like 3 tanks on the left and like 2 turrets and a tank on the right. By destroying all of those and then picking up just one of the bomb fragments that they drop, that means that if you don't collect anything else, you'll have dropped 5 bomb fragments, and if you pick up the first option that drops in stage 5, you'll immediately get home. Super easy, super consistent way to set it up. So if you're the kind of player that likes having access to homing for the stage 5 first half of the stage, by all means go for it.
So this is a very interesting way to dismantle Satanic Surfer. When you destroy these 2 wings that come out from the middle and shoot these destructible bullets, all of these back turrets will power up and start shooting at you. So he's doing it in a rather safe way to not have to deal with it, because it is quite messy.
Yeah.
You'll see when he destroys this last little piece. He does.
Oh man, this is rude.
Yeah. Okay, now it starts
there you
shooting
go.
these torpedoes, 5k each. Very lucrative milking spot, but quite scary because they have quite a good amount of HP. If your shot is misaligned, then they can just ram into you, no problem.
Absolutely. He also wants to actually kill the boss before it times out, which is going to happen in about 5 seconds. Come on. Come on. Nice. Okay. Whew. That's pretty cool that the port has the boss health bars and timers and stuff. That's very useful for things like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, going for metal back up, and here's the homing.
There we go.
Very nice.
So something quite good though about Silver Sword for these gunboats. I call them gunboats. So when you destroy the middle of the gunboat, you get 20,000 points, which is 10,000 more than if you're using Gain's options. With Gain and Wild Snail, you're gonna have to do some weird strats to actually get the 20k. But with Silver Sword, Bornum, all the shots without piercing, you can just shoot it and it dies, no problem. It's a lot more relaxed.
Yeah, speaking of relaxed, the choice of homing for this section makes things a lot more consistent. It's certainly not necessary, but a lot of players, myself included, like it for sort of the consistency that it offers. It makes it a lot more comfortable. You don't have to think as hard.
I feel that.
With this ship type in particular, I find it very, very useful. I was actually going for a Shatterstar clear myself at one point. I got as far as, I think, Glow Squid. It might have only been Blackheart Mark II. But, yeah, it's definitely a very different ship to play if you're used to Golden Bat or Gain or kind of more meta ships.
Silver Sword itself doesn't really do too much damage. It's very average in terms of its kit and loadout.
Missed a couple of the small turrets there, but you know, with homing options, there's one of the things you do sacrifice is control. So in a situation like that, it's like, okay, well, the homing options decided not to go for some of the engines. Oh well.
Yep. Oh well. So something that he could be doing, but he's opting to save his bombs, is bombing the gunboats itself. So each gunboat has 4 destructible parts with a bomb, 10k each. You can get 40k extra per gunboat by bombing both the back parts and the front parts. Interesting suicide here.
He's at 4.9, so he's going to get 100k through Nose Mark 2 here, and that'll definitely push him over the edge. And then I think he's also going to try to get a scoring setup on Madball Mark 2.
Ooh, it's always fun.
We'll see. Yeah. One of the goals for the route is to get a low enough rank that he feels comfortable going for the Madball 2 scoring.
So
we'll
he's taking this fight actually very safely. The more parts you destroy on Nose Laughing, the more angry this final spread becomes. So he's taking it very safely.
I think that's a really nice strategy. There's a few different ways to do it, but variations on the idea of making Nose Mark 2 more safe, I think, is really important for people who are going for a survival clear or in a live run like this.
Ooh.
Okay, so maybe not scoring, but getting something out of it.
I think he's just taking care of it normally. And then maybe he'll destroy the inner turrets.
Okay.
Oh, those green lasers can be awful. One of them can be misaligned and just aimed really weirdly. Smart safety bomb.
Nice.
Here comes Slayer, the big boy, the big ship. I'm curious if he'll save these bombs or if he'll bomb the armor on the ship, because every time you bomb this ship and you destroy some of its armor, you get a lot of points for it. This ship has like really weird kill values. Like you'll see these kind of square hatches, they're worth like 30k and you can destroy them twice. And then all the armor, this guy scores a lot.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he'll do it.
I think from all of the parts on Slayer and the Shrapnel, if you get good Shrapnel RNG, it's like 700k or something. Like, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It looks like no bombs here, but I do think that he's going to go for bombing the Shrapnel. So that should be interesting.
So when you would bomb the Shrapnel, he'll actually destroy a good chunk of the armor, depending on the position of the boss when it's killed.
Yeah. When we say bomb the Shrapnel, in a moment, that central turret up top is going to be destroyed, and then he's going to start damaging the big plane itself. And once that takes a critical amount of damage, it will sort of explode on the front, and that explosion will release a bunch of debris. And if you bomb that debris, you actually get bonus points.
That was that
but the timing
bottom
on it
heavy
is very
hitbox.
strict. Yeah. So this is a little spooky.
Yeah, but it's alright.
Nice! That was a good bomb.
It was alright, yeah. You missed a good chunk of the shrapnel, but it was very good for destroying the armor at least. Here comes the mini black hearts. Love these guys.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
the metal drop there. He caught it.
and 5. So yeah, these guys can be spooky not just for the metal drop, but also they can be used sort of to give you an approximate understanding of your rank. So in this case, you got 5 of them. Generally, the way to think about it is like 4 is you have very low rank, 5 is you have pretty average rank, and 6 is you have relatively high rank for this point. So hopefully that's on track with where he expects to be. I just want to take a moment to point out that his strategy for Blackheart 1 is to not be bad. That is the quote.
It's a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I think we can all learn something.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
That was brutal.
Yeah. At least you got a homing option out of it.
Yeah, even using the bomb there and still getting hit by it. That's one of the rough things about Garegga is with some of these ships, you know, you can't bomb like reactively to save yourself sometimes. Even if you know you're going to get hit and you do the right thing, it takes long enough for some of this to come out that it doesn't matter.
And some of the ships as well, even if you get the bomb out and it's working, something like Flying Baron or Wild Snail even can just be weird and not defend you.
Yeah, they can just decide to aim backwards or something.
It goes away.
Yeah. Well, that was a great credit in terms of progression and score. There were a couple major mistakes with metal drops, but the overall progression was looking really solid. So hopefully, you know, a little more breathing room, a little more relaxed now. Or we'll see a metal drop here, which is
Usually dropping here is you go all in and you just say, well, I'm gonna go try getting the metal chain back up again, or you just say, whatever, I'm just gonna leave it at 100. Because from this point in the game, there isn't actually too many metals left if you're not bombing the background in this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like he's avoiding metals now.
Okay.
Which, you know, that's a perfectly valid decision to make at this point in the game.
Yeah. We got a good setup as well.
Yeah, having homing at the start of stage 6 is really nice, especially with this ship, because it allows you to do consistent damage against the turrets on the wall here, which can otherwise be a little tricky without piercing. I believe he's going to do this bomb miss, or at least attempt to. Didn't quite line it up there.
This plus about having these little homing options is they'll immediately target the center instead of the turrets.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to go for the setup here, since he already has the homing configured. Good to go.
By the way, I've noticed his auto count is now 15. I assume he increased to 15 during stage 6, which is a good thing to do. Because damage is only really calculated, I think it's like once every 4 frames.
Yeah, so part of his route is to bring up the auto rate to 15 in the start of stage 6, which I think is good advice for almost any ship. Bringing it up here is, you know, it's late enough in the game that it probably won't have a huge impact on rank in the long term, but it does help you do a lot more damage and just makes things a bit more comfortable.
So this stage is actually really good for getting your bomb stock up for stage 7. Very notorious stage. Blackheart 2, Glow Squid. Even the turret rush can be quite scary at times.
Yeah, absolutely. King Crimson can be really quite brutal on occasion, so having some resources to play with is never a bad thing.
Good handling of this section.
Yeah, that was very clean.
Well, this section and the next tank rush after the laser turrets can be very messy.
Yeah.
if things go wrong.
Ooh, that was kind of spicy. This turret can be really dangerous.
Oh yeah, 'cause it aims
movement.
really quickly.
Yeah, these big boys shoot kind of very, very early sometimes. The time when they fire is dependent on when they sort of lock on to you, and so if you're not paying attention, they can fire what feels like way earlier than expected.
So he's setting up for a bomb here, I believe. Yeah.
Nice bomb though.
Oh, another one.
Ooh, I don't know if the second one was intentional.
Most likely a safety bomb.
Yeah.
So this bomb stock should be able to carry him quite deep into stage 7 if he does Junkie Monkey correctly.
So checking back on the notes here, it looks like he was attempting a tank despawn. I'm not sure I know what that is.
I can't say I've heard of it. Perhaps a enemy sprite limit?
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask about that.
So you got the I don't know if it's luck or not, but sometimes the options will aim on the missile launchers or the middle, and when they aim to the middle, it just makes everything kind of sad.
Oh!
Oof.
Flip there. That low hitbox just coming back.
So do a lot of macroing on this pattern here. Good safety bomb.
Yeah, this one can be really frustrating if the sort of the missile sprays and the big radials, if they come out of phase like that, it can be kind of tricky to dodge them.
So this phase is actually really fun when you're scoring it. You have to be really aggressive with destroying the arms, because they're worth 10k each plus all the tick points you get, and the random spray of bullets with the turrets shooting their little shots is always really fun to do.
Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of, but it feels really good once you get into the rhythm of it.
Also, a little side note, this boss in particular has a different timer than like every other boss in the game. Every other boss runs off of like, you know, a second timer. This boss runs off of a movement counter. You can see boss count. Every time it hits the bottom and hits the top, it will increment or decrement by 1. And when it hits 0, then it's timed out. Oh, snipe.
Yeah, sprays can be hard to read sometimes. There is a lot to keep track of in this fight. Alright, into stage 7.
Yep.
Music here is really good.
Yeah, I love how the pitch increases.
Yeah, the sense of just increasing tension constantly. Is really nice.
So that bomb there, while it was a safety bomb, showed that destroying those engines with a bomb is 50,000 points. So if you have enough bombs in stock and you place it correctly, that's a free 100k. But that's up to you if you need that bomb, or if you want to use that bomb for, say, the shrapnel later on, or Blackheart 2, or even Ghost Squid Survival. It's up to you if you want to use it for that or not.
Yeah, speaking of that, resources, I think in part because of the game over, they're not as good as they were a few moments ago. So I'm interested to see how the rest of the game goes. Could be a little spooky.
This phase, what I was talking about earlier, this can be really messy.
Yeah, it can be really, really messy. These little side, dump things.
Side hatches are awful.
Yeah. Scrolling the screen too far to the right now could just immediately spawn a whole bunch of bullets, and it's very difficult to know when that's going to happen and be prepared for it.
So this bit is kind of interesting. This phase will progress when you destroy all 6 of the center turrets, or when the boss times out. What's really scary about this is you can destroy all 6 turrets, but still have those 2 rightmost hatches alive. You can see that they're still alive, and you can get blindsided by them really easily.
Yep, this has happened to me many times.
It's the classic of stage 7.
It really is. So this part with Silver Sword can actually be a little annoying if you're used to Shippu with piercing, because your shots will get blocked if you sit low enough down on that sort of cockpit piece. So staying up there so he's not having his shots get blocked and then ducking down to do damage to it. Didn't quite get the kill on it. So you're sort of the classic setup for the Blackheart 2 drones.
Oh, yeah.
You go up on the left and use your option directionality to take them out more safely. They still will shoot at you eventually, as you can see.
Yeah, but it's
a
just simple streaming
lot
up and
safer
down.
than sitting underneath.
Ooh. Due to spray limits, some of these Blackheart little mini guys are disappearing without any destruction.
And here he is.
Blackheart
2. Mark II. What a boss. Ooh, homing. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's safe to say that was not intentional. Just a fun coincidence. About to hit the second phase here. Yeah, there should be enough damage on this. Hard to tell though with Silver Sword variants because they do comparatively so little damage. So the boss can just kind of go on and on and on. Yeah. Nice movement so far. The random behavior can be really hard to deal with here. Comes. Ooh. This is where it gets really, really scary with this ship. You can see the boss still has a ton of health left. Oh, almost.
Reminder. I apologize, I had to leave for a quick minute.
No problem. Yeah, being out of position for this.
Yeah. Yeah, with Silver Sword, that's a really mean pattern.
So hard. It's
because
so
the
hard.
grenades block your shot as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do good damage against Blackheart Mark II with this ship because, as Pearl said, the grenades block your shot. So you can see, like right now, no damage at all to the boss during, like, now there's something happening. Ooh! Ooh!
Almost
so
a full
close.
winder.
So that attack is sort of famous for being very, very difficult to dodge. There is a trick to it, and in this fight, it's a sort of a fixed pattern. Once you understand how it works, you can do it consistently with practice. But it is very, very difficult because there's very little room for error.
At least we get to see Glow Squid. Always a fun fight.
Well, fun fight to watch.
It's pretty fun to play.
I don't know. For me, the nerves are very real in this fight. Especially this pattern.
Oh yeah, at higher rank, this gets so mean.
It's like, oh, it looks so easy. No. No, it's not. It's so bad.
Ooh.
Oh.
He almost reset.
Ooh.
Baron.
Oh.
There he is.
There we go.
Finally. The ship we need. So this second phase of Glow Squid will choose 2 random turrets. Some of them really mean, like the big grenade or the laser, this like pineapple phase on the left. Or some of them can be really nice, like the indestructible bullets. It's completely random.
Yeah, it's really, you know, it can be extremely easy or extremely awful. Oh, it's the pop gun. I hate this thing so much.
You don't like this one? I like this one.
I don't like it. I always lose track of it, and then it pops, and I die. So.
Now we get the rage phase, final phase.
Rage phase. Pretty good.
So he'll go all around, and every certain amount of time switch patterns. He'll go from missiles going straight down to a big spread of yellow bullets that are like tails, and then missiles, and then destructible bullets that have a lot of HP.
Oh, good bomb.
Meat. That was a
Good
very
bomb.
good bomb too. Wow.
Those homing missiles, they can actually kill you after you've beaten the game.
Oh yeah.
Ask me how I know.
Oh, you had that too?
Yeah.
I love that. It's classic.
Yeah, I really love the music and sort of the frantic random movement of the boss here. Like you can feel the desperation at this point. Like this thing's just so, it's trying so hard to kill you.
So he's actually doing a safe strat there by sitting in the corner and poking his options diagonally. That's a very safe strat.
Mm-hmm. Or safe as it can be here, really.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely played.
Yeah, good job.
See, that was kind of fun. It's neat to see Silver Sword and to see some of the challenges of Silver Sword. Certainly a ship that is not used very often, and not without reason.
Oh, nice! You got a trophy.
There you are.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, sorry for the train wreck run there. I think we got to see the full range of tilt in action. But it's okay. I'm playing the long game here because, as we all know, Garegga has a very complex rank system. One of the things the game doesn't tell you is that rank increases in a marathon setting, and if you throw, the next time you run,
there you go.
It'll go better. So
There
next
you
time,
go.
It's all just rank control.
absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
But glad I was able to show off some of the game. I actually had a pretty good stage 6, all things considered. I think I was able to recover nicely there before just self-destructing against Junkie Monkey. And
Yeah, the stage was very good.
Yeah.
It was a lot of stuff was really nice. I had a question actually.
Sure.
In your notes, you mentioned for the 4th turret you were going to try for a tank despawn.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that what you actually ended up doing was going in the corner and using a bomb sort of sideways. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I actually did get the tank despawn there. There are normally 3 large tanks and only 2 spawned. The bomb there was it was a panic bomb. Because the cutback didn't show up the way I normally expect it to. The second bomb I used in that section actually was planned. Because, one thing I noticed is that Silver Sword's bomb, with a full bomb, it has such good coverage that you can hit both of the tank hatches right at that section. And so those tank hatches spawn missile launchers, which are really nasty and aggressive, and also the spread shot tanks, which are really nasty and aggressive. So you take out both of those hatches, and then the whole section becomes a lot more manageable. And then like it was a high rank run. I wasn't able to do Mad Ball 2 properly because rank was just too high. If I had gone for it, even if I had gotten the bombs, the outer ring wouldn't have been destroyed. So that was a shame. And and I almost got the metal rails, but I accidentally picked up the safety metal on the first rail. So that's also unfortunate. Believe it or not, I have cleared this game with Silver Sword. I have an A score from a month ago. So if anyone watching is curious about what I was trying to do, and would like to see a run that isn't a total train wreck, please feel free to check that out. I think it's a pretty good run. So, yeah, that's all. Thanks for commentating, guys.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, hopefully next time I'll do better.
Yeah, it was an amazing thing to watch actually, because I was talking a lot about. I actually used to play Shatterstar myself for a little bit. And I got pretty close to a clear with that. So it's really nice to see Silversword get some play. I think it's a really cool and interesting ship, and it makes you approach the game from a very different perspective. So it's always really cool to see just how much things can change just by picking a different ship.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I love Silver Sword, actually. I didn't realize that I was a Silver Sword main until maybe half a year ago or so, and I was doing some testing for the wiki, but then I picked up that ship, and it had just the perfect speed. The lower position hitbox is actually really fantastic, and it allows for more aggressive dodging than with the other ships. And so it just feels really, really good to play. And I think finding a ship like that is really important if you want to start like trying to actually learn scoring tricks in a game like this. So yeah, Silver Sword is great. More people should play that ship because it's underplayed and it's really fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And really glad that I got to see that. And thank you, Mittens, for the wonderful commentary.
You did great. Yeah, you did pretty great.
Okay.
And something that's always great about Garegga, though, is just how much everyone's routes differ.
Yeah.
Very creative game.
Yeah, most certainly. All right. Well, I think I'm in a place where I need some more Taito in my life, so hopefully the next run will help set us up with that. See y'all around.
Ooh. Thank you.
Awesome. One moment here. Alrighty. Thanks for doing commentary, my dudes. I hope Mittens was impressed.
Yeah.
I was nervous Mittens would run off mid commentary, and that would have been
Same.
rough.
When he got up, I was scared, but then he went back to sleep.
Thank God. Alrighty. All right. Thanks so much. Up next is Night Striker, and this looks really cool. Ooh. Adios, my dudes.
Later.
Take care.
Alrighty, stream. Special announcement here. We are going to need to refresh the stream so YouTube doesn't get mad at us and delete the back half of the run or of the day. So I'm going to stop streaming and then immediately start streaming again. So just sit there, hit refresh, refresh, refresh. Okay? So that's what's going to happen. Don't go. Don't go. Okay, here we go.